Yo, what's up, Roy?
What is up? How you doing, my friend? How's it going?
I'm good, I'm good. I see Nathan over there driving, I don't know,
As
some
always,
There
as
you go.
always.
Keeping America alive. Keeping America
Hey,
running.
I, hey, I am America. That's what you have to understand,
That's right. That's right.
Okay, okay, okay. So, guys, what a boring week, by the way, without football, club football,
Yeah.
without Serie A. Really boring, man. And a lot of bad news from all these national teams for AC Milan players.
Especially for Milan.
well, there is
Yeah,
one good
Milan.
thing for Milan, though, is Pobega played great. He got lots of praise.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's
I
good.
saw him coming in. He played well, yeah.
So that's one
Yep.
positive. Better one thing than none, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm happy that Pobega is playing well with his national team
Well
for
deserved
Italy.
too.
Yeah, it shows that the guy has personality. That he's not afraid.
Yeah.
Whatever stage he's playing, uh, that is the important thing. It was weird that England didn't play Tomori at San Siro. That was a bit like, what the fuck are you doing here?
Is it surprising though, Larry, if you really think about it?
Well, for normal people, surprising. That means like if you are the coach of England playing at San Siro and you have a player that actually plays every week there, you
Same for
definitely
Tammy
take that.
Abraham too.
I don't know. Anyway, that's England issues.
All the English Serie A players didn't play.
Yeah, a lot
Strange
of good
decision.
players didn't play as well. They just didn't. They ignored them completely. I don't know. It's weird. He's like Allegri of England. It's a bit like Allegri.
Too
It
much
does weird things.
biasness.
Yeah.
12 defenders out of 23 men. Denmark is 1-0 up on France, eh? Nice.
Whoa.
Are they?
Who scored? Who scored?
Hoyland.
Oh my God, the guy I
No,
like.
no, I
It's
don't
not
know. I
him.
don't
Yeah,
know.
I knew you're gonna.
I don't know.
See. I'm actually glad you remember the name, Roy.
No, I like
I've
him.
been making a joke.
I actually like him a lot.
He's a good
Actually,
player. He played the first game. He started in the first game. So
I think that for a 19-year-old, that's not normal, you know. So I like him a lot.
yeah, it's a good player. Well done to Atalanta. They found a great talent. But let's see. Maybe we get him next summer from Atalanta.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully.
So the situation with the injuries. Mike Magnan looks serious. 4 weeks.
Well, we got three guys back, I think. At least that's what the latest thing I read was three of our guys are back.
Yeah, Calabria is back. I don't know, Tonali and Teo. Probably they will be back because it's another week resting. What's the news for them?
I think
Anyone knows?
I think Rebic is back. Oh no, Denmark is 2 up, guys. 2 up.
Against France. Wow.
Yeah.
Who's playing? Or do you know the lineup
Yeah.
for the French team?
Oh, it's their top team. Mbappe, Griezmann, Giroud, Mendy, Camavinga, Chamini, Pavard, Badiashile, Upamecano, Saliba, Areola.
Still no Dembele, still no Nkunku, which is just
Dembele is on the bench and Kunku's on the bench. Uh,
Griezmann is man. That guy, the guy doesn't even start for Atletico Madrid, and yet he starts for France over Dembele and Nkunku. That's crazy to me. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
mm. Kjaer's on the bench. He's on the bench. He's not playing. Uh,
I
That's
thought he
good.
was hurt too. I thought he had like a small little uh, thing as well.
yeah, yeah. He had something on his ankle or something.
Oh
Oh,
shit,
okay.
Giroud is playing.
Oh, Hoyland is on the bench. So Hoyland is actually in the senior team.
Yeah, he played the other day with the senior team.
Wow.
I
Yeah,
saw
Giroud is
because I
playing.
saw. Yeah, Giroud is playing. I don't like that. Giroud is never rested this season. He's playing old games.
Oh, yeah, I know. Did you see the defender from Napoli, Kim? I fucking forget his name. Kim Min Jae, something like
Oh, the
that.
Asian guy.
Yeah, he said that the most difficult striker he faced so far was Giroud.
Wow. Well, I
Yeah,
mean, it's 7 games, but fair enough.
yeah. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, but Giroud playing every game now. Like the guy is getting a lot of
Yeah.
playing time.
Well, I mean, he's scoring goals, so gotta have him.
Sooner or later, sooner or later, it's gonna
Is
happen.
Yeah, I mean, fuck it. Rebic is back. I can see Ando saying that Rebic, Tonali, and Calabria are back.
Yeah, that's correct. Calabria didn't really have a serious injury, so he shouldn't be an issue. Um,
Same
and
for
they,
Tonali
What
too,
about
right? It wasn't really anything.
ooh, Matrix Comps made a new video of Shaka Traore. Nice. Check it out later.
is it Theo ready for Empoli?
Um, I thought he was injured. I thought he was either coming back for Chelsea or Juve. I thought it was one of the two.
When did he get injured by that? I'm really confused.
I'm not sure either. I have no clue.
Andon is here, guys. So
What up, Andon?
Yeah,
how's it going,
hello.
Stuff
Andon?
and done.
Do you have any news about Milan? How's everything with you in your life
Yeah,
in general?
you can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Theo will be back probably for the Juventus game. They won't risk him against Empoli or the Chelsea first game.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
So why the fuck am I even buying the ticket to watch Chelsea Milan if Theo is not there,
You're gonna
Magnan is not
no,
there?
you're buying the ticket to watch Tatarusano, Laert. You're
Yeah,
buying the ticket to watch
And
Tatarusano and
Touré.
Balotelli.
No, not doing that, man. It's 140 pounds.
Oh my god. Are you saying that watching Tatarusano and Balotelli is not worth the money?
Actually, it's 180 pounds. No, it's not worth the money.
Really?
I don't know, man. I would love to see Milan at Stamford Bridge, but the problem is we're not gonna do well. That's the problem because we're
Man,
missing some two key players.
history repeats itself, huh? Just like last time, the same exact moment, we lose Magnan for the third game and Porto.
And again for a month.
And then again Porto. And this time it's Chelsea. And then again Chelsea. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, it's bad. It sucks.
Oh, Clint is here. What's up, Clint?
Hey, what's up, Roy?
So,
How you doing?
What up?
Yep.
oh, good, man.
Yeah, that's all. That's awesome, man. I know it feels like I haven't talked to y'all in the longest since there's no Serie A, but yeah,
It feels long, guys. It feels more than a week. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Is it weird?
It's just I guess it's because like the games are so condensed, and we're used to watch a game every 3 days. So not seeing a game at all just seems like eternity.
Yeah, and there is a lot of things before and after the game. There is interviews after the games, before the games, what's going on with the team, the training. This week without Milan, it's been like it's feeling like a 2 weeks thing, and we have to wait another week.
Did you guys see Maldini's little show he had at that football conference they had in Italy?
I read some quotes, but I couldn't find the interview,
Yeah,
the
the whole
show.
interview is on Gazzetta dello Sport. It's really
Ah,
nice.
okay.
It's really nice. So apparently Berlusconi calls Pioli and gives him advice. And Berlusconi is calling Maldini to tell him which players to buy.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
I mean, it will kind of make sense a little bit, right? It's funny it might seem. I mean, we're talking about a guy that's responsible for bringing Milan to the pin. Yeah, Milan had history prior, but like it's during his reign that they got to the pinnacle, right?
Oh yeah,
So I think there might be some insights, or two. Not saying I know we're in the modern times, but hey, still Berlusconi at the end of the day. You feel me?
yeah, yeah.
So
No, of
it's
course, the
yeah.
guy will never
I
stop.
I've seen that interview they posted in a group chat. That was a good interview with that chief of financial revenue officer, or whatever. That was a
Yeah, I
really
saw
good
that.
interview, man. Good insight, and it actually proved, or like that's what Milan is really doing. Like they're using it as a business model, and I really agree with everything he really said. Right, like it's really not sustainable just throwing money around at a team, right? So it was good insight, man. And I think the guy that's what, like, he's from Denmark. He's Danish. So
Yeah.
yep, it was like really insightful. Like getting these people to come and speak, because I never heard even the guys. I never even knew who it was, but you get to see the vision of the team, and you can't even get mad at that at all. You just can't.
Yeah. But they're optimistic. They believe that Milan can grow the revenue in the next 2 years a
Yeah,
lot, like
that's what Maldini said. The revenue is
go to the
growing.
top.
He said the revenue is growing and that they will make bigger investments as they go forward.
I mean, but you gotta understand though, if it's seen as a business model, those American guys, I mean, us that live here in the state, and Roy, you can probably attest for that. You even see how American companies will work. Like they're all about growing revenue, and they'll put means at their disposal to be able to do that. Now in football is a bit, it's new, because football never started off as a business, right? It was always a cultural thing for the love of the sport. So always going towards that side, people are more skeptical, but it has to be, because how do you really compete with oil money? How do you really compete with that? You know?
Well, you compete with knowledge, as we always say, buying the players that no one knows
Yeah,
about it.
Yep.
ideas.
Training them in the right way. Uh,
Yeah, I
you
think
know.
I think if they just do what they know how to do, and then let Maldini do what he knows how to do, I think that will be the best way for them to move forward.
And that's what they're doing, right? They're looking at it as like, growing the revenue of the club. They understood the marketing piece is what's gonna get you where you need to be at. You understand? Like, because let's take a team up with like Man City, right? Let's take the Premier League clubs. It's not because the style of play that people are going stupid. It's because the way they market themselves and that entertainment piece, how like that guy really emphasized on, because you really got how you selling your merch. How cool the merch looks, if it's in touch, and all of that, the fashion and all of the entertainment piece.
Yeah,
It
but
makes so much
he
sense.
he says that we need a new stadium because to
Oh no,
sell a
for sure
better
you do.
experience.
You do, of course, you do.
I think the Premier League looks better just because the new stadiums. They all have new stadiums. They are all close to the ground. You see the crowd around the players. You see the atmosphere, the engagement, and people on TV says, "Oh wow, this league is amazing. Look at the the buzz, the energy around the pitch." And that's the only thing that makes the Premier League look better than any other league. And that's what Italy should replicate. Create these beautiful stadiums really close to the pitch, emphasize the arena, the enthusiasm of the supporters, and sell that product. And it's gonna go really far because Serie A is beautiful football. It's really good, great football.
No, for sure. And he brought a point that was really interesting about the reason for why they even need new stadiums was just not even the revenue. It's about safety. It's about safety concerns, which
Yeah,
they have a valid point. I mean, you have a stadium that's 80,000 years. I mean, even us here in the states, like sometimes when you have really of these old homes, they have to break it down because it's not gonna fit the new sewer system, or like the new stuff within the city. That house doesn't fit the model, so you got to get rid of it because you just can't even
yeah.
maintain it. And which made a lot of sense what they were really saying. But they have a plan. I mean, anybody that has a plan, I think they're trustworthy. They're not moving loose, so there's something that's set in stone, and we just got to be patient with it, right? It's like, how do you make Milan again popular? And then, like you
Yeah,
said, like five hundred
but
million fans.
at the same
Hey,
time,
Go ahead.
Nathan, he's gone. So go back.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah,
Oh, can
but
y'all hear me?
yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, hold on. My connection is kind of bad right here.
Yeah, no problem. Disconnect and connect again. Clint, go for it, man.
No.
You
So
said.
like I was saying, I might. That's one of the, him even saying all that. It shows like in Italy that we're really above. Like we have at least a plan. I'm not saying other teams are not doing it, but you have to bring all these guys in, and like foreigner looking at a business, and I mean, look at the New York Yankees and all that stuff. I know we've said that multiple times on the chat, but you're getting to see all that and using that model for Milan. I think it will make a lot more sense. If we can't get Saudis in or any of that, you need to find better alternatives that put you up there. So they understand we need to win on the pitch and everything. So I'm pretty sure that's probably why Maldini also resigned, bro. Maldini would not even fucking shoot himself in the foot. A team that he grew up, not only just in the Primavera as a kid, his father playing for there and winning multiple years. They have a vision. I think we're just at the beginnings, and I don't know, man. I don't know. It really impacted me a lot watching that interview, man. Like a lot of the stuff it was straight to the point. There's not really no tap dancing. There's really direct, and when people are really direct in interviews, there's some truth to some of the stuff they're saying. So I don't know. I'm happy with what the club is doing. That's all I can say for right now. Yeah, we fuck up. I can get frustrated on some players we buy, but hey, just gotta let it out, man. That's all I
Yeah,
can
we
say.
have a 3 years advantage on all the other Serie A teams. Our project is 3 years in advance. So the time that it takes for the other Serie A teams to achieve what we achieved on the financial and business wise is gonna take 3 years for the other clubs because they need to cut costs, sell players or fire players, find talent that works in Serie A with the low wages and win.
Can,
And they
can
have
y'all
to
hear
do
me?
that. Yeah, Nathan, we can hear you now.
Okay. Okay. Um, what do y'all then think would be a good budget for Maldini to have each year? Because 50 million is not enough.
Well,
Yes,
it
50.
depends.
Right, like, go ahead.
He's not getting 50 million next time. It's gonna be more.
Uh, yeah, I don't think he's never gonna get with Redbird. He's always gonna get around 100 million a year. The question is, does he need to spend that 100 million every year? Maybe some years yes, maybe some years no. Maybe some years needs to spend more and some years less. So, but that is gonna be what he's gonna have available.
Actually, check this out. Again, guys, if you can check out his. He just literally had an interview this week, and it was really cool. It was, and it's live too. You can read it, translate in English. But he said that in January, after Juventus bought Vlahovic and Inter
Yeah.
got Gosens, uh, Elliot did give him a budget, but he said, "No, I don't need it. I think we're good enough."
Yeah, and you see that, and that also proves to the point where I don't know if you the one who said it, or like I don't know, like months back in one of the streams where we said like literally that, Maldini is not gonna go out and buy just get a player just to get them unless we need
Yeah.
it. Which make a lot of sense. Which make a lot of sense, like getting more insight. And here's one thing I understood too, right? Especially people that don't speak often when they come out and they make these statements, it's just like when there's a lot of speculation on something, it's like people don't know really what's going on. And I feel like a lot of the media don't really know what Milan is really doing. They don't really have insights like that. Yes, they might have one or two. So there's a lot of speculation that go crazy, but I think, and there's some stuff that are actually true, right? But what I'm trying to say is like they're operating such in a they're not operating from an emotional stand base. I don't think any club is doing it. That's just me just, try to use that word. But it's really calculated on what the fuck they're doing. And I think in the long run, I just saw that CDK quote that Romano just said, but CDK, he's like, you just need to give him time. He has a lot of potential. That's what he said. He said they wanted Sven Botman. He said they wanted to get him. Sven Botman decided to go to Newcastle. That's what he said in the statement. I'm like, okay. So they actually wanted to get the kid, and but that so far, are we really upset? Let's look at it, Sanchez, for example. Yeah, we didn't get him, but are we really upset that he's not really there? Right? I mean, the dude's not even playing, and I think he got injured again. So it's like I look at some of it. I know sometimes we want these players in the now, but boy, sometimes I'm thankful for like how Maldini kind of like operate, because I know right now we're upset with the whole Origi thing. Yeah, he's injured, but then when he comes back, what happens, right? Remember Giroud, his first few months it wasn't that good either. It was like, yo, why do we want to get him? Now he's out. Ibra, can he hold on? Look what he's kind of doing. Look what he did at the end of the season, and look what he's kind of doing, right? They also understand like these guys are not on a 10-year contract with us, right? They understand this one for that little fix until that big other attacker pops out and you just go and you get him. Which I don't know, bro. After the Leão and the Theo, so far they proved more of my rights than wrong. So I just sit back and let them do whatever the fuck they want to do. That's what I can really say.
Anton, do you want to say anything? Have you seen those interviews?
Yeah, I have
Maldini?
read the interviews. So what two most important part from the interview? What I noticed is first one is Maldini said, no matter what happens, they won't go beyond the economics possibilities that they have. So
Yeah.
that should tell us that we not to expect spending like 100 million or something like that on a player. That would never happen. And another thing that he said, which was very important, that none of the players that we currently have are not transferable. They're not that kind of players anymore, especially in Milan. So I think with that, he's also trying to send a message to Leão, because now they are giving him a very good offer. 6.5 million euros per year is a very good offer for him.
Yeah.
And now it's up to the player to decide either he wants to stay or wants to go. So
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. Now, if he says no, we cannot say the management didn't give him the money, Maldini didn't give him the money. Now it's up to him, because also it's crazy from him to expect Milan to pay something for the fine that he has, which Milan has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, because we paid already for him. We paid 27 million.
We paid
for him.
30 million almost for him.
Yeah, so
that's
the club,
from his part.
Yeah, was Lille. Lille should pay that money, because Lille gained a 27 million surplus selling Leão, and they got him for free basically. And George Mendes as well needs to pay that money, because
he said very good words about Cardinale. He described him very good, that he's passionate, that he knows what to do, that they have similar goals for Milan. And he said that they want Milan to go one step beyond what they are currently now. One step beyond this is being competitive in Europe.
Right. And then you got to understand too, though, right? The moment I saw like Redbirds tied to places like the Yankees or the Boston Red Sox, I know it's a different sport, but those are cultures of winning fucking teams. There's a mentality there when like these guys are coming out of there, right? Yeah. They're just gonna expect the same thing. You understand? Like they're not really gonna go on some like mediocrity. So that's why like when I started did a little bit of digging and see who they're really tied to, I mean I see they're like, yo, they really believe they really want to win. And winning, not forcibly, you have to win on the field. Don't get it wrong. But I think from an overall perspective, just bring the value up. And I just feel maybe a lot of the budget is allocated into some internal stuff that maybe we don't have insight of, right? Like what they do with the whole Studio Milan thing, right? That's not something we really knew or we really cared about. You understand? Unless probably you work there. But listening even to the officers saying that, like, yo, they had to get their own studios. Like, you can't go and rent. To even allow the sponsors to also shoot there, how do you create content and turn in, and they're asking him, like, if Milan is turning into, like, an entertainment or is it a football club? But you have to look at it as a business model. You have to really look at it because the way we're going with everything, you have to innovate. And I know football fans don't like change. That's anywhere across in England, but, I think with time we'll be fine.
Yeah, what I like also for the new owners, because at least they are Americans, and what Americans are good at is marketing and bringing sources of income to the club. People have to understand that. they have to be a little bit patient, because if you can even notice with Elliott was the same. Even last year we signed like maybe even 10, 20 new sponsorships, not just related to the kit, but to also a lot of other areas. And also there was, I don't know who said it, Milan got price about everything that they're doing, not just on the pitch but off the pitch. So we are at the right step. Just people need to be a little bit patient. Everybody wants, even I want Milan to be able to spend 300 million in the transfer market and buy whoever they want. But unfortunately, that's not possible. But what they're doing right now is they're trying to bring a self-sustainable football model. And the only way that you can do that is if you bring enough revenue to the club. And Milan are very good for that. So just people needs to give them time. They shouldn't expect some big signings, but with smart scouting, smart signings like they have done so far, they will be able to do that. And also, what I read a couple of days ago, when they're looking for a new striker, Laird would like this. They're also looking at the Atalanta kid, the Holland kid. They're
Yeah.
looking at an option for him. We should expect that kind of signings.
I mean, that's going to be an expensive signing because Atalanta is not going to sell for less than 30 million.
Yeah, but that's
that's
an
a
okay
big
price.
move.
That's an okay price, like they spent on CDK. We can expect that potential young players with high potential to be bought for prices like that, maybe even up to 50 million, but not expect to buy 100 million players. And fans need to understand that.
I don't think anyone in Europe, apart from Premier League, Barcelona, and Real Madrid, can buy a 100 million euro player.
Well, almost every team in EPL can do that.
Because I also think that like.
So is the EPL versus Serie A more than Milan versus Premier
and then
League
Maldini
teams?
also said that
That's
we
the
cannot
issue.
compete. He said we cannot compete with the EPL teams. Even the 20th, the last place team in the EPL has bigger budget than Milan, and not just Milan with bigger budget than
The
maybe
Juventus, Inter.
bigger budget. So we cannot compete with that.
Yeah.
What we can do is what we are doing right now: buying smart, buying young, and maybe selling them for profit if they don't want to stay.
Because also with Milan, if Milan they able to do it properly and get a little bit of shares, let's say of the American market, which it looked like they're more concerned with that, the English realm of things, right? The pure English speakers, because that's where a lot of the funds are. Those are the people that probably will spend the most. How do you get that? Those are the people that are also in numbers. I think they all want to get the share of the pie. Maybe not get fully, but also integrate themselves or introduce themselves within that Premier League market. Where like, yo, okay, because after a while, people are gonna get tired. Like, okay, I'm watching this same thing. Let me see what's going on in other leagues, right? Maybe you become that standout guy out. Maybe I want to actually see Milan now. Let me look at this team of play. And like we said even before, with some of these games they show on CBS, like you look at a Milan Napoli, Milan is advertising for the league. So you get like, okay, maybe I want to follow these teams. And then with that, there's more entertainment, there's more merch. You can start pushing out stuff. You really got to think strategically, if not that a curve. The guy even said we're 15 years behind now. Because we're at 15 years ago where he had the same budget as Madrid. We're nowhere near there. So there's a lot of catch up we have to do. But you can't come and just dump a lot of money because that's not going to work either. I mean, because look at a Juve. They have all the money, but then what? Yeah, you can buy who you want, but then what? Because now you can run into a situation where you have all the money and nobody wants to go to your club. People want to leave. So do we want to put ourselves in that situation, as a team, if just money was just getting dumped, or you move in a strategic where there's also winning involved and there's an idea. I think stuff that they're backed by ideas, I think you can see something there. Not all the time, but it can help.
The idea is clear here. We need to. That's what they're doing basically. They're improving the experience. So the team needs to play great football. So the is always full. They are increasing demand, so they can increase the price of the ticket because everyone wants to watch a game, whatever game is that. Even a Milan Bologna, people coming around from all around the world to watch a game. So the demand increases, so they can increase the price. Full stadium every game. That makes you 100 million revenues. If you manage all people that comes and play a game, watch a game, buy something that is AC Milan branded, a shirt or anything like that, that is match day revenue. With a new stadium, you will have like the new stadium becomes like a mall. You have shops, you have restaurants, you have everything inside. You buy a beer, you buy a pizza, you buy everything, and Milan makes a profit with that. So you make 5 million with the sales of the tickets. You make another 5 million with whatever you are selling inside that stadium.
Well,
and that's
they said the stadium would bring around 120 million revenue per year without the tickets. So the tickets are a plus.
exactly. So that goes to on 200 million revenue if you count the tickets, because the tickets brings around 80 million revenue.
Yeah.
So that's just for Milan, right? It's not shared
it's
revenue.
120 is for both team, and from tickets it's I think separate because they're not getting separate. So we will get around 100 million per year from the new stadium.
I think even more. I think we get 120.
But on
with
the
new stadium, you get more.
Right, but on the stadium, I have a question. Like I'm hearing mixed reports. I'm hearing one that Cardinale wants to go alone. I'm hearing on another side that like Milan and Inter decided like, oh, the stadium they struck a deal. It starts on, I don't know what, like whatever year 27 or I'm hearing conflicting reports. Are we going solo or we still going with Inter? I don't know.
We're going with Inter. We're going with Inter.
That's a horrible idea.
They have set up a deadline till the end of November to get the final answer from Milano to see what they will say, because they will have a public debate. If they don't get an answer by then, Milan will go solo in San Sesto. Because firstly, building a stadium alone costs a lot of money. And
but you got to look at the pitch becomes horrible. Like, what's the point of having a good stadium if your field still looks like shit?
Well, that's easily fixable. They can sustain the pitch. But what will be the problem if we go alone with building the stadium, which will take at least 5 seasons? At least 5 seasons. For those 5 seasons, I don't think we'll have bigger budgets. The budget will be a lot smaller for other operations, even the transfer market. So Cardinale is looking. He's looking to build a more sustainable project. So that's why the first option is to go with Inter.
I don't mind going with Inter. Modern stadiums, you can make them look red and black completely from each corner. And when Inter plays, it looks another color for each corner. So I don't mind that.
Because also, to be fair to Inter, as much as I hate to say it, it's like you also don't want to bury them to the ground. You want to keep that competitiveness, because I know they're going to a shithole. But it's kind of like you're pulling them a little bit by the bootstrap by keep that rivalry, and it keeps it up the top. I don't want to run into like a Torino and a fucking Juventus type thing. Like it looks stupid. You understand? You want that little banter. You want to beat the good teams.
No, it's important that the derby of Milan is a big game. It's a gigantic game. It's not like a.
I bet in the past. I bet way back in the time, probably before my father was born, the Torino derby was a big thing, because Torino has like 9 Scudettos, right? I think it was a big deal. No, it's Genoa that has I think Genoa has 9 Scudetto. Whoever, I know Torino has something, but I bet somewhere down the road it was really big until Juve created the gap. So I don't want to run into that situation, because us going solo and we're making more money, it's going to become a gap. I'm sorry. I don't think Inter's even going to catch up.
Yeah, but why can't Inter make their own stadium as well? It doesn't have to be as big, but they can do like a 40.
Yeah, but Nathan, sorry, 1 second.
Nobody's even going to buy the club unless they sell it to like a vulture fund the way we did. You understand? That's why they got to clear the books. They have debt. Nobody takes stuff that's like.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Nathan,
they got to go through the process.
Nathan, but the problem is that you cannot have a derby of Milan, two teams of Milan, and they both have the stadium outside Milan. What is that? Is this basically a joke? It's like San Siro is there. You just build a new massive stadium, 80,000 people. You know the two teams are gonna fill it up every week. You're gonna have a massive derby, two rich clubs in the same city. Every person that comes from all around the world is gonna visit the AC Milan and the Inter Museum.
Yeah.
Whatever they prefer, they're gonna buy whatever merch they prefer more, whatever player they prefer more. And it's a win-win for everyone.
Yeah, but
If you
like,
go solo,
How big is the city of Milan?
but
it's
like, they,
3 million.
yeah, they're doing it American style though. They're doing most American teams play outside their cities.
Yeah, but it doesn't work in Europe, man. Chelsea is in London. Tottenham, Arsenal, all are in London.
But a
Manchester is
different
in
team,
Manchester.
and that's what I said. And that's what I said earlier is that the thing about football fans, especially Europeans, they're never really ready for change. And I think that's the one up, like the US here they have on a lot of things when it's time
But
to change.
but we don't live our lives with everyone having a car. We lives in Europe is different. We use public transport a lot.
Yeah, and then so you tell me Processo to get there. I've never been to Italy. Is that
It will
hard
be
logistically?
complicated for families. It will be complicated for late games. It will be complicated for Champions League games. It will be security.
I don't think it will be complicated because
The experience is not amazing. You want an amazing experience. That's the
How
thing.
so? I don't believe that.
I don't think it'll be complicating, to be
Nah, I
honest.
don't.
Oh well, some people think. A lot of people think in Milan will be
Yeah,
complicated.
but that's the thing. Clint just said, like in the United States, they already do this.
Oh,
Yeah, but Nathan, the life is different.
but San Sesto is close to the center of Milan. It's not that far.
They
No,
still have
it's
public
not.
transportation for the games in the United States as well. So
And
the
even
public
and even
transportation
and
is
even
not going to change.
and even Nathan, even watch this though. You can also, and I'm thinking, I'm not trying to compare states in Europe, right? But I'm just thinking from a logically perspective. You can always extend transportation to get into
Yeah,
certain
exactly.
areas. It's not like water. It's not like Processo is some freaking remote island where you can't get there.
No, guys, it's you have already an area that can become a massive stadium, and everyone is already connected with the city. It's already in Milan. It's stupid to build a stadium in Sesto, and maybe in 5 years Inter gets that area, which is a better area than us, and
But like I
gets a
said,
better
Milan,
stadium.
like I said, Europeans are never willing for change, bro. Like if they'd have done it, yeah, the first year though people were bitch, but then 2, 3 people are gonna be there. They're gonna go watch Milan, bro. Believe it or not. If it's not those Milanese people from across the world will be there. Like you can extend it if it's gonna bring you more money in. If then I ask Milan fans, do you wanna be there and bring more money or you wanna stay at the San Siro and just stay broke? What you think people are gonna pick? They're
But
gonna be like,
no. But the question, no, sorry, the question is not to stay broke at San Siro. It's to have a stadium in San Siro, brand new, which is a better option than actually having your own stadium in Sesto. In my opinion, sharing a stadium with Inter, it's a better option in a modern new stadium in San Siro. It's a better option than actually having your own stadium in Sesto. Because as Andon says, it's going to cost you $500 million to build a stadium in Sesto. So you're going to stay for the next 5 or 6 years low on budget because you have to pay it by yourself. All the expenses you have to cover by yourself. Actually, if you get a stadium with Inter, a massive stadium, iconic stadium, you pay half and half. Maintenance is half and half. It's just you and Inter. It's not the Council of Milan. It's not the singers, the concerts and bullshit they do in that stadium during the summer that you can control. You don't need to ask the Council of Milan if you want to change something. You just go and change it. If you want to change the grass or treat the grass in a better way, you just do it because it's your home. You own it. You do whatever you want inside there. You want to name it Apple Arena and put a massive logo and an Apple store inside and get $1 billion from a company. You can do that because Milan, the Council of Milan owns that. You cannot do that. You see, fucking Barcelona got 200 million from Spotify just to change the name of their stadium.
Yeah, but if you own your own
the
stadium, then if you have a shared stadium, then you have to talk with Inter and those
But
talks
Inter
just
is not
break
gonna be
down.
like, oh, I don't want
Yeah, but you
300
don't know
million.
that.
They're gonna say yes.
You don't know that
Let's
though. You
bring
don't
it.
know that. But you don't know
But
that.
come on, Nathan. I know one
Here's
thing I know, Nathan. Sorry, one thing I know. The Council of Milan is gonna say always no. That's one thing I know. With Inter, there is that maybe yes, maybe no. And believe me, it's a yes, because the Inter likes money like we like money, because they want to have that money. So it's better. We need to have a stadium, not incest.
Me personally, maybe, and like I said, you know, I might be speaking from a place of, I want to say privilege, but like, or maybe I'm kind of naive, but I just look at it from an American perspective. I think people get, and then American, you know, I know football is different, but we're used to, like, they'll build the stuff outside right out, give more space, you know, traffic right out the fucking state. I know people traditionally they're attached to certain things, but you got to move on. I mean, I'm pretty sure them Arsenal fans, they didn't want to fucking leave Highbury, but yo, they had to put that Fly Emirates now. You get used to it. You get from around there, right? But
Yeah,
I think
but
the problem is that in Europe, I think tradition, they don't like it having broken, which I respect. Because when we even look at the Premier League, they even said when they were leaving, when they were going to the Premier League format, there was big fuss. People were pissed. They're like, yo, why are we doing that? They had to
sorry,
go.
Clint.
So,
Clint, but Arsenal, they moved from Highbury to fucking Fly Emirates Stadium. That is basically in the same area, man. They didn't go to Watford. We're going to fucking Watford if you compare it to London. Or imagine fucking Tottenham moved 200 meters more there with the new stadium. And this is a different country. This thing, if England was Italy or Italy was England, I will agree with you. Everyone gets their own stadium and end of the story. But Italy is not England. It's really hard just to get a permission for one stadium. Imagine for two. Imagine two. It's just complicated. And the economy of the Premier League is much bigger. So you can actually buy your own stadium and manage your own stadium. We're talking about Milan and Inter now. It's now or never. Do you want to become an unstoppable powerhouse in Europe? Just get that stadium with Inter. Don't go on Sesto or buy it by yourself. You never know. You're gonna get the permission. Start again from the beginning. I hope these get approved and we start the stadium thing with Inter. I cannot wait anymore.
Now I have a question.
That's the thing.
Now I have a question. I'm wondering how teams like Udinese, or even Atlanta being in Bergamo, or like even Juve, how they able to get approval. I know it might be visit like different prefectures. Cause I always hear people would generalize Italy, but does it come down to like, you know, different counties or like different city council members, or it just
because the ownership of those clubs, they own the council of that city as well. Basically, they bring so much money in that small. The owner of Atalanta brings so much money to Bergamo that he goes to the room and says, "I want a new stadium. Yes, this is the signing. Go and do it." Agnelli in Turin does the same thing. Agnelli owns Turin. Whatever he wants to do, he does it, and he gets a signature straight away. And the same, the guy, Pozzo in Friuli, he owns that area. He's one of the biggest entrepreneur of that area. Or the Mapei Stadium. The guy has a massive factory in Sassuolo over there around that area, and he's a massive corporate in terms of material to build and stuff like that. So they just go and do it because they own. Milan is not owned by the president. It was never owned by Berlusconi. I know media thinks that and likes to sell that idea, but Berlusconi has more enemies than friends in Milan, and he never owned it. They never let him do whatever he wanted to do. So another example is Rome. The owners of Rome, they don't own Rome, so they cannot get that permission.
I mean, they've been trying to get it for the longest. It's the Friedkin group. Those Americans over there. And even the Americans, they understand, like, you know, we go to stadiums here, like a little arenas, like with people that own like these fucking things, like the merch. There's so much money to be made when you have your own stuff. Like when I go to a DC United game, MLS, yes, my son MLS, it's all DC United gear. It's owned by them. That's how they keep money. They stay sustainable.
Dude, I'm in England. I go and watch a Premier League game, and there is a queue in the store before the game starts in every game.
Man, you get into a point where like teams like Inter Miami that came fucking like what 2-3 years ago. Now they're gonna be able to outcompete, these traditional teams. Like, and you're thinking like, yo, how does it make sense? And like, I agree with what like Fiorentino Perez and all that. At the beginning, yeah, I was kind of mad about that Super League, but I'm looking at the long run. If some people are not playing by the rules, like what's his name came today and threw a jab at El Khaifi, PSG's president threw a jab at Real Madrid saying that like, oh, they want to break away from the Super League, but then yet they're here celebrating and all that. When y'all the ones that came and rigged this fucking game, we ain't even talking about all this stuff. If FPP was never there and then money started to get burnt like stupid crazy, but you have to keep up with that. When now all the kids want to go there, like, and
Yeah, but
it hurts.
Clint, we're not making the highest profit we can do with Milan. We're not at the highest level at the moment. When we make 600 million revenues, we can start talking about Super League and say, okay, now these plan needs to grow more, and the base is too small, so we need a bigger place to put. Milan is minus 200 million on revenue. We made 300 million. Milan is a team that can make easily 500 million revenues. So we are really behind on that. Real Madrid wants to reach the 1 billion revenues because they are like already at the highest level. They cannot grow more than this. And not growing for them means they cannot pay players more than this. So they cannot buy the best players. Or at least they need to cut costs and restart a circle. Which is it's more healthy than actually opening a Super League.
I think in history, those two teams like Bayern and Madrid, I think over the past 40 years, those are like the well-ran clubs ever.
No, Bayern, yes. Real Madrid, I don't think is well
No,
run.
Real Madrid too. I'll say yes because they've been successful.
No.
Even tell me. Let's go even back to the 90s. Let's go back to the 80s.
I'll tell you what. Real Madrid had the luck that they had the training ground in Madrid that was requalified as a ground, so you can build offices and skyscrapers, whatever.
Okay.
So they made a half billion profit selling the training ground. So that year they had a club that was making, if I'm not wrong, 125 million revenues. They went from 125 million revenues to 600 million revenues in 1 year because they sold that training ground. Now, that is like winning the lottery. You get that money, you buy the biggest player in the world with that money. You create a brand because you bought the biggest players in the world. You sell or you do whatever you want with those biggest players, but now you have a brand and you convince the next generation of big players to come at you. You've grown your revenues, you've grown your sales, so you have an advantage that no other club had before.
But
so that's why.
Again, selling training grounds or not, it's a well-ran club.
No, it's not well run. It's winning the lottery.
You tell me compared to other teams that really got hit with like extensive.
But we cannot do that. Sorry, Clint. We cannot do that because no other team got 500 million in 24 hours to spend in the 1997, 1998. No other team got that money. 500 million euros. So we cannot compare. The other teams, I can tell you Bayern Munich is run well because they win the league domestically and they win Champions League every year.
Same as Madrid. Madrid been winning, bro.
But Madrid, I told you, but Madrid got that 500 million that no other clubs in the world got it. That's the thing. It's like they got the lottery ticket. They won 500 million. They spend that money, and they build a brand that allows them to invest to grow their revenues, and they.
But with that logic, we can use that also about a lot of teams, right? That maybe they got a billionaire that come in or whatever.
Yeah, but we don't say exactly.
No, but watch this though.
No, but we don't say they run well. We don't say that they run well.
No, but I can say they ran well because that 500 million. Tell me how much of that impact. So you're still telling me that 500 million from since that 90s you're talking about, like continued all the way down the road?
Yeah.
So all the way to 2020.
Right?
Yes. Let's use that same logic. Okay. Let's use that same logic with, let's say, with a Milan when Berlusconi came over and they started dumping money. Where do we go with that?
Well, I agree with you, but that's why I'm not saying Milan was run well. Milan had Berlusconi that was back and was injecting a lot of cash and was buying the best players in the world. And sometimes
Okay.
we bought the wrong player, especially in the 90s. There was a period that we were buying wrong players, and there was a period that we were buying the best players in the world.
Okay. So
So
when you say you disagree,
Chelsea
when
with
I said
Chelsea,
Madrid was run well, 500 million aside, they ran well,
but that's
or they'd have been to the ground. Let's look at
but
Barcelona. They made a lot of
but,
revenues. Okay. Let's look at
but
Barcelona. They
Barcelona.
made a lot of money prior to them doing all these economic levers when they were winning on the top of the world. How would
But
they ran? Poorly
I'll tell
ran.
you.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Clint. There is a book out here. You should read this book. I'm gonna put you the link. It explains how Barcelona became. Barcelona was not 10th in revenues before Ronaldinho came at Barcelona, and
Right.
was in a really difficult situation financially, really bad. They were almost like bankruptcy. So they got Barcelona, and they decided to restructure the business. But they did, and he's explaining that they copy and paste the way Manchester United was doing at that time. And in the book, the guy says the guy that wrote the book is the guy that ran Barcelona from in that period until 2011, and it's the same guy that runs Man City right now, the financial of Man City. So just to explain, so if he says some stuff, it's to consider. So he says that at that time, AC Milan and Manchester United were the biggest club in the world in terms of revenue, top two. They were the clubs that every football player wanted to play, and they were achieving incredible results. And there was Real Madrid. They made 500 million selling the training ground, and they bought the best players in the world. In one summer, they started to buy the stars. They collected. It was an all-star team, basically. And there was the other teams that were trying to survive. Milan and Manchester United, they kept that level on the top, keep winning, and keep building incredible teams. Real Madrid went to that level in 3 years, buying the best players because they had that 500 million. They built the brand of the Galacticos, the Real Madrid of the Galacticos. So if you are the best player in the world, you need to play once for Real Madrid. Building that brand, you sell a lot of shirts, you sell a lot of TV rights, you go everywhere in the world, and you make a lot of money, a lot of revenues. That revenues plus the brand allows you to buy the other generation of the best players in the world, or at least convince everyone that playing for Real Madrid is the best thing in the world. So that advantage, no other club had it.
Nathan, what are you doing at a Valero, Nathan? What are you doing at a Valero? Stop showing that.
Hey, man, I already told you, bro. I'm at work. You see all this shit on the ground? Hey.
We need that cheap gas. But no,
I don't know about cheap, but
yeah, but no lie. I hear you, bro. But like, what I'm trying to say is, 500 mil or not, right? Let's say okay, they got the 500 mil, and it allowed them to get to the Galactico level, right? Even having that, right? Let's say hypothetically, you think any other team, let's say an Italian team, get in that position, right at that time, do you think they're able to be as sustainable or stay relevant as Madrid did?
I think if Milan sells their training ground, and I want to add you something about that, Clint. If Milan sells that his training ground and makes €1 billion tomorrow, we have €1 billion to spend in the market. That €1 billion can allow you to buy Mbappe, Erling Haaland, and keep Leão up front, and you can buy fucking Jude Bellingham. You tell me in 3 years who is the Galacticos and what people is gonna think about AC Milan. What is the brand AC Milan in the world in that moment after you get Mbappe, Erling Haaland, and Jude Bellingham, and you keep Leão, and you have Tonali, you have Benacer, you have Tomori, and you buy maybe another great defender, and you build the Galacticos in Serie A. Everyone wants to buy the TV rights of Serie A. Everyone wants an AC Milan shirt. Everyone wants to go to San Siro to watch a game. Everyone wants to buy a shirt about Erling Haaland and Mbappe.
And I agree.
So you build the Galacticos. From there, your revenues goes from 300 million to 800 million. From 800 million, no one stops you. You have a revenue that you can pay the best players in the world. You have a revenue that you can buy the best players in the world, and no one stops you. Even if you buy Hazard, even if you buy Adebayor, even if you buy Robinho, you still stay at the top, even making a lot of mistakes, because Real Madrid
But watch
made a
this
lot of
though.
mistakes.
But here's your mistake now. That's at one point in time. That's at one point in time when you do all of that. How do you stay relevant? Like, let's say you got the fun. It's like a rich kid. Like they tell you, somebody that comes from money, now you inherit a billion. How do you keep those billions? How do you generate more wealth? If you're well ran, you can spend all of it and fuck up. In this case, for football, you can go out there and buy a lot of these players and they flop, and you waste money, and then your stuff starts decreasing. A perfect example for this team, again, is that same Barcelona. When they got to that pinnacle, they started signing people on these crazy deals. Now they got a bunch of players. Now you gotta do. That's not a well-ran stuff. Barcelona is a perfect example for that, and that's what I mean by that.
Exactly, but no one is saying that Barcelona is a well-run club. Barcelona.
No, but I'm trying to say, and I'm trying to add that to my argument to say Madrid is a well-ran. Okay, they got 500 million and whatever. They still well-ran because they're able to be sustainable where their pockets are not hurt. Where they don't need a billionaire. They don't need a billionaire to come and inject more money. They found a model that works for them.
But they got their billionaire. They got a lot of money in the beginning. That's how you. Listen to me.
How long was that? How long was that?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter though. It does matter. The reason why it does matter is if they bring you a lot of money. Let's say 30, 40 years ago, that you were able to sustain and generate more on top of that. Yeah, you can say, okay, they had a silver spoon in the mouth, but guess what? They were able to be sustainable in the long run. You were well ran.
Listen to me.
What you mean, though?
But it's not. He's not. Barcelona having the luck to have Messi in their youth academy allows them now to spend 100 million to get deals because Messi brought them to the level they are, not because they're well run. It happened to have Messi, the best football player in the world.
So you think the socios?
But they're always going to be there. Listen to me. The whole point I'm making is that in 2010 we were one of the top 3 highest revenue in the world, not because we were well run, because Berlusconi injected a lot of money in the early 90s to build the greatest football team in the world, in the history of football, with the greatest coaches in the world, and win everything or be in every Champions League final almost every year. He built that image, that brand, and that lasted for 20 years, even when we were buying Marco Simone, Oliveira, and players that no one knew. Still, AC Milan was insanely big, and the revenues were big, thanks to that movement in the beginning of his career. And everything he did with AC Milan was not well run, in my opinion, on a financial side. He spent a lot of money. He sold the club in a situation without a stadium, so it was not well run. He was sport-wise was well run. We were winning a lot of trophies, but as a business, needed always the money of Berlusconi.
I think you guys are both right, but the one thing is, even when Berlusconi was at the top, the Serie A as a whole didn't market themselves properly. So for La Liga in the United States, La Liga was big, especially down south. And they marketed themselves. Whereas in Larry, you're also right, Larry, because with that type of money, you can buy the best players. So you're going to have the TV rights, the fans, and all that stuff. But they also marketed themselves a whole lot better than what Milan did as a whole.
Right. And so my question to Larry now is this.
Y'all both are correct in what you're saying.
So Larry, what's the definition of well ran? Maybe we're not.
Well, I'll tell you what is the definition of well run. Well run
to your terms.
Is that you win a lot of trophies. You have you play exciting and beautiful football, and you don't need money outside your business to do that, because your business provides the money. Barcelona and Messi, it was like how you call that thing that makes golden eggs? Messi was the goose that was making golden eggs. They happen to have it, and they sold their golden eggs. And right now they are still spending those golden eggs to survive and buy big players because Messi built that insane brand. That was Barcelona. Real Madrid built that brand with that 500 million that came from the sky, and that brand is keep going. Even if the Galacticos won just one Champions League, the second generation of Galacticos won nothing relevant in Europe, and the third generation of Galacticos struggled the first years and won everything after that. For 4 years, they won everything. So there is always an outsider that brings that. Chelsea, Abramovich comes in, injects a lot of money, builds an incredible team, and he creates a brand. Now Chelsea is a big club. Everyone respects Chelsea because they won 2 Champions League, a lot of trophies, a lot of Premier League, biggest coaches, biggest players in the world. Man City is the same. A big Arab with a lot of money comes there, injects a lot of money, and builds a brand that everyone wants to play right now. Erling Haaland, an example, and other players wants to go there. Maybe Leão is going to go there. But now, Bayern Munich, it didn't get a rich owner that injected money. They are being run fairly on a business, like a business. Of course, they have big sponsorships like Audi and Adidas. The big boys there back them up, but it's still on a business side. So that is a good run club. I think Liverpool is a good run club because their owners, they came in, they didn't inject a lot of money. They just restructured the business, sold players and bought right players. I will do another example. I think Newcastle they have been trying to do that to run it properly.
For Bayern Munich, 82% out of the club is owned by the fans. So it's a different business model in all of Germany, not just Bayern Munich.
Yeah, exactly. So they don't even have the opportunity to sell to a really rich owner so they can inject money to Bayern Munich.
But what you're admitting with Germany, though, watch this, though. Let me stop you right there. What you're admitting with them, like with the whole Bayern model, and because I'll give you my definition of what I mean by well ran, but one thing you're admitting, because you're making it seem they're starting from the ground up, let's not forget they're poaching all the best players out of that particular pool, which other teams don't get to do the way Bayern does. So of course they're going to stay good. So let's not act. Yeah, okay. Even if they're not getting 500 million injected, but they
have an advantage. They have an advantage.
People in there. Let's not act like Bayern started some club out of nowhere in a little village.
No, they don't start out of nowhere.
Not do that.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, they're able to get all the best talent out of there.
But they compete. They compete with Barcelona, Real Madrid, PSG, and all the Premier League clubs at the highest level. At the end, they actually bring more Champions Leagues than them. So
but because you gotta look also at their format, they get all the best. In other leagues, they have to share the talent pool. And in Italy, Juve can just go and get everybody because Milan or Inter is going to be able to get in the hand. Same in Spain. Same in these other places. Bayern, they get to have they say so.
But that is
so I don't think
that is Real Madrid and Barcelona as well.
So I don't think it's too fair when you say Real ran and all that. Okay, I understand, but I don't think it's too fair. Yeah, they might not get that billion injection, but let's not act. They have their ways where they get up. They go there. Now,
well, let's not forget that all the kids in Germany always just want to play for Bayern Munich. So,
but in Spain as well, all the kids wants to play for Real Madrid or Barcelona. So maybe you don't get the entire market, but you get half of that, which is still an advantage. It's a big advantage.
And then
something that no one in Italy has, because all the kids want to play in the regional areas for Roma, Napoli, Milan, Atalanta, everywhere. It's not like you have that advantage.
And then my thing is this though. My definition for Rand club was just a club that's able to sustain themselves in a long time. That was my pure definition on the whole thing. How can you sustain yourself?
Sport-wise, Real Madrid is run well sport-wise because at the end they won a lot of trophies.
But let's say Real Madrid sold their grounds in today's market. I don't think they would have been able to sustain what they've been doing in today's time. I think it only worked back then because players and prices were not as inflated.
No, it's proportional. You will sell it more expensive and you will get more money. I think it's proportional.
Yeah, but no player back then was worth 200 million or something like that. Even Ronaldo was barely scratching 100, and that was the only player.
Yeah, but Nathan, you have to consider that they were buying like Zidane for 70 million, and players were not earning the amount of money they are earning now. So
Yes, but
and
that's
business.
just one. But that's just one person, though. I'm saying.
I'll explain it to you. In proportion, the amount of money Real Madrid got in that business was 4 times their revenue. So imagine now Real Madrid getting an injection of 4 times their revenue. Real Madrid makes 500 million. If they get four times their revenue, we are talking about 2 billion. Imagine now Real Madrid getting an injection of $2 billion cash to spend in the transfer market. That is scary.
But you're also
you can buy everyone.
Yeah, but you're still forgetting the fact that the Serie A as a whole was not marketed correctly. The only reason why that they were even able to get that much is because of how they were running how they were marketing themselves from the beginning.
No, they got this place because they were paying stupid amount of money. They were paying crazy money they were not to contextualize it to you.
Yeah, but look, you're speaking in terms of a European though. I'm speaking in terms of people who are outside of Europe. It's completely different.
But does not matter what you're saying, because at that time was the TV rights were not the biggest revenue of football in the 90s.
But I'm not
so it doesn't matter.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm talking about brand accessibility and how you portray yourself.
But again, there was no social media, the internet. No one had a real internet connection to use, and people were going.
And yet, everyone in the United States knew who Real Madrid and Barcelona are.
Well,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
But not in the 90s, man, because no one was doing tours in the United States.
Laird, I live here, bro. I was alive during the 90s, I promise you. I'm telling you that it's the opposite of what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Anyway, I'm not talking about that anyway. That's not the issue.
Yes, but this is what Clint is saying, though. Clint is saying, would these guys be able to sustain that same model? It's all about, once you get that money, are you able to?
Yes, because I'm talking about 2 billion revenue from tomorrow. Somebody gives you 2 billion to spend.
I don't even think it's an excuse though, because watch this though. I'm pretty sure, like in the 90s and early 2000s, a lot of Italian teams had bigger budget than regular teams, right? They had bigger, they just weren't sustainable. So, injection or not, like, you know, I promise you, they give 500 million to some random team, you might not be able to run it properly. So I don't even think it's even fair to Madrid. I think Madrid's been properly ran for these years.
Exactly. They were properly ran. They were properly branded. They were properly.
They
were properly. The way that they did their images was done correctly.
Nathan.
To where, bro, I'm telling you, if Madrid
was
like. Bro,
it's not like this, man. But there is experts, man. It's not my words, man. These are people that lived in that life. They were working in the world in the football industry, and they explained that situation. It's literally, man. Imagine giving to Barcelona 2 billion to spend in the market.
Was Madrid already a big team when they sold?
No, was not as a brand. Was not a big team. Was not going to Champions League finals.
Yeah, but how many Champions Leagues did they already have at that
Yeah,
moment?
but at that moment, sorry, Nathan, at that moment they won 5 Champions Leagues in the 50s, and they won, I think, 2 European Cup in that period.
I think you are grossly underestimating the popularity of Madrid outside of Europe.
Okay, Nathan. Okay. Sorry, Nathan. Why Real Madrid has half of their revenue in that moment than AC Milan? Why Real Madrid?
I'm trying to.
If they are popular, their brand is amazing. Why they're not making the money AC Milan and Manchester United were making at that time?
Bro, I understand that, but you have to explain it's not just about the money that they were bringing in. It's not just that, Larry. I'm trying to tell you, in terms of popularity, no one knew who these teams were, especially in the United States. Nobody knew them, bro. I'm trying to tell you this, Larry. I'm trying to explain this to you. Even if Madrid was not bringing in the revenues,
but I'm explaining you why everyone knows them right now. I'm explaining why everyone knows it. I'm telling you, give to AC Milan 2 billion to spend right now, 2 billion cash, And no Premier League team can compete with AC Milan. Even if the Premier League is run well and they have a marketing and they have a massive brand, if AC Milan has 2 billion to spend, they can go and toy with the Premier League. They can go and buy. Who is the best players of Man City? I'll buy that one. Who is the best player of Chelsea? I'll buy that one. That's what Real Madrid did, man. Real Madrid went to Barcelona and bought Figo, the biggest player at that moment. Real Madrid went to Juventus and bought Zidane, the biggest club in Italy. The richest man probably in world football was Agnelli at the time. They went there and they bought Zidane.
I understand that, but they were still not
David
ran.
Beckham.
But these clubs were not
David
ran
Beckham was the biggest star in the world.
Yes,
they went and bought him
Larry,
from Manchester United.
Look, if you're talking about Milan was bringing in more revenue, this and that. How come we weren't able to keep up with these guys? Because we were not done. It was not done correctly. It's that simple,
dude.
It was simply not done correctly.
You guys are crazy. I can tell you, you can take a club that is run properly right now.
We weren't. That's the whole point.
We were. What are you talking about, man? I'm talking about that we were at the top at that moment. Real Madrid got an insane injection of cash and disrupted the entire world football with that injection of cash.
Yeah, but that Madrid was not like as if they were Spezia. They are still Real Madrid. Even at that time, they were still Real Madrid. You're making it seem as if it was Celta Vigo that they're at the level of Celta Vigo.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Madrid was always a big
you're not
club.
saying it, but that's what you're saying.
Can you name it?
That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying it. I'm saying to you that Real Madrid it's always been a big club in Spain and in the world. I'm not denying that. But it was not.
So that makes their life easier,
at that point of history, Real Madrid was not on top of the world. I'm sorry, man. Was not even on top 5.
It doesn't matter if they were top of the world. It doesn't matter. They were still a huge club with a huge fan base.
No, it's not huge.
You're making
it's not huge.
Larry,
was not huge.
Grossly underestimating just how big those La Liga teams were, bro. Outside of
I'm
Europe.
not underestimating, but
I really don't think
they were not huge, dude. They were not huge,
bro.
I'm sorry,
you're trying to tell this to me. Larry, you're trying to tell this to me, but
it's fact. If you're huge, your revenues are huge as well. You're not huge. I'm sorry, man. If you look at the Champions League finals in the 90s and tell me how many Champions League finals Real Madrid have played in the 90s, in that decade, you tell me. Or you tell me in the 80s how many Champions League finals Real Madrid has played in the 80s. And you tell me if it's huge. Because Milan in the 90s and 80s played a lot.
You still haven't said why we're not able to continue to grow our revenue.
Listen,
so how about
in the 80s and 90s, listen.
On that same logic, how about Bayern? How many times Bayern played in the 90s?
Bayern was not a huge club, I'm telling you. But Bayern built the club.
I disagree with you. All right, that's not right.
Listen to me. You guys can disagree with me. I don't mind, because what I'm telling you is not actually me that is that. These are people that have been in football. You can read books of people that run football clubs.
I have a lot of football books, man.
So I'm not saying that. The Real Madrid situation in the 90s, when they got that 500 million injection of cash, was something that disrupted football forever. Is forever.
Exactly.
So watch this though. Was Madrid the richest club, or Man U was?
No. In 24 hours, Real Madrid was the richest club in the planet. In 24 hours,
exactly.
In one night, they became the richest. And I'm talking about. Imagine you wake up tomorrow in the morning, Clint, and and the newspaper says AC Milan has 2 billion euro to spend in the transfer market next summer. You can literally go and buy the best player. You can buy the best player of Bayern Munich, of Manchester City, Chelsea, Liverpool, Barcelona, and Real Madrid. And everyone is going to tune the TV and is going to say, holy shit, AC Milan, let me buy their shirt. Now they mean business. That's what happened in the 90s.
Yeah, I agree with Larry here, because Larry is right when he says that in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, Real Madrid had a big period in which they didn't win anything in Europe, nothing, but they weren't even that good in the Spanish league either. So they weren't really a big team. only by the end of the 90s, after they sold their training camp and made that part of the city, I think, business related. So they built like big towers there, and they got like 400 million injection, which they spent directly in the next 4 years or something. And they bought the best players of every team at the time. That's how they become the Real Madrid they are today. But no one is saying that they were a small club. They were still historically a big club.
See, the debate is not even there, right? I can agree
Yeah.
with y'all on all levels about the history. I'm never gonna deny the facts of history. My thing goes into, I don't think it's fair using that 500 million to be like to use that against them for not being a sustainable club. We have in history teams that got cash injection, we didn't know what they're doing, and they crumbled. It happened to Milan in 2017. But we had all that 200 million come in there. No, we could have got good players.
But it's not the
What did we
same.
do with it?
Sorry, Clint. It's not the same size, man. Because 500.
Yeah,
can't
it's
say
not the
same
same
size,
size,
but
but you
it's
can't
same
say it's not a
mentality,
lot of money though.
On proportion. I'm saying on proportion.
Yeah.
Listen
So
to
you
me.
tell
On
me we go
proportion.
and like 50 million. When we spend like 50 million on a quantity and all that.
But
I'm not saying it's the
Clint,
same, the best players, but we could have got. I'm
it's
just
not
giving an
even
example
close.
of.
No, it's but
Okay.
you cannot give it as an example.
No,
That's what I'm
Larry,
saying.
but we're not. But Larry, yes, we understand it's not the same amount of money, and yes, you can't buy the same top players, but you have to go one. The ratio has to be 1-1. We still, with that money, could have got much better players if people.
But we
in
were not
charge knew
playing
what they were
Champions
doing.
League. We were not playing
But
Champions
no,
League.
Larry, it doesn't matter, bro. You can
Well, it
still get
matters.
better players.
No, it
No, you
matters
can
a lot.
still
It
get.
matters, Nathan.
Were
It
we
matters.
in the Champions League when we got Leão?
I'm sorry,
No.
Nathan. Can I stop you a second? 1 second. 1 second. We spent that summer 200 million when PSG with that money bought one player.
Yes, but that still doesn't matter, bro.
No,
you can still buy better
Bring
players.
me another
Larry,
example,
Larry,
please. It's
about buying smart.
Let me bring the goalpost back to the conversation. We're talking about a well-ran club, not based on success. Longevity, right? Like I said again, I don't think it's fair. Like, okay, yeah, Madrid had a 500 mil. They can go and get the best players and keep them afloat and all of that. I agree. But how do
I
you
agree
keep
as well.
that? How do you keep reproducing that over a 20-year, 25-year period? Your club is well ran. That's the bottom line.
Clint, I explain
Clint.
you. Even if you make a mistake, that brand helps you to cover mistake and to keep coming back. That's
Yes,
my
Let's
whole
give an
point.
example.
Larry,
Okay,
but
stop
they-
right there.
but-
Stop right there, lad. Stop right there. Let me give an example then. Let's look Barcelona.
Yeah.
What they did, they made that mistake. What happened to them?
Nothing. They are still on top
Nothing.
of the world.
No,
they bought
come
the
on,
best
bro.
players.
Look, all the
they
time
spend
they
a lot
have
of
to
money, and everyone wants to go and watch them.
No,
Nothing happened to them.
because watch this. They're not paying their players. The club wasn't well ran.
And
That is
guess
my
what?
opinion.
No one cares. Everyone is telling these players to leave because
we can say
Barcelona is
that
bigger
now,
than
okay.
them.
But if
That's the
nobody
whole point,
cares,
that's
then
all.
why do we care about being sustainable if nobody cares?
Because
We're
we
fucking-
were
then
not
we should
getting
just-
that injection of cash, or we are not having Messi. Barcelona and Real Madrid won. Real Madrid got 500 million in the 90s, which is an insane amount of money. But Barcelona got Lionel Messi at the age of 16, which is, as I say, a goose that brings gold eggs every year. They got both the same amount of money in a different way. They use it properly. I agree with you. They did it. The strategy was perfect. One wanted to build a big brand with the all-star playing for them. The other one, great football with the biggest player in the world. They used that. They got on top of the world, and now it's impossible to move them on the brand-wise. Everyone still wants to play for them.
And also, you guys forget about the fact that in the last 10 to 15 years, the whole way how football functions has totally changed. If in the 90s Milan was the biggest club and the biggest brand and everything, you still couldn't produce this much noise on the internet, because the internet just wasn't as popular right now. Right now, a big club that has...
Let me ask a question. Right now. What's the richest club in the world right now? Newcastle
Man
aside.
United.
Let's put Newcastle aside. What's the richest club in the world right now?
But
Man
Man
United.
City.
How is that club ran?
define what rich means. What do you mean by rich?
No, the biggest value, like when you look at the top richest club in the world, like if you go and you look, which one is it?
Man United, Real Madrid, and Barcelona.
Okay, so Man United, Man United, is it a well-ran club?
Yeah, but listen, you have to put things into a context. If
No,
you
it's
don't
a
put
yes or
things
no
into
question though. No, and I'm
but
putting it into context.
the
Man
context
United,
Sport-wise,
a
no.
well-ran club.
Sport-wise, not.
no,
Sport-wise,
no.
not. Sport-wise, it's not.
Sport-wise, they are not. They are not. That's why you have to
Okay.
put things in context.
No,
A team
you're
can
right.
have a huge fan base without having to be the greatest team trophy-wise. Man United, this was the case. Man United was the team that dominated the English Premier League when it was created, and this is when they established the huge fan base that they have in the world. And this is why Man
Right.
United is the team that they are today, and this
And
this
also,
is
but
why
and then
this is why they have this huge following. So you have to make the distinction between what a big team is
Well,
and
so
what a
and
rich team is.
let's make the distinction, right? I just want to use the same logic. Let's say from a perspective of cash injection, maybe Man United didn't sell their training grounds, right? But they got the Glazers in. Family has $1 billion. It gets put in. Man United has the money to buy any player, right? They have the money to buy any
Right.
player.
Right.
Why weren't they making the right decision? They were poorly ran. So that's why I said it's not fair to a Madrid. Yeah, Madrid can go get the best player. Man United could have won and also get these players. Man United had that
I
same
like
money
your
to
point,
get
Clint,
But I can go
no,
back
no.
to that point, and I can show you moment of Real Madrid that was not well run, but still their
Yeah,
brand and their advantage helped them to get out of that situation.
But also you have to account for the fact that in the 90s, Man United wasn't winning because they were injecting money. They were winning because they had a good strategy with low maintenance and with low
Okay.
spending of cash.
Let's go.
This
Let's go.
is-
Let's
this
get
is-
out the 90s for
No,
a
but
second, right?
Clint,
No. Let's get out the 90s.
Clint,
Watch it, Rajan. Let's start where Madrid got injected that 500 million, where they sold their training
yes,
ground. They were going to start acquiring players, right? And because at that period too, Man United started to become. They won in '99. Let's be around that realm, and let's move the ladder all the way up. And I think that's a good
where?
comparable. And let's have the debate
But
based on
where?
that. Let's look. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but this is the whole problem. The whole problem is that the brand that Real Madrid established with 400 million in the 2000s, it's not replicatable anymore with the same amount of money. So, in order for you to do right now what Real Madrid did in the 2000s, you have to spend $1 billion, and no one can afford to do that. First of all, because of the FFP, and second of all, because that's a huge and not supportable amount of
Okay,
money.
so
to
then
do
it
right
wouldn't
now.
matter. Then it wouldn't matter.
In what sense it would not matter?
Because back then you didn't have all the restrictions that you have today. So again, it's
Exactly,
easier
yeah,
for Madrid
exactly.
to do what they did. So that's why I said
Exactly.
even if Milan sold their rights for the same amount of money, they wouldn't be able to spend it. So it wouldn't matter.
Exactly, but this is why I'm making the whole conversation. That things sometimes depend on the timing. If Milan instead of the 90s, if Milan instead of the 90s had their bright period in the 2000s, we would have been 3 times richer than we are right now.
Yeah,
It's
Because
all about the timing.
my only thing using, I don't want to put it on a decade piece like that. My only thing with this is like, and I will repeat it again. I keep repeating it. Is that okay? We're blaming Madrid for their sustainability because they got injected a huge amount of money, and they were able to. Anybody could have done it, and I'm like, okay, I don't think it's really fair because you got other teams. It might not have been put right away, but other teams during transfer markets. When I look at a Man U, when they wanted to go and get the top players, they had the funds for it, right? They
Sure,
made poor
but
decisions. I don't think they were well ran. And that's why
yes,
I'm looking at. I'm like, you gotta get credit. Madrid is well ran based on that.
yes,
I'm
yes.
not negating because they didn't have the money or not. It's just even having that. I don't think any other team in that position, because maybe teams like Milan, these Italian teams, or even like a Juve, they probably didn't have a 500 million right away. But over
Yes,
years,
but
you were able
Clint,
to have that. Maybe build something.
Here's the problem, Clint. Here's the problem. Nathan, okay, so here's the problem. The problem is this. Let's fast forward 10 years from what we are today, and in 10 years, PSG will be a sustainable business in the sense that they will not spend anymore 300 million on players. They will not spend a lot of cash on Donnarummas of the world, right? They will have a sustainable business. Is it fair for the people of tomorrow, of 10 years after, to call PSG a sustainable model and a sustainable way of doing business?
Or
this is the question.
Yeah, it's not.
And this exact point is the point that we are trying to make about Real Madrid. That even though their business is sustainable right now, it is built on the grounds of not being even close to something that is sustainable, because they sold the grounds and they spent 500 million in 5 years, bro. They bought the best players of the best teams in the world. Who's the best player at Inter? Ronaldo. They get him. Who's the best player at Man United?
Insane. If I think it right now, it's crazy.
So let's do this.
Who's
so
the
let's.
best player?
So I have a question.
Zidane, I'll buy
what was Milan? So what was Milan's biggest budget during like Berlusconi era? Like with like a 2-year frame.
It's a different. See what John was saying. At the point that Berlusconi had his biggest budget, we were allowed to bring one foreigner player a year, and to have a total of 3. So even there was this restriction, because if Berlusconi wanted to go and buy the best players in the world, he couldn't not done that, because he can go for the 3 Dutch, and that's it. Maybe Berlusconi wanted to add another midfield or another right back. He wanted to go for other players. He couldn't done that because the law was different as well. But let's say at that time, Berlusconi wanted to add Gullit, Van Basten, and Maradona. He could have done that. It's not possible because he had Rijkaard already, or he had another foreigner. So that's another thing.
Yeah, but the only difference is this: no one is arguing that Milan has been a sustainable club.
Yeah, exactly. As well.
For some reasons. First of all, before the 2010, before the FFP, being a sustainable club was basically impossible, because the way clubs were able to sustain themselves was by big billionaires having fun and having passion. That's why they would invest in these clubs, because you would get no money back, because the way revenue was generated was totally different from what's today. Today you generate revenue. Before you couldn't generate revenue because you couldn't even be broadcasted all over the world. There was no interest like it is right now. So it's 2 different worlds. But this is also why no one is arguing that Milan is a sustainable club in its history. No, we couldn't have been. We are sustainable right now. But listen, wait.
Based on your point.
Go ahead. But listen, because this is important. The reason why we have the right now to say that we are sustainable and we are not built in the grounds of spending a shit ton of money is because we had a 10-year period in which we were broke and shit.
And we disappeared from the map.
Exactly. So now we have to reinvent ourselves.
So I have a question. Okay, watch this though. The financial guy says something. Because to me, sustainability meaning you're able to overcome any period that you'll go through. So we go back in 07, 08, when they said 15 years ago, we had the same revenue as Real Madrid. We had the same revenue. So at that time in place, we had the same money. So at that time in place, that 500 million investment didn't matter no more. We had that same money.
No.
Where did we went wrong? And
you
where
are
did
wrong,
they went wrong?
Clint.
Where they were able to keep going?
Clint, I'm sorry, but you are wrong. Here's why you are wrong. Because first of all, we had the same revenue as Real Madrid in 2003, not in 2007. In 2007,
no, bro, go watch that
behind.
interview. No, they just put it in the chat. Go watch that interview. The chief of revenue officer even said himself. You're not going to say he's lying.
Even he says in 2003. Go watch the.
No, he said 15 years ago, bro. He said 15 years ago.
But Clint, okay, but Clint, we don't have to debate it. You just have. We just have to Google it, Clint, and I have Googled it.
You said 15 years ago.
Clint, again, he could have said.
Put it in the chat. Tell me I'm wrong.
Clint, can you please stop for a second, bro? Just for a second. I don't give a fuck what he said.
I'm just. I
Clint,
just said something.
Clint, relax.
Go ahead.
Okay, he could have said 90 years.
Bro, I'm relaxed.
Yeah,
I've been relaxed the whole
he could have said 90 years ago. It does not matter. Then these numbers are not something that someone says. They are recorded, and you can go and access these numbers. Go access them.
Doesn't
And in
matter. Okay.
2003,
Go ahead. Okay, 03.
exactly.
Let's stick
So,
with 03.
okay,
Let's stick with
it's in
2003.
03. Okay,
Yeah.
now here's the problem. The problem is this, that the revenue that you would make at the time, it didn't matter, because that was not the way clubs were operated, based on revenues. The clubs were started to get handled based on revenues from 2010, when FFP was established and set. In 2007, I think we had something around 190 million in revenue. In 2003, in 2001, I think Real Madrid spent 500 million. What are you talking about? So the concept of spending.
You're doing a mismatch here. You're going back to the 500 million. What I'm trying to get at is, I'm pretty sure there was a certain. Let's put the five. Okay, we'll accept the 500 million that is there. My point I'm trying to make is this: there was a point in time when we went into the 21st century, we were on the same level with a Madrid. There's a
Yes.
point in time where that would happen. There's a point in time,
Yes.
yes, they had the Galacticos, but when event, we're at the same point in time. Let's say even us winning the Champions League and 03 and going forward, there's a point in time we're on that same level. What I'm trying to ask you is, like, where the disconnect happened in terms of how poorly were we ran to get the gap? Or did they make too much favors to Madrid
Well, it's
and they
one
wouldn't
of
get
the
too much favors?
No,
Or we're
here's
just poorly
no,
ran?
no. Here's the problem. The problem is that in 2003 and 2007, we were getting the rewards of what we had already invested before. In the 90s, in the 2001s, like, we were already getting the rewards. Real Madrid just started. They had just started doing that. So while we were on our down period, they were just starting to grow. This is the disconnect that we had. And we had no capacity to start again after we went down, because we didn't have the money. This is the only problem. The problem is that Berlusconi started being part of the Italian politics, and he didn't care to invest anymore on the club. This is the difference. And this is from 2003. Since 2003, we stopped investing as much as we did before.
And it's
And
not
this is how
just
you
that.
disconnect.
It's not just that. We did many terrible transfers in that period. We didn't properly transition to a new team. Everybody was getting old, but nobody was buying good enough replacement.
But that's what we're saying. The club was not ran properly. So even if we had the money, it didn't matter.
So let's say.
But that's what we're saying. Like, we weren't ran properly. Even if we had the money, we weren't ran properly.
So watch this though. So like, Madrid could have not done the same thing too. Start making poor decisions.
Yeah, they could.
No,
Or were they immune to that?
But also, don't forget that period. Even Real Madrid wasn't making that many.
they
good
did bad decision. They did a lot of bad decisions. They bought Drenthe, they bought Robinho, they bought a lot of
La Sambiara.
They bought Adebayor. They bought a lot of bad players, man. And their brand, the fact they had that advantage in the 90s, helped them to resell these players, get rid of them, and get bigger ones. Because they had already revenues and a brand that was allowing them to convince Ronaldo to come at Real Madrid and not at Milan.
And the money. They also had the money.
But then on that same logic, right? From a ratio on a 1-to-1, yeah, there might have been the same money, like the same individual. Milan 2017, we got some little pre-redemption. What do we do with that 200 mil?
But discussing that we made. I'm sorry. No one is discussing that we made errors. No one is discussing that. We are just saying that.
And that's all I'm saying. But I don't know, Reggie. You probably came in the middle of the conversation. The way this conversation started, I don't know if you heard the whole thing. My whole thing was this: I'm not refuting your information. I'm not misconstruing information or any of that. My whole point was Madrid is a well-ran club, and what me saying that Lad said no, it's not, because they had a 500 million from under training ground. I'm not refuting that. I say it's not fair saying that they have to get that money. That doesn't negate the fact they're not well ran. Then the other point I'm adding is any other team can get that 500 and they might not do nothing with it and go to the ground. And we're looking for comparables, and that's all this debate is about.
For sure, They are a well-run club. The difference is though that
And that's what I'm
the
saying. But
fact
he said no.
that
He's going to the fact that like because they had
no,
that 500 million. I think any other
no,
team could have got that, and
I,
that's why I asked you for Man
No,
U.
I never,
Man
Clint,
U
I,
gets
no,
I,
not
ne-
any other team that
I,
got that amount made history. AC Milan got that amount with Berlusconi. We made
But that's
history. Man United did that without even having that amount of money. Barcelona did that with Lionel Messi. So it's not true that you give to another club that, if you give that amount to a Bayern Munich, dominates Europe and like Real Madrid did. So that's what I'm saying is not a well-run club. They had a lot of money, they had an advantage, and they use it properly. Rightly so. I'm not blaming them or
So how's
envying
that
them.
well ran?
It's a fact we
Like
need to
you even said
consider.
the word.
Not
You
well
even
run.
said the word.
Buying
Like, it
Hazard
was
for
you
100
spotted me.
million is not. Clint, buying Hazard for 100 million is not well run, man. Let's be honest here, man. I can give you a list of Real
no, but
Madrid.
Larry,
Well
Larry,
ran.
they
No, no,
can
no.
make they can
See, what
make
you're
those
not
bad
Come on,
decisions
man.
because they
I can give you a
already
list
set
of
the
players
grounds.
that wrong mistakes with Real Madrid, man.
And I'm gonna stop there, and I'm not gonna further this. It's a good debate, and I'm not further this. Well ran, like I said again, is being sustainable, doing it on the
No,
long time of period.
it's not sustainable.
Exactly.
Madrid's
but
able to do this from like the late 1990s, 500 million or a lot. Be able to do that from the late 80 and stay
but
relevant all the way
Clint,
until now. Come on, you
but
cannot say that's
here's
not
the
well
problem.
ran. You gotta give fair.
No, here's the problem. I agree with you when you say they are well run. I agree with you. I don't agree with you when you say sustainable, because first of all, the word sustainable came along after 2010. So you cannot tell me that something that is built
I'm just
on
using it based on my vocabulary, not from the football
yeah,
world, bro. I'm sorry.
yeah,
Just to clear that.
no. But I'm not saying that it was invented in 2010. I'm just saying that it
No,
came
I said
into
for my
football
vocab.
in
When I mean
2010.
sustainable, meaning here's this. When I say sustainable, and I like giving my own definitions, because people might have different definitions, which I respect. For me,
Mhm.
sustainable is like you're able to live through crisis and get back up and go through. Like even you guys said, Real
But
Madrid made poor decisions and they're able to go up. And then y'all
Clint,
saying it goes back to having that big amount of money. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna stop
no,
there though.
Clint.
I can continue the debate. I'm gonna stop there.
But we haven't
But
seen
it's
Real
good stuff.
Madrid
Yeah.
in a financial crisis yet. We haven't seen them in a real financial crisis to lose to go from top 3 to 20 in revenues.
But
I
they're not
see
going to
Milan
because
with
they've already did the legwork
no.
there. They already
I
done the
know.
legwork, so it's not going to happen.
No.
Never
That's what
gonna
I'm telling you.
happen.
They are not going because they had that advantage 20 years ago. That gave
That was
them a
20
massive
years
advantage.
ago, though, Larry. That's
Dude, but
20
No,
that's
but
years
still
ago.
Nathan,
you're collecting the fruit of that, man.
Nathan,
If you
exactly.
buy Beckham, Figo, Ronaldo, and Owen, and who is the other one they bought? They bought another
But
one.
they were still smart with that
Ramos.
money, though.
Jesus Christ!
But Nathan, you have to understand this, that Real Madrid was not the brand they are today 25 years ago, man. They weren't. It's the truth. They were a club that was forgotten until the 1990s,
No.
1999.
Again,
When
I got to correct that. That's no. Again,
but
if you
Real
guys
Madrid
can
was
sit here
never
and tell
forgotten.
me that you guys lived in the United, at least I want to speak just from the United States point of view. If you tell me that you lived in the United States, and not just the United States, because the majority of my friends are from Central and South America, and so they're going to tell you the exact opposite. So unless you can sit here and tell
Nathan,
But
me
we
that you lived
cannot
in those
base
I
our
locations,
knowledge.
understand.
But we
Nathan,
cannot base our
but
knowledge
you're
on the
basing your
friends we
knowledge
know.
on a European statistical standpoint
Nathan,
and not an actual in-person
yeah,
thing.
but
So I'm sitting here
no,
trying to
but
tell you that that's simply not the case.
Nathan, but here's the problem with what you're saying. If I go and ask, I've had people tell me that PSG has always been a powerhouse of a club because they had
No.
because they had Ronaldinho, because they had
Leonardo, where?
Leonardo, because they had Weah. Get it? So this is the problem. The problem is that's why I say you have to put context into things. Real Madrid until 1995 was a club that hadn't won the Champions League for 30 years. 30 years. So
And I'm sitting
same
here
period.
telling you that in the United States, Real Madrid was still very popular.
Nathan, in the 80s, the United States didn't even know what kind of a ball they used for football. So I don't know what you're trying to tell me here. In the 1980s, no one in the US watched football. No one.
Were you living in the United States?
That's a
don't
lie.
have to
That's a
live,
lie,
Nathan.
bro.
Where
That's
are
a
you
lie,
living
bro.
in the
That's a
United States?
lie.
Because unless
That's
you
a
were
lie,
living here, bro,
Rajon.
I don't
Stop
want to
that.
hear that shit, bro.
Stop.
Nathan,
That's I
Don't
don't
use
want to
that
hear that
elitist
bullshit,
stuff.
bro. I'm sorry.
Stop that. Let me tell you something.
I
No.
don't.
Let me tell you something.
Oh my God.
Pele, no. Let me tell you something. Pele came and played in the 70s. You're not gonna tell me people in the States didn't know about football. Just say it wasn't as popular, but let's not play
Yes,
those games, bro.
I think you
Wasn't the
guys are
World
yes,
just
Cup in
but
you
'94 in
guys
the US?
are looking down. You guys are
yes.
looking down on a country just because y'all don't
I'm
know
not.
too much about it, and because the
I
countries
am
themselves.
Nathan.
Nah, bro. No, I'm
Nathan,
sorry.
I am
What you
not
say? Hey,
looking.
you can say what you
I
want,
am
bro, but
not.
I'm letting
Oh
you know
my
that you're
God.
wrong on this.
Listen. First of all, I am not looking down on any country. I'm just telling
Are you
things
sure? Because you're telling us, you're sitting here telling us that we don't
yes,
know anything
yes.
about football in that time, bro.
No,
And that's
no,
not
Nathan.
true. But that's
No,
what you
Nathan.
said,
no
bro.
one-
That's what you
I
said,
didn't
bro.
say
Nathan,
that.
how old
I-
you were in the 1995, man? How old are you were?
1995, I was 6,
So
and I was
what
playing
are we
sport were
football
you
talking
watching?
regularly.
What is
But
the
Nathan,
talk here?
but no, but it's not even the point. The point is, in 1995, how were you able to watch the football in Europe? How? How did you watch it in the 80s? Tell me how. How the U.S. guys watched what was
If that's the
happening in
case, then
Spain
Let me
how
as
tell
do
you
a
something.
as a
how
very
do
You
how
know
curious.
who you should ask that, Rajon? Rajon, you know who you should ask that? Ask Italian Americans. I'm from the East Coast. Ask all the Italian
Mhm.
Americans that are here on the East Coast how they were able to watch World Cup 1990 or how they were able to watch Serie A in the 90s. Ask them that.
Well,
Ask
But
Milan from
Serie
New
A,
York. Ask them that. You
listen,
don't ask them these
guys,
questions.
I'm sorry, but you are giving me the same vibes that these people telling me that PSG was always a big club are giving me, because
It's not. We're not giving you
the
no
re-
same vibes about nothing. No. Let me tell you something. It's not
you
about
are.
that, bro. Listen. No, don't speak. If you never lived in the States, right? You can say it's not
I
as
don't.
popular, but don't say it wasn't showing. You can't say that. The stuff was well
But
rounded. A lot of these guys, no. Listen, a lot of these guys, you gotta understand, this is a big immigration country. They bring their stuff over here. There's a lot of Italian Americans in the States, bro. Like people
but
been watching this thing. Like
when
let's not get
listen
the
what
Africans that migrate over here. Listen, the African that migrates
and
over
then
here,
and
cable is gonna
don't forget
show.
about the Hispanic culture as well too,
guys
Yeah, cable's gonna show, bro.
I
What do
trust
you
bro.
that
think? Hold on. What do you think? No,
I
no, no.
trust.
What did
Listen,
you think that
I,
happened? Like the Mexicans that are all here, how you think they were watching all this
but
stuff?
So
I
John,
Clint, I'm sorry. One
guys,
second,
John, let me
Clint.
ask,
I
where are
need
no,
you
no,
to.
getting your information
Sorry,
from?
guys.
John, let me
Sorry,
ask,
guys. Sorry,
where
guys.
did you get this information
Guys,
from? Just
just
Can
give
I
me
intervene?
just give me 30 seconds and I'm done. The
I'm gonna
problem is
intervene
this.
after you. Okay.
I sure. The problem is this. When I speak with you guys, I trust that there is enough intelligence here for people to understand that when I say no one watched it, it does not mean that zero people in the United States watched football. Like this goes without saying, I'm guessing. There's always been people that have watched football even before. The problem is this, that it wasn't even comparable to what is today. And not just that, but the US market wasn't relevant. It wasn't, no one cared that the US watched or not. No one gave a fuck.
You
Do you
just said
understand
that.
this
That
or
I
not?
agree with that
Because
statement, but that's not what you
because
meant. And then
because
when you say the
people
intelligence and all
right
that, we're
now
not trying to
care.
defend for that. But you were right.
People right now care how much you are televised and how much you are watched in foreign countries because
so
they can
John,
monetize that. They couldn't
John. So
monetize it in the 80s.
this is the problem that you're having here, John. Is when you're saying that they didn't care too much, you're only speaking about one demographic of the United States, which would be the white culture, and that is it.
John,
You're not talking
Nathan, give
about
me.
the Chinese Americans. You're not talking about the African Americans. You're not talking about
Okay.
people who come from Mexico. You're literally only talking about one demographic because yes, when it comes to American football, basketball, and baseball, the white demographic was primarily concerned with that. That you are correct. That you are correct. But that there's still a huge minority population. When they say minority, it's not like it's a small thing, bro. Bro, it was very widely popular. That's why I asked you,
Okay.
John, where did you get this information from? Because unless it's
Well,
coming from a minority in the United States at that time, bro, then they're wrong. They're speaking on something that they're not even there to even be aware of. Bro.
Nathan, Jesus Christ, man. When we didn't ask people in the street how many people were watching football in the United States, there is studies, man. There is TV rights sold in the United States or given for free in the 95.
It was for free. It was for free.
Man.
They weren't sold.
There was 1,000 people watching it. Give me. I can tell you, 50,000 people.
Only 1,000 people, huh?
I'll give you 50,000. Tell me how many, Nathan. Just tell me how many.
But only 50,000, huh?
50,000 is nothing. Is a drop.
Bro,
I'm giving you.
Bro,
It's not me and Red John saying this, man.
Even 30 years ago, bro. Even 30 years ago, bro. There were millions upon Hispanic people and Italians also.
It's not true.
Just in Houston alone. Just in Houston alone, bro. Have you been to
and everyone was tuning, and everyone at 3 a.m. was watching Real Madrid.
Bro, 3 a.m., bro? Nah, bro. These games don't come on at 3 a.m. for us, bro.
What time
I see. You don't even know. You don't even know what time it is that we
guys, you guys are underestimating the diversity of America, guys. Huh? Like America is full of European migrants. It's full of Hispanic, South American. Like you guys are being a little bit exaggerated.
Roy, they have a lot.
In America, so you cannot say.
Let me add something real quick, right? Watch this. What you gotta understand too. And I think when Nathan is trying to communicate here, one thing you gotta understand, let's say if you come in a state like Texas, where most of the Texas population are basically Mexicans, which a lot of Mexicans, you gotta understand, Hugo Sanchez was a famous player that comes from Mexico. Like, what do you think people are gonna be showing if you grew up in the state of Texas, a place like Houston? You're going to be seeing like the Spanish league, La Liga, because they had their players play there. The Colombians, there's a lot of my girlfriend's Colombian. There's a lot of Colombians here. The Colombian that were playing in the 90s at Madrid, they want to watch that. They're in the popular bars within these cities. That's all we try to communicate. We're not saying it's at the forefront. But then again, if you came to the States, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Because then you understand the migrant. Everything is about the immigrants and that minority piece that Nathan is talking about. Trust me. Football is relevant there. That's why.
Yo, guys, but everything you guys are saying is a friend of a friend.
Population alone is bro, just the Houston population alone dwarfs most places in the world. Just the Houston population alone, bro.
Nathan,
you don't know
Real Madrid,
dude.
Nathan, you listen to me, Nathan. Real Madrid
Texas
is gonna play.
Itself is like its
Real
own
Madrid,
country, bro.
Nathan, I'm gonna fucking fly to Houston next weekend, and I'm gonna see how many people are watching Real Madrid in 2020.
Please.
If I find more than 100 people, you win, man. You win.
Liars.
In 2020. Nevertheless, in 1995.
I'll help you out. Just go to my high school, bro. Just go to my high school.
Oh my God.
Bro,
listen,
that's why I ask you guys, where did you get this from? Because unless those people live where we live, bro, then they don't know what the fuck they talking about, bro.
Dude, in 1995.
That's like me telling you guys certain things in Europe when I don't live there, bro.
Listen,
it's stupid.
Laird, here's the best part. The best part is that in order for them to know that Real Madrid was a really big club in 1995 would be to watch the Spanish league, because in Europe Real Madrid was shit, right? So they would all have to watch the fucking
Red John.
Spanish league.
That's why Real Madrid was a popular club, because people weren't watching Serie A. Hispanic people don't watch Serie A. They don't watch EPL. They watch La Liga.
But here's the problem that you have, and I don't understand why you are somehow doubting this, because we have had this conversation 10 times before, and we have always said the EPL is so far ahead of other leagues because when they started the new competition and called it the Premier League, they were able to capitalize on the fact that there was a huge market in the US, which was not.
Do you know which market was capitalized in the US by that?
And that was not being.
Do you think Hispanic people watch EPL over La Liga?
You need to wait for the answer.
No, because
answer.
You think Hispanic people watch more EPL than La Liga?
But John,
Roy. I'm sorry, but no one is questioning how many people is watching. If there is enough people watching Real Madrid in US, no one is questioning that. All those people that are watching Real Madrid in US, they are not enough to make the brand of Real Madrid in 1995 relevant.
Guys, this is
That's
not
what
true.
I'm
What you
telling
guys are saying is not
This
true
is-
because Real Madrid
and
has
that's
been
just
always
United
considered
States.
one
You
of the
saw it
biggest
Central
clubs in
and
the
South
world. Like, I don't know what you guys are
Yeah.
talking about.
That's
From who? From hipsters and people that follow football. We're
No,
talking about
in the
crowd.
world, guys,
the
up
mass.
until 1990 or just up until 30 years ago, Real Madrid was still the club that had the most Champions Leagues. You know, you guys know that, right? Up until the 90s when Milan started winning all
Roy,
the... Real Madrid was
Roy.
still
Here's
the
the
team that
problem,
had the
Roy.
most Champions Leagues.
Roy, yes, but
Roy,
here's
no,
the
let me go.
problem.
First
No,
one,
no,
I
no.
want to go. No, I want to go. No, I really want to go now.
Guys, Real
Roy,
Madrid has always
no,
been
no,
one
Roy.
of the biggest clubs ever,
Roy,
man. What are you guys talking about?
Roy,
What the fuck are you guys
2022, we still are the club that has
Exactly.
the most Champions League after Real Madrid.
That's what
and
I
we
wanted
don't
to
have
say.
the brand of
In
Barcelona.
2000 and what? 22? What are you talking about?
2022, we have more Champions League club after Real Madrid, and we don't have the brand of Man United, Barcelona, Man
Exactly.
City, and Chelsea. So what are you
Exactly.
telling? And we've been
No,
7
but
years
I
out
am
of
saying,
the
like, you
Europe.
guys are talking about Real Madrid as if Real Madrid was this unknown club.
No,
Like,
no,
Real Madrid
Roy,
has
Roy.
been
No.
the apex of football from the beginning.
No
Like,
one-
what the fuck are you guys talking
No
even
about?
one-
though they didn't
no
win
one
Champions
said-
League,
no,
they
no,
won
no.
La Liga at that period. So
Guys,
they were
guys,
not a
no one
top
said
club.
no one said
And-
that Real
Hey
Madrid
guys, what
was a
do
small
y'all
club.
think they watch in Central and South America?
But Nathan, please stop with
For
this.
the
I don't know.
European League,
They
what
watch
about
they
in
they
South
watch
America?
Brighton against Fulham, according to Ray
No,
John.
guys,
No,
guys, 1995, Central America.
These guys think that in Peru, they think that in Peru and they think that in Peru and Colombia they watch fucking Sunderland
Roy,
against
Roy,
against
Roy, Roy,
QPR.
can I ask you something? Can you answer this question? In 1995, every family in South America had a TV. Can you answer this question?
Many
You
probably,
guys, you
probably
Americans, you guys live in a bubble. So you are coming out of this bubble right now in 2020.
Wait, Larry.
Liars.
Did you
Excuse
live
me,
there?
South American
Did
clubs
you
have been
live there?
playing football since the beginning, my man. What the hell are you talking about? You think they didn't know who Real Madrid was?
TV there was in South
I live in a
America.
shithole country in the
We're talking
Balkans, but
about
everybody
watching
had a
football.
TV.
Know how many people play football?
Yeah,
Roy.
you think only Europeans had TVs? What the hell are you talking about, Larry?
No,
Of
you
course,
tell
of
me,
course.
man. I don't know.
We're
You tell me.
all
You
third
tell
world
me.
countries compared to Europe. That's what it is,
You
right?
tell me, man.
If
You
were
tell me. You've
European,
lived all
you were
your
a third world
Nathan.
country, still living in
Nathan, you
fucking
live.
teepees and
I don't
shit.
want to even talk about this. You lived in the United States all your life, and you're schooling me how the European football worked in 1995. Okay, man. I accept it.
See,
You're right.
This is the thing.
You're
this is the
right,
thing,
man.
Larry.
You
At
are
no
right.
point did I tell you
1995, Real Madrid
Guys,
was
Larry,
Real
no,
Madrid
I
has
gotta
been
correct
the
you. I
apex
gotta
of
correct
football since the beginning of club football, and they never stopped being
We
the
are talking
apex
about
of football.
1995. I told you, 30 years without winning a European competition, Roy. 30 years.
So,
Guys,
In 1995.
listen.
so
Here's the problem,
what does that mean,
guys.
What does
listen,
that mean?
Here's
For
No, but
people around the world means
just
a
hear
lot.
me out.
No,
Listen,
it doesn't. It doesn't.
Guys.
Yeah,
Guys,
you're right. That means
just-
because
just
they
hear
didn't
me
win
out.
for those 30 years, that means that
Roy,
they no
Roy,
longer
no, no, no.
watch them in Central
Like,
Roy,
how many years? How many years
No,
passed
no,
since
Roy,
Milan
Roy.
won their
Roy,
when
Roy,
Milan won in
no.
'69, and
Yeah.
then they
50.
won in
Yes.
Listen.
And we was
'89.
no one. Before
Something like
winning
that.
again,
So
we
what?
were no one. We were no one.
Yeah.
Before winning again, people
Exactly.
No,
forgot
so
about
you're
us.
saying Real Madrid was no one, man?
No,
what
I'm
the
not saying
fuck
No.
are you
that. I'm not
talking
saying
about,
that. I'm saying
dude?
AC Milan. I'm telling you, Real Madrid.
guys, but
No,
Roy,
no.
You
Here's-
gotta
Oh
understand,
my
Larry
God.
speaks for
These guys
everyone
are
in
fucking
Central,
crazy.
South America, and
Yes,
And
Oh
then
my
I
Lord,
speak.
Nathan,
I
Larry
speak,
please, man.
I
Larry
speak, yes.
speaks
Why
for
are you losing-
everyone and Larry speaks for
Yes,
everyone in the
Nathan, I
world.
What you
speak
can
for
take in
everyone, yeah.
consideration, now Milan hasn't won it in 15 years, but there is
And
still a lot of people
exactly.
cheering for Milan. So
no, but wait. No. Stop. Full stop here. This is what I was gonna say. Milan hasn't won the Champions League for 15 years. Do you guys know what Milan's revenues were when they hadn't won the Champions League in 10 years, 5 years ago? Less than Lazio. Less than
that hasn't
Sevilla.
nothing to
But
do
at
with
no
how
point,
Less
at no
than-
point did they ever
No,
say
no.
that we were not
Listen,
a big
Red
one
John,
thing is talking
John,
about
Red John, we're
revenues and
talking about
economics.
football.
Another thing is
No.
popularity. We're talking about
Yeah.
Real Madrid has always
Different
been the
thing.
most popular club in the world.
No.
What are you guys
Sorry,
talking about?
You are
Roy.
wrong.
No, Andon,
You are
Andon,
wrong.
1 second. Andon,
I'm actually very right. I'm actually.
And then you were saying,
You're
sorry
actually
to me.
not.
You gotta remember,
Milan.
you gotta remember, Roy. They live everywhere, all over the world, in that
Yo,
time, so they know more than us.
Nathan,
more.
I'll explain you one thing. I'll explain because you don't understand this thing, man.
Yeah,
Jean-Pierre
you're right. I
Papin
don't
didn't go.
understand that you
You
do
know,
not live
you
in the
don't
United
understand.
States
Let me explain
or
it to you.
Central or South America, so
Papin.
you know more.
Okay, Papin didn't go to Real Madrid. He went to AC Milan. Klinsmann didn't go to Real Madrid. Went to Inter. Mateus didn't go to Real
Exactly.
Madrid. Went to Inter. Platini
Exactly.
didn't go to Real Madrid. Juventus. Maradona went to fucking Napoli. And I can give you a list. Van Basten, AC Milan. Gullit, AC Milan. No one even considered to go to Real Madrid in their career because they were not at the
Exactly.
top of the world at that time. And I understand friends in United States in 95 was watching all Real Madrid games. In Europe, no one gave a shit. We were watching all AC Milan, Lazio,
That's
Parma,
nice.
Juventus, Inter,
It's
Manchester
true.
United, and that's it.
It's
And
still
everywhere
does
in
not
Europe, in
mean that
Croatia,
Madrid is not a
Albania,
is not more
Germany,
popular.
What a
everywhere in
stupid
Europe.
argument.
Yeah, it's a stupid argument, but it's the truth, man. You don't like that, but in the 90s, everyone was watching Serie A, Manchester United, and fucking.
So you think
Bayern
in South
Munich.
America, Serie A was
South
more
America
popular
is
than La
not-
Liga?
Roy, South America
Yes,
is
yes.
not a relevant market in 1995.
It's not a
Branding
relevant
and-
market.
No,
See,
it's not.
there you
It's
go.
not.
Fucking
There you go.
cry.
There it
a
is,
billion
right
people,
there.
no
There it
Cry,
is.
Roy,
relevance.
cry all
Right
the
fucking
Oh my
there.
God.
Hold on.
Alright.
A
There it is,
billion
right
Oh my
there,
God.
Roy.
5 billion people. There is, you know, Roy.
There
there
Five,
is-
5 million
There it
people.
is.
5 million people.
Right.
Laretz lives in I don't know where
No,
Laretz
Roy.
lives.
Roy,
but-
there
I
is.
don't
No, I have to finish. In 1995,
Uruguay have been winning World Cups since the
Roy,
40s
Roy,
or
It
the
doesn't
30s.
No
matter.
one
Oh
gives
my
a-
God.
Brazil has
No, no,
been winning
Even
World Cups
Brazil,
since
Roy,
the 50s.
Even
Roy,
Brazil.
Since the
okay, Roy.
50s.
Roy,
But,
Brazil's
you
not
know,
relevant.
they don't matter. The
Brazil's
South
not
Americans
relevant.
don't matter because they
It's
didn't have
not-
TVs.
in 19
What
in
the fucking
1995
stupid argument.
They only have more
Oh,
World
Jesus
Cups than
Christ.
anybody else. But
Okay.
they're
So
irrelevant. They're
South
irrelevant.
Americans are the biggest fanatics about football. So
yeah, but they watch
it doesn't
Boca
matter.
Junior, River Plate, man. They don't
Yeah,
give
yeah.
a shit about Barcelona.
But
They have
guys,
their own
Okay.
football.
You're
at
right.
that
They
time.
only care.
You-
because they
Wow,
want.
man. You are.
By
You
the way,
have-
Maradona,
you
before
have-
going to Napoli, went to Barcelona, yeah? Don't forget that.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
have
he
to
left.
understand that you have to understand that you are doing a big mistake by using the 90s and somehow implementing the same monetizing ways that we have right now. In the
Or
90s,
economic? Are
you-
we talking about economics or
you-
Are we
popularity?
talking about economics, Roy? No one in this
I'm
kind of
talking
thinks Real
about-
Madrid is
Because
top
no,
class.
you're talking as if nobody fucking knew Real Madrid, man. You're saying some
I didn't
stupid
say that.
bullshit,
I didn't say
and
that.
then
I
you're
didn't
saying that
say
nobody
that.
had TVs in
No,
South
I
America.
didn't
Like,
say that.
what the fuck
It's
are you
true.
talking
No,
about,
I
man?
told you,
That is
Roy.
true.
I told you.
That
If
is
you
true,
if you're
Roy.
not living in Europe, then you simply are not developed.
Roy, no one
Just
actually
say it like
gave
it
him
is,
for
bro. I would have more respect if you
Nathan.
just said it
Every time you
just
talk,
like
it
that,
looks
bro.
like this, man.
I
That's
would
why
have more
I'm telling
respect,
you.
bro.
Everyone you
Guys,
talk, it looks like this.
listen,
That's why.
listen.
I'm telling you.
Can I
Don't
please
beat
listen?
around the bush, bro.
Can I please make 2 points without being interrupted? First of all, this whole idea that somehow the Central America watches the Spanish league and all this bullshit, it's very easily
No, Central and
verifiable.
South America, and also a big part of America, because a big population in
And-
America is
and it's-
Hispanic.
And it's,
Hello,
yes, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
but it
sure,
does-
yeah.
but
we're
can I
talking
finish
about
the-
almost
okay.
what 70 million, 80 million people.
Cool. Now
Cool,
this is very easily verifiable. You just go and check how much money each league gets from their TV rights right now, and check how much the EPL makes and how much the La Liga makes. Compare them, and by that you get how much popularity each of the leagues have. I'm pretty sure you're going to find a huge difference between the two, even though those people speak Spanish.
In South
of all,
America, you think EPL has more TV rights than La Liga in South America?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Now,
show us the
here's-
proof. Because
now-
if it's true, then
now-
hey, I'll okay, you're right. But show me the proof, because
Yeah,
it's
if it's
this
true,
is
I will
impossible.
concede the point. But can you
It's
go
impossible.
find it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dude,
That's crazy
Nathan,
because
you
even
think,
we've been going
Nathan,
to my
you
friend's
think,
house
sorry,
and their
Nathan,
parents
Nathan.
are there because especially in the Hispanic especially in the
Nathan.
Hispanic culture. The Hispanic
This
culture,
guy's
they
telling
don't
me
actually
that-
put their-
I want to know.
they don't put their
and I want to know. I want to
parents-
know what. Yo, I want to know what do the PL? Where do the PL get the biggest viewership from? Somebody tell me.
I
From
want
the
to
US,
I want to
from
hear
the
how in
US
Colombia people are more
and
interested
Asia.
in seeing Sunderland than Barcelona. I really want to see.
Roy, but we were talking
Just,
about
just for
1995.
information, last
In
year
South America.
Real and Barca earned around 160 million from TV rights. So it's the same like the biggest club in in EPL. So they have a good
Say it
revenue
again.
for TV rights.
Say it again.
Real Madrid and Barcelona last year from TV rights they earned somewhere around 160 million each of them.
But the reason is because differently from EPL in La Liga they don't separate the basket of money rightfully. Like the big clubs get more.
Yeah, but now we're speaking about Real Madrid, not La Liga in general.
No, but Andon,
No,
we've been speaking about 1995. We will be speaking about 1995. I don't know why you're going to 2022.
Andon, we are speaking about popularity in the sense that if each club in the EPL gets 200 million and the whole league gets I don't know 2 million in total, and they separate it equally to every club, and then in Spain they get 1 million in total, but they separate it between Real Madrid and Barcelona. Even though Real Madrid and Barcelona make more money, the EPL is more watched than La Liga. So you have to combine everything. You cannot just tell me how much Real Madrid and Barcelona do to get by getting more money than Real Betis. So we are talking about how much
about La
the whole
Liga in
league
general.
Andon, 1995, people living in Brazil, they care about São Paulo, Santos. They had a proper league. They had a proper competitive football, man. They didn't care about what Real Madrid and Barcelona were doing. No one really was watching that league at that time.
So, Larry,
you can see,
you're telling
What are
me,
you
so Larry,
saying, man?
Larry,
Romario, where the fuck did Romario go? He went to Barcelona. Where did all these Brazilians go? They went to
Real and
Oh
Barca
my
at that
god,
time in the 90s.
no one was watching, man. They were waiting for them to come back.
So you're telling me, Larry, so you're telling me all of my friends whose parents were definitely pure immigrants, and
you don't have.
and they have the old shirts
Nathan,
of Brazil.
you don't have 100 million friends, man. Your
old
friends
shirts
is
of
not
Barcelona. Even Sevilla, old shirts. From Sevilla.
Okay,
so
Nathan,
they just happen to come across them just because they're shirts.
Okay, Nathan, my old friends, my old South American friends, they never watch Real Madrid. Which we gonna use? Your friends or my friends? Which we gonna
Seeing
use?
as how I live like 10 hours from the border,
Nathan, because Nathan South Americans live in a different continent, so that's
so we're gonna use the Nathan friends, not my friends.
Yes.
Okay, I see. That's the way we judge. Okay, that's fine. So the 30 friends Nathan had, that is the
30 friends.
How
30 friends, but are you?
was La
Larry,
Liga
listen to what you're saying, bro. Listen to what you're fucking saying. Only 30 friends of mine are just Hispanic, bro. Oh, okay. You know more than me because you live in the United States, bro. You know more.
And
you
what
leagues
do your South American
and sorry,
friends
Nathan,
watch?
in 1995,
that's
your friends were watching La
That's
Liga.
crazy.
1995, they were watching La Liga.
Yes.
Okay, man. Yes, man. Because you knew them since 1995. Of course.
Bro,
yeah,
my
man.
fucking God. This is so incredible, bro. This is
I know it's
incredible.
I know it's incredible.
You literally are down, but you literally think that just because countries didn't have as much money that they still couldn't watch the games, bro? Do you know on the Spanish channels they would show everything on the fucking Spanish channels, bro? Just the Spanish-speaking channels.
Nathan, why
channels
all
that you
the biggest?
don't even
Nathan,
have, bro.
why?
So how are you gonna sit
Why
here and
all
tell
the
me?
Nathan?
How are you gonna sit here and tell me?
All this talking is about explaining you that Real Madrid in the 90s was not a top club in terms of appealing and branding. No big players wanted to sign for Real Madrid in the 90s. Everyone wanted to play in Serie A and with Bayern Munich and maybe Man United. That is a fact, dude.
Man United? What?
Yes, late 90s, everyone wanted to go and play for.
Late 90s, Real Madrid won a Champions League. What are you talking about? Late 90s.
And still people were signing for Man United.
What the fuck?
Let me just add this. Let me just add this to the convo though. It's just a lot of this stuff. A lot of these leagues goes by popularity based also on the language. In French Africa, most of French folks watch League 1. That's how they were able to know players. The same goes for South America. If you lived in the States.
But according to Laerte, they watch Fulham. According to
Laerte, can you just not make it like a joke? Because I'm not joking right now. I'm sorry, Clint. All Africa was watching Ligue 1. What was the popularity of Ligue 1 at that time?
No, it's not. All Africa was not watching Ligue 1.
Yo,
East
said
Africa
he
watches
recommended.
EPL.
I said the French part.
West Africa watches
the,
Ligue 1.
okay. The French side was watching the Ligue 1. What is the popularity of Ligue 1 about? Because that part of the world was watching the French league. Did it raise the popularity of Ligue 1? No. What I'm saying is, I understand there was someone in China that is watching Real Madrid in 1995. I get it. There is someone in the fucking Antarctica watching Barcelona. I know that.
When you're saying a lot of stuff, you're kind of saying is
I need to
outrageous.
finish here. In 1995, the relevant. Oh, guys, it's simple. In 1995, the relevant market of football was in Europe. The market that was bringing money and it was relevant to watch was in Europe. And everyone wanted to play in the Serie A and maybe some big clubs in England. Yes, Real Madrid, Barcelona, but still not the first choice. There was the big six in Serie A was the first choice. Hernan Crespo preferred to play to Parma than Real Madrid. All the big clubs, Verón came to Italy. All the big Argentinian, Brazilian, everyone, you name them, they were all coming in Serie A.
And yet,
because Real Madrid was not relevant.
Were still Real Madrid and Barcelona.
But how the fuck you know people were buying the Real Madrid jersey?
How do you know that it's not?
How do you fucking know that?
Because
That's
I
ridiculous.
live
I
in a
cannot
country.
talk to you, man.
Because I live in a country. I live in a country where the influx of immigrants from Central and South America happen hourly.
Yeah. Okay, that's
Hourly.
the explanation. Okay,
So
I cannot win against that. You live in a country. You talk like we don't have immigrants. Nathan, you talk like we don't have immigrants from South America and Europe, man. It's amazing the way you talk, man. I told you, you live in a bubble, man. You think we don't have Brazilians in London?
I'm not saying that you don't. I never said that you didn't. I never said that you didn't.
That's what you say.
I never said that you didn't, bro. No,
I was in the 90s in Italy.
I'm telling you.
I was in the 90s in Italy, and I had there was a lot of South American in Italy. It's not just in the United States and South American. And they didn't give a shit about Real Madrid. They were not watching Real Madrid. They didn't even know what Real Madrid was doing. They were watching
Larry,
the fucking Serie A, man.
Larry, just like how you use the number 30 for me, in comparison to that ratio, it's like 3 for you.
Yeah, man, because you know
difference?
everything about my life. I know that. You know
Yes.
I know.
Yes, but Larry,
Yeah.
I'm not telling you
know
how.
that.
But I'm not telling you how Europe. I'm not telling you how Europe worked. I'm not telling you about the fan base in Europe at that time. I'm telling you about it over on this side of the hemisphere, bro. You see,
And
you're
I'm
trying
telling
to
you
tell
that
me
does
both
not matter.
the European side and the American side,
does
bro.
not matter. Does not matter.
Exactly,
Man.
and
It
that's
does
the problem.
not matter.
That's the problem.
Well, that's
Oh
not.
my
It's
God.
not my problem, man. It's
You
not my
think
problem.
it does not matter,
Oh.
Larry. It does not matter what
But-
you think.
But it's not
It
me
matters what the
thinking. It's
actual
the
people
numbers. The
think.
numbers. What
The-
these clubs were getting
my
attention
God.
at
The
that
problem-
Oh
time.
my God.
Listen,
What?
the problem. Listen, the problem that I have here is this: that in the next 10 years, if PSG wins some Champions Leagues, I'm gonna hear kids tomorrow tell me that PSG was always a big, huge club, and
Yeah,
everyone
there
was
was
a fan
always
of PSG.
relevant in the
This
90s.
is-
No, guys,
They won-
hello,
This is-
guys.
No,
Real
nobody will say
Madrid
that.
was
No,
the
no, wait,
team
wait,
that
wait, wait,
had the
wait.
most Champions Leagues from the beginning. Not
Oh my
not.
God.
Nobody,
And if,
Oh,
Roy,
even,
can you
even if
please-
PSG,
Roy,
even if PSG
Roy,
wins
was
the
always
next
a
5
big club.
Champions Leagues,
Can
they
I
will
please
never
cooperate,
have the
John?
same accolades
Can you
as
please
Madrid,
stop
bro.
using this argument because I just
Because of what?
threw
Because
it away.
you don't care. You don't care.
Because
That's why.
I just threw it away 5 minutes ago. I told you Milan hasn't won the Champions League in 15 years and is irrelevant right now.
Who says
Haaland
it's
doesn't go to
irrelevant?
Milan. Haaland doesn't go to Milan. Nunez doesn't go to
nothing has to
Milan.
do with popularity.
All these guys don't go to Milan, man. If Mbappe discusses if he goes to Real Madrid or stays to PSG, he doesn't consider Milan as his destination. Right
That
now,
you
we are not.
economic,
And in
not
the
popularity.
same
No, you
and
said if
same-
PSG wins
But we
a
live in a
Champions
time
League
where
next
money-
year, then
and-
everybody would say
and
PSG
in
was
the-
always a great team.
Yes,
I'm
nobody-
telling you that it's different with Real Madrid because Real Madrid has been the apex of football for forever. They've been
Sure.
winning in Spain forever. They've been competitive in Europe forever. They've made
I
many
agree.
finals before
Sure.
they won again. So this thing that they were never.
But
And they were,
but in
and
the
up until the
70s,
'90s, they were still the team with the most Champions Leagues. So what
it
the
doesn't
hell?
matter.
It does
We are
matter.
still.
It matters a
Okay.
lot.
Are we?
Just-
Yeah, it
Are you
definitely
talking about
does
money
matter.
or you're
It
talking about
definitely does matter.
popularity?
I'm talking
Because
about
Man City now has a
being-
lot of money. That's why Haaland went to Man City because they have a lot of money. That's it.
I'm talking about being relevant.
Yeah.
Real
Real Madrid
Madrid
was relevant
Europe.
in the
No, it was
50s,
not,
in the
bro. It was
60s,
not.
in the
And
70s,
that's it.
80s,
And
90s,
before.
2000s,
No,
and they will
no,
always be relevant. What the fuck are you talking
no,
about?
No,
no, no.
Roy,
It was
those
not. It was not.
those people don't matter, bro. Roy, they didn't live in Europe, so they don't matter.
Right.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
No matter what you
Right.
say, because
This,
they didn't
guys,
live in
this is
Europe,
the
they
shit I
don't
gotta
fucking
hear. Real
matter.
Madrid has never been relevant. What the fuck am
Never.
I
We say
hearing?
never now. We say never, yeah? Do we
All
use
of a
never?
sudden, yeah.
We say never all of a sudden, yeah?
This is the kind of bullshit I gotta hear on a Sunday
Roy,
afternoon. I gotta hear
we say
takes like
never.
Real Madrid is a normal club. No, Real Madrid has
No
been
one
the
said
fucking
that.
Yankees of football forever. What the fuck are you talking about?
Forever,
No,
yeah,
bro, you are
forever.
wrong.
No,
This
it's
is
not. It's not.
this
It's
is
not.
You guys are
this
like,
is why.
yeah, okay, EPL right now has more
I'm sorry.
money, so
Who
Haaland
cares
goes
about? No
there.
one is talking about
Money,
EPL.
money,
sorry,
money,
guys.
money, money, money. What the fuck?
No,
What does money
I am
do?
sorry,
Money
but
is bullshit. At the end of the day,
Larry,
Real Madrid was always
Larry,
considered
did
one of the
you?
best clubs ever, and it
Not in
still
the
is.
90s. Not in the
Okay,
90s.
Yeah,
okay,
even in the 90s.
Larry,
That's
Not
did
in the
you
why.
90s.
notice?
That's
Larry,
Not in
why
the
when
90s.
Milan beats Real Madrid 5-0, they consider it one of the biggest games because they beat one of the best clubs in the history.
Okay, man, stop it.
5-0, man.
No,
Larry, did
fuck
you
you. I
notice
won't
how?
stop shit.
5-0.
Did, did you notice, Larry, how this guy said they have always been the Galacticos? Do you see those 500
Did we,
millions at
did we
work?
Yeah,
say
those 500
Galacticos?
million works. Those
Did we
500
say?
They
Did
million
we
are
say?
works.
Did we say?
they're at
Did we
work
say
right
always
now.
Galacticos?
This is the difference.
No, but they've always been
They did.
a super
They
popular club.
deleted.
They've always
They
been one of the
deleted
most.
30,
Real Madrid has always
30
been one of the
years.
most popular clubs in the history of
Yeah,
football
yeah,
from
yeah.
the
You're right.
beginning.
Yeah,
From the
Roy.
beginning.
Yeah,
From the
Roy.
beginning.
From
You know
the
what, bro? You're
beginning.
right.
From the
Those
beginning.
500 million worked, man. They worked. They
Yeah.
deleted
I know you
30
guys
years
talking
of
about
operation.
money, whatever,
Yeah.
whatever. But when it comes to popularity, there is a reason why Real Madrid has one of the biggest fan bases, if not the biggest fan base. It didn't start 30 years ago. It's a tradition that has been going on since the 50s.
Nah, bro. Stop with this bullshit, man.
And people that come
Yeah,
from
I'm too old.
Hispanic
You know, you,
when
Roy,
people
don't stop it,
people
Roy.
that come from
Don't say it.
Hispanic countries,
Don't
which
say
is
it.
a big part of the
Don't say it,
planet,
bro.
are
Not in the
watching
90s.
fucking Real Madrid and Barcelona.
Not
They're
in the
watching La
90s.
Liga.
Not in the 90s. Not in
No,
the
no, no.
90s. I'm
They're
sorry.
watching.
I
They're
mean,
watching.
Not in the 90s.
Yeah, they're watching Fulham
They're
in the
watching.
90s.
United in the
They're
90s.
watching
watching
Fulham
Parma.
and Sunderland. In the
No,
90s, they
they're
watched
Roy,
Fulham and
they're
Sunderland.
They're watching
You gotta
Parma
understand, Roy,
Sampdoria.
that-
They're
that-
watching
Yeah,
Parma
sure.
Sampdoria. Yeah, that's what they're watching. And you don't know that.
Okay,
Exactly.
sure.
You don't
I
know
know
that.
that. I know
You
that
know,
in the
that-
90s Serie A was doing well,
they
but
were watching
this does not mean
Altair.
anything.
They were
Does not
watching
mean
Zico.
anything. So
Blair,
so so
Blair,
not
I,
mean
I
does
had
not mean
more,
shit.
Blair,
anything.
I
Yeah,
had
that's
more access. Blair, I had more on the average.
They
I
were
had
watching
more
Zico
access
at
to La Liga
Udinese.
games
Yeah,
than
okay,
They
Serie
were
A
sure.
watching
games.
Zico at
Blair,
Udinese. They were not watching La
Blair,
Liga.
Blair,
Yeah,
They were
yeah.
not
at
watching.
Oh, guys,
I
La
had
Liga
more.
in the 90s, nobody
How
even knew
many?
it existed
Roy, how many
because
South
nobody
American
had
there was in La
TVs.
Liga?
Everybody lived in
Because
caves, according to
Barcelona
Larry.
is the most
Everybody
popular
lived in
team in the
caves,
early
according to
90s.
Larry.
Roy, how many South Americans that were playing in La Liga in the 90s?
I don't know, man. According to
You
you,
don't
South
know that.
Americans didn't
No,
have
you tell me.
technology.
Can you tell
What
me
the
how
fuck?
many South Americans were playing in the 90s in La
I'm
Liga?
sure a lot. I'm sure a lot. A
No,
lot.
it's not.
Yeah,
It's
No,
not
no.
that
Okay,
possible.
was
prove it.
true.
Since you bring it up, prove it. Show me
Every
the
club.
list.
I'll
Show
tell
me
you
a
what.
list right now. Show me a fucking list.
Can you breathe a
Because
second?
you want to bring up stats, but you don't back him up.
I'll explain
Back
you.
up your fucking stats.
I'm backing up. If I can talk, I'm backing
Show
up
me
the
numbers.
stats.
Don't tell me words.
The-
Show me numbers. Show me
The rule,
show me.
bro, I'm giving you the
1994,
numbers. The rule was you can have
four
3
South
or
American
foreigner
states were
players.
around.
You can have 3 foreigner players in the 90s. 3
Ah, okay.
foreigner players.
Okay.
That's the rule. How many South American were playing? Even let's say
Real
all of
Madrid
them are
Do
South
you know?
American.
Do you have the numbers in front of you?
I'm explaining.
You're making
you.
shit up. Yeah, I know.
No, it's the rule, man. 3 foreigner players. can
Right,
play
right.
every-
And a lot of
every
them
team.
went to South America to La Liga, probably, most likely.
So 30 players. How many there were?
Yeah, how many were in Italy?
In
Probably
Italy,
the same
there were.
amount. There were more in
But
Italy.
Italy was the biggest league at the time, man. Everyone was watching it, man. That's the
Okay.
whole point.
No,
It
it
was
said he was
Again,
not.
again,
Yes.
Laird, I'm trying to
South
tell
America,
you, in the
sorry,
United, Laird, I'm trying to tell you, especially with the Hispanic culture, they had more access to La Liga than they did Serie A.
And
How
I
do
tell
you
you
know
what, in
that?
East
How do you
Africa,
know
in the 90s, people were watching the EPL over the Serie A, not Serie A. So I don't know what you're talking
I never
about.
talked about East Africa. Never talked about East Africa. I always
Because I was
say
there in the 90s.
1995, Real Madrid was not the club that is there now. They didn't have the appealing that they have now. They were like not even in the top 5. Not even, for sure. They were not in the top 5.
Okay, Larry. So
Yeah.
why is that victory that Milan had against Real Madrid considered one of the biggest victories in the history of the club? Why? In the 90s.
It's not for me. I consider
Oh, not for you, but for the fucking professionals that play, that the fucking people that are in the industry actually say that. So why? So why do they say that?
Because Real Madrid is the club there is right now. Because Real Madrid is a big club right now. And
Because
we like
because
to brag
they said
about it.
we trashed Real Madrid in the 90s, and this is one of the biggest victories of our history because in 30 years Real Madrid will be super popular. That's what they were saying. Come on, Laird, man. What the hell are you talking about?
First of all, our biggest win is against Barcelona.
They have to
It's one of our biggest wins. It's considered one of our biggest wins.
That's our biggest win against Barcelona in the final. That's our biggest.
Yeah, against Barcelona too. Another
no
one.
Real Madrid. No Real Madrid.
Real Madrid, we won 5-0 against them. It's considered one of the biggest wins in the history of the club in the Champions League.
Still,
I don't know.
Maybe you forgot about that. Real Madrid was not relevant the way it is now.
It doesn't have the Laird stamp of approval, Roy, so it can't be.
Yeah. No, if Berlusconi, Maldini, all these guys, it doesn't matter. Laird has to say so. Laird and Red John have to say so.
If Kratos doesn't give his mark of approval, it doesn't matter.
Okay, Nathan. Real Madrid has always been at the top of the world, always, man. Even in the 90s, 30 years without winning a Champions League. You're right, man. Okay, you know what? Inter is in the top of the world. They won it after 30 years, so they are on the top of the world.
After 50, so it's the 50. Same. It's the same.
It's the same. You know what? You guys are right. Real Madrid was at the top of the world. Juventus,
same
Parma.
As Inter,
same as Inter.
Yeah, Real Madrid was considered one of the top clubs. Real Madrid has always been one of the top clubs. I don't know.
I don't understand why.
I don't understand why you guys have to come up with these bullshit takes.
I don't understand why they were playing. All the biggest players in the world were playing in Serie A, not with Real Madrid and Barcelona.
Who was playing in Real Madrid, Laird? Who was playing in Real Madrid?
I'm still waiting on.
Nobody was at the club. It was ghosts.
No one relevant.
No one relevant. Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure that from 1990 to 1999, nobody relevant played in Real Madrid?
No.
Okay, let me try. It was only those 4 years. Okay, I bring it back.
Roy, they spent 500 million. Thank God, man. Thank you. That's all my point. In that 5
Nobody
years,
relevant in the. So what year was Real Madrid not relevant? It was only 1 year.
1995.
95, they were not relevant. Okay.
Yeah.
That 1 year, Real Madrid was always relevant except for that 1 year.
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something.
Let's see who's in the roster. Let's check the roster. I'll check the roster. I don't know who was in 1995 in Real Madrid.
Exactly.
Let's check.
Wait, but do you know, Larry?
Let's check.
But Larry, do you know?
Because
Laird doesn't need to know. Laird does not need to bring facts to a table. He just says shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Nathan,
Larry, you say
Nathan,
that we
but
don't
all
know,
my
but then
points,
you don't
Nathan.
even say a single name.
All right, let's see
Nathan,
who's in the
Nathan,
roster.
You say one
Nathan,
name.
my own point.
You say
Sorry,
one
my own
name.
point.
Can you say one name?
Dude, my own point. Yes, my own
You
point
can't.
is they are not relevant.
You
That's
can't.
why I
You
don't
can't.
remember
All right.
their name.
In 1995,
You should have just said the name.
in 1995, the head coach was Vicente Del Bosque. First, so there you go. Irrelevant name.
1995, yes.
Fernando Hierro, irrelevant. Fernando Redondo,
Yes.
irrelevant.
Yes.
Ivan Zamorano, irrelevant.
Yes.
All irrelevant players.
1995, yes,
Guti,
man. I don't care.
Guti, irrelevant. Luis Enrique, irrelevant.
No. Guti.
Raul, irrelevant.
Guti is not 1995.
I'm looking at the roster right now, my man.
No, Guti is not 1995.
So Wikipedia's got it wrong.
Guti is not 1995, man. It's not 1995, Guti.
I'm looking at 1995-96 Real Madrid season, 95-96.
he could have been, but he was a kid at the time.
Okay.
He was
18.
So now it's
There you go. That made them irrelevant.
That's what it is.
Guys,
Dude, you're not
Guys,
giving me names, man. You're not
Yeah,
giving me
yeah,
names.
okay.
Still, you're not
Larry,
giving
the
me
thing is,
names.
you
Sure.
are not
I'm
giving
sorry,
any
man.
names either.
And listen,
Because
and check it out, guys.
Wait, he said Raul.
And
Did he not say
the
Raul?
foreign players were Fernando Redondo, Juan Eduardo Snyder, and Ivan Zamorano, all three South American, and Freddy Rincon, Colombian. But
Yeah.
no,
And
South
and
Americans
then-
didn't want to go
okay,
to Real Madrid
sorry,
in
where's
1995.
Zamorano?
No, they don't even know. They don't even know what Real Madrid is. That's probably like a floor mat or something. That's not a real
Dude.
soccer team. No,
Dude,
no,
where
no.
Zamorano went? Where Zamorano went
Where did he go?
after Real Madrid? Where did he go, Zamorano?
I don't know. Italy, I think he went to
listen,
Italy.
Inter.
guys,
Inter.
these guys,
So?
these guys have to be reminded that before the end 90s, when Real Madrid won the fucking Champions League, the last time that they won the Champions League was in 1965. So you have
No, what are you talking about?
half of the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and half of the 90s in which Real Madrid didn't win the Champions League.
Yeah, but nobody
you guys-
cared. They're still the most
Right,
popular
no.
team. Juventus.
No,
why
they
is
weren't.
Juventus?
No.
Why is Juventus still the most followed Italian team? Because they fucking win domestically. Like it doesn't matter. Like I understand you guys. Like Real Madrid has always been the most popular club. Like
No, it's not, man. Not in the 90s. Not in
No, not in the
1995. I'm sorry, man.
not in
I'm sorry,
1995.
You
But
can
every
cry
other
about
year,
it,
yes.
sorry.
Every other year, yes.
Yeah, because they spent like $500 million after that to cover that mistake because they realized they were not relevant. Why
So,
they
so
spend
they
$500
were
million?
relevant.
Because
They were relevant up until 1995. But as soon as 1995 came, all the fans went away.
oh my God, Nathan, can you actually treat me seriously? Because I'm explaining you, man.
No,
I'm
because
just-
they're
okay.
saying something
In
that you don't know,
94,
not only stupid.
Michael Laudrup was in Real Madrid. Michael Laudrup. Do you know who Laudrup is? Do you even know who he is, Laird?
I know Laudrup.
Okay. He's irrelevant. Raul was in the team. He's irrelevant, sure.
He is because the
The-
Ballon d'Or was playing for AC Milan.
Raul,
The
who
guy,
had-
the guy that
Raul
won
at
the
one point
Euros
won the
in
Champions League.
1992, irrelevant.
Who?
Santiago Canizares, irrelevant.
Oh my God, big players, man, big players.
Yeah, big.
They made
Laudrup.
history.
Laudrup was not a big player. No.
Massive player, man. Yeah, massive player.
Not
He
a
was
massive
at the
player.
level of Van Basten. He was at the level of Van Basten. And Ruud Gullit. He was at the level of Maradona and Platini. Yeah.
Do you even know who Laudrup is? I don't even think you know who he is.
I
Fernando
know
Hierro
Laudrup.
was in '94.
I know. Hierro was no one, man. His career came
Luis
after.
Enrique, yeah. Okay, guys. So apparently Real Madrid was this unknown club.
No one said
No one says it's unknown, man. No one. We are saying they didn't have the
that's-
appeal of a big club at that time. They were not a big club. Man.
But
Not a
this is
big
your
club.
problem right now, Larry.
The
You're-
biggest-
when you say
biggest
appeal,
club in
you
Spain
say
is not a
appeal in
big
terms
club.
of players.
At that time was
Larry,
not.
the problem
Man. I'm
is,
sorry, man.
Okay.
Larry,
I
when
don't
you
care.
say appeal, you're talking about players. You're not talking about fans.
The biggest
Nathan.
club in Spain is not a big club.
Nathan, listen to me.
That's
Listen
your-
to me.
You're talking
Listen
about,
to
you
me.
say, but where did the player leave to when he was
Listen
on the
to me.
reject? Where did he leave to? But we're
Yes,
talking
listen,
about
they
the
are
fans.
relevant.
Can I?
We're talking about
I
the
don't want
fans,
to. I
though.
need to, dude, Nathan. I need to go and sleep. I'm gonna tell my last thing, and I'm going to sleep. You guys are always right, and you're gonna be right this one. I'm
But
saying
you
my last
can't
thing.
come here and tell us that Real Madrid
I
was
can
this
say-
unknown.
I'm a free man. I can say what the fuck I want.
Yeah, okay. So, and as free men, we're going to say
you're
your same bullshit.
No, Roy, if
Exactly.
Florentino Perez wakes up in the morning and goes to a meeting and he says, we are not relevant anymore, we need to find a solution. It's not me saying that, it's Florentino
When
Perez.
did he say?
In 1995, he says that Real Madrid needs to be back at the level that it is supposed to be because we're not relevant anymore.
At the level it's supposed to be.
Larry,
Exactly.
that's
It's not me.
performance.
It's
But Larry,
not
So,
me.
so,
that
so,
does
so
not
does
determine
that
the
means
fan
that they
base,
lost
Larry.
all their popularity, or they're just
Yes,
more?
they lost everything. Popularity. They were not
Okay,
winning
No,
international
no,
trophies.
no.
No. Keep saying no. It's
All
not me,
right,
man.
we can close the live
Yeah.
now. We can close the live.
I'm
Because
not-
today we learned that Real
fan
Madrid
base.
has been a small club for all its.
It's not me saying that. It's not me saying that.
Yeah.
It's not me.
It's
saying
It
Florentino
that.
doesn't
Perez.
matter what is said.
At
though,
that
Larry.
point,
Larry, it does not matter.
Today
what
we
is
learned-
said. What you're confusing performances with popularity, bro. Those are not the same things.
They are listen.
Do they?
Performance and popularity in football goes together.
Go together.
If you don't perform,
Yes, they
you
go
disappear
together,
from
but
the
they,
map.
bruh,
Real
but
Madrid
yes, they go
never
together, but
disappeared, guys. What are you talking about?
but they didn't disappear.
Juventus
Exactly,
hasn't won
especially
in
in the Central
20
and
plus
South
years. They're
American
still one of
cultures,
the
bruh.
most popular clubs, if you see it
But
like
they
that.
win in Italy, and they go to finals.
Yeah,
And
and Real
still,
Madrid did
Well,
the
they
same
also
thing.
win in La
and
Liga
still,
in the 90s.
Andon, and
But
still,
Real Madrid
and
was doing
still,
the same
I'm
thing.
sorry, Andon, and still,
They
Andon.
weren't.
I'm
They
sorry,
No,
I'm
they
sorry. I'm
weren't.
talking
They
with
weren't.
Andon
No.
here.
No.
Dude,
No.
Roy, Real
Andon,
Madrid.
dude,
No.
Red John, who
One
cares,
second.
man?
Well, no, but
Oh my
because we
God.
need to clarify this as well. In 1965, it was the last Champions League final that Real Madrid played, and the other Champions League final that they played after that was in 1997
No,
or
in the 80s, they
1998.
played in the 80s. Check the facts. In 80-81, they played another final. After that, they
In
played in
81?
But it was not a Champions League final. It was not a
No,
Copa
it was
de
a Champions
Campeones
League
final.
final.
True.
It's not. It
True.
was a Champions League final. Anyway, I
So,
was saying.
so you guys are saying some legit. So you're saying bullshit, bro. No, bro, you guys
25 years.
bro. You guys are saying
25
shit, but
years,
it's not even a
Nathan.
fact.
25 years.
Oh,
I
You
didn't
just
say that.
got
It's 25
fact checked
years.
hard as fuck, bro. Your whole
Dude.
argument is done. You got fact checked like a motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Nathan, I didn't
You
give
got
any
fact
days.
checked like a
Relax.
Nathan,
motherfucker,
he's
bro.
Red John. Red John, I say quickly. I didn't give any
Relax.
days.
Just
Larry
like,
has turned
my
on Red
God.
John
little
now.
girl. Hey, hold on.
Dude, I
Relax.
never
Just like
gave
that
any
little girl
days.
on the.
I'm
Hey,
Nathan,
hey,
relax,
Blair,
man. Relax.
just
Relax.
like that little girl on the
Nathan,
internet.
Nathan, you are wrong, man. You're wrong. You're
Nathan,
wrong.
relax.
You are
Relax.
wrong,
In
man. You're
19,
wrong.
Okay.
in
Okay, guys.
1965,
I can understand.
it was
I can
the
understand what
last time
Laird
that they won,
wants to
but
say.
they also participated into a final in 1980
Yeah.
against Liverpool that they lost.
About
So in
about the
35
90s.
years,
Bye.
I can
35
understand
years.
what Laird wants to say because it's true that
Bye-bye.
Serie A was the most popular league in the world in the 90s. Nobody came close to Serie A in the 90s. Late 80s,
And in the
early
80s.
90s. Yeah. But still, Real Madrid was still one of the most popular clubs in the world. They were always there. They never disappeared or never lost the popularity. Yet maybe they weren't as popular as today, but they were still one of the maybe top 10 clubs in the world.
Yeah, but this is
Listen.
our point. What if they were one
But
of the
it-
top 10?
No,
not not top two.
all the other coaches lost their TVs once they slipped.
Oh my God, Nathan.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
Nathan, you've been joking for the last 20 minutes.
All,
But
all our
Dude.
TVs were damaged with Real Madrid not being successful.
I'm sorry, Nathan. I repeat it, man. You never left the United States, and you're talking for all South America right now.
Yeah,
I
because
just want to
you were
repeat
in
this
Central
into
and
life.
South America.
Why
never-
are you
you were
talking
in-
for all of South
I-
America?
I'm not talking about
Exactly,
South America.
because he
I'm
lived there. He
explaining-
lived there because he lived there.
I'm
He lived
explaining
there.
you.
Roy.
You guys, do you know that fucking Spain was in a dictatorship until the 80s? Until the 90s. Spain was in a fucking dictatorship. Was poor as fuck. People were starving in Spain. And you're telling me they were selling TV rights to South America. What the fucking world you live in, man? You guys, you never left that bubble of United States, man. You're talking to me about
right.
the society,
You're right.
about
Sure.
people in
Because
South America
Roy,
watching Real Madrid without even knowing how the world was working in Europe at that time.
Central
You guys
There you
are
go, guys.
you guys are
He
making
lived
a
in the
fool of
United
yourself.
States.
In
the
Peru
United
and
States.
Colombia, they were watching
man.
fucking
Peru and
Empoli,
Colombia,
Empoli against
with-
Cagliari.
with TV colors and a fridge and drinking a Coca-Cola, man. In Colombia. They were
That's
watching Real
Roy,
Madrid. Yeah, man.
Roy, you gotta,
That is
Roy,
it.
you gotta understand.
That is
Larry
right.
lived in
That is
Well
true.
said,
Everybody
You
catch
guys
you
are
from
winning.
Congratulations, Larry.
Hey, Roy,
Congratulations
in
for
all
never
those
leaving the
countries
United
at the
States.
same
Hey,
time.
Roy, let me ask something. Like, Larry, let me ask something real quick, right, bro?
Come on,
I
man. You
agree.
guys are
Watch it.
insane.
The only thing, right?
What the fuck
One
of a
thing we're
world
trying to
to leave?
explain is this. Nobody's saying you're wrong, but one thing you gotta understand is I think what you're saying, and I think it's disingenuous. You try to box us. I think it's not really respectful saying we all live in a.
No, I'm not
fucking
bossing
United
you, but
You
you
came
guys,
out-
you're
No, no,
completely ignoring the.
Some of us-
you're completely ignoring the economy of that world at that time.
States. No.
You're
But the
completely
thing, this
ignoring
is what we
that.
try to say. You're trying to say. Watch this. If it will make a better sense. A lot of top South American players, at least, right, in those times like the 90s, they played in Spain. I can really speak for Colombians and all that. They played at Madrid, which generate more viewership. And I can add that to the puzzle. I don't know whatever y'all debating on. I just wanted to add those 2 cents. Come on.
But
Clint, sorry, one
those
second.
are
Guys,
irrelevant,
South
Clint.
Americans didn't even know what football was
Clint,
until
exactly,
Spain lost its
exactly.
dictatorship.
Exactly.
Listen,
They
listen.
They
didn't
did
know.
not
They didn't
know.
know
They did
anything.
not know
Okay.
that Real Madrid existed.
Okay, you guys are joking. I'll tell you the truth. You cannot
No, we're
deny
actually
this.
not. We're actually not joking.
No,
We're
no.
actually
I'll
not
tell you the
joking.
truth. I'll tell you the truth.
Because Larry, you
No, you're
lived
joking.
in Mexico.
Sorry. I'll tell you the truth. I lived in Italy in the 90s. In Italy in the 90s was one of the top 7 countries in the world in terms of richness. Was one of the top 7 rich club in the world. So I lived in Italy. In Italy in the 90s, majority of people were watching football on a TV in a bar. 50, 100 people on one screen watching football.
And South America, they didn't have bars, guys, because
No,
South
no, what
America.
I'm saying, what I'm saying that TV right, because you're talking about money, about everyone was watching La Liga and this stuff like that. We are saying to me that everyone at their home were watching TV in South America and they were watching La Liga or whatever. What I'm telling you that it does not matter the fact that all South America was watching Real Madrid. The fact that financially and on the brand side was not relevant was they were not consuming, they were not moving the needle for Real Madrid on the financial way, on the branding side.
But that
does not matter because the whole money and the whole buzz or the whole talking about football was in Europe. And if you don't take the attention,
different argument. Different
that's
topic.
completely
Different topic.
You're talking
Different
about
topic.
finances,
I'm talking
bro.
about that.
You're talking about the financial side.
I'm talking about
You're talking about the financial side, bro.
Dude.
We're talking. You are not talking the same language right now.
But
bro.
it's the
If you wanna
same
talk
thing,
finances,
man. It's the same.
Nah, bro.
It's the same thing. If the market that matters is not watching your league, does not matter if China or South America is watching it. If the market that matters,
Exactly.
Europe, is not watching your league, your brand and your relevance goes down. As simple as that. The market that is relevant right now is United States and Asia, and everyone is watching the Premier League. Your brand goes down. Even if you are a fucking 7 Champions League, Man City is gonna shit in your head because that's more relevant.
So you're telling me. So you're telling me even though
South
these
America
older
was not
generations,
relevant as a market.
So-
Yes,
so
South
even
America
though
was
these-
not relevant as
so-
a market.
so even though these older generations all support Real Madrid and Barcelona, that because they weren't able to watch even for a certain time period, that means that they didn't have the same fan base.
No, I'm telling you, they don't help the relevance of the brand because at that time, the people that matters, the viewership that matters, the richest
you
viewership,
couldn't monetize
the
it.
they
But
couldn't
again,
monetize
yes,
it. Oh,
I understand that you couldn't monetize it, but did they actually go take a poll and go one by one and go to each of these people and ask them, do you still support Real Madrid or Barcelona?
It doesn't matter. This is what he's
But that
saying. It
does
does
matter.
not matter.
But
that
that does
doesn't matter,
matter.
man.
But that does matter. That does matter. That
Dude,
does matter.
it fucking-
So if all of the United States all of a sudden became extremely poor and could no longer support any of the teams that they could in the past, that makes them irrelevant, even though they're still fans.
Yes,
No, they're
yes,
still
That's
Nathan,
what happens
yes.
No.
in poor countries, man.
That's
you can watch
Nathan.
whatever
the dumbest
you want.
fucking thing I've ever heard.
Nathan.
That is
Oh
the
my
Nathan,
God,
dumbest
Nathan,
thing
you
listen.
I've
never
ever
lived
heard.
No,
in
no,
a
no.
poor country, Nathan.
No,
You
no,
never
Nathan.
lived
We are in the
You never
21st
done.
century, right? Or are we in the 20th
Nathan,
century or
listen.
21st century?
Nathan, listen. If tomorrow in the US no one gave a shit about football, the EPL becomes a poorer league. This is how it works, man. This is the relevance.
I have a
No,
question
but-
for you guys. We
but
are in the
money and
21st
fans
century, right? Is it the 21st century right now? So, forgive me.
Yes, well, it
Okay,
is,
so
it is.
why did FIFA say Real Madrid is the team of the 20th century? If it was so,
Because they
because
because
what?
in
Because
the
because
20
because
in the do you want to listen the question or do you want
yeah, I
me
want to hear
remark?
this excuse. FIFA. Wait, sure, let's hear it.
Because in the 100 years of existence of football before the 21st century, Real Madrid was the club that won the most Champions Leagues.
Ah, okay. So they weren't that popular then, right?
Okay, why Van Basten didn't
But
sign for Real
you are,
Madrid? Why Van
Roy,
Basten didn't sign for
Roy,
Real
but
Madrid?
how can you say dumb stuff and then laugh right after? Because
No, you are the guys who are saying that this team,
Right.
Laert is saying that this team was not. No, listen,
Right.
Real Madrid
From-
was always considered one of the best teams
Oh
ever,
my-
and one of the most popular.
From
In 1995, they weren't getting results, so Perez said, "Okay, let's do this to get results." That's it. It doesn't mean that they lost they weren't popular or bullshit. They're
From
still
19
considered one of the best teams.
from 1965 until 1997, Real Madrid didn't win a single Champions League.
In the
And this
60s
But they
and the
got the finals,
70s,
though.
I'm reading
And
here,
this
in the
is-
60s and the 70s, Real Madrid was considered the biggest team in Europe.
Once again, from 1965
So,
until
doesn't matter.
1997, Real Madrid reached one final in 33 years. One final.
What
and
about the one in the 80s?
didn't win a single Champions League.
Okay,
Okay?
and
This is the time period that we are
but
discussing.
FIFA still gave them the
And-
best team of the 20th century.
Okay, but right.
Yeah,
I
but
think-
not in the
I
90s.
thi- I-
Roy,
Just let me
Roy,
I
they
think
didn't
if
give
you're
it to
not
them
a
in
popular team, you won't get that recognition by FIFA.
Roy, they didn't
Just-
give it to
just
them
let
in
me finish now.
1995.
But
They give it
but
now.
it's-
So you're
but
just talking
it's
about that
right.
one
It's-
year.
it's-
Okay.
No, I'm
It's
talking
not
about
even
that
that.
period, man. Until that
It's-
moment, all the point is why Real Madrid is big right now, and my point is because they spent that enormous amount of money in
Yeah,
1997.
They were always big.
And no,
They were
and
always
that's
Yes,
big.
they
the
were
point.
always
Yeah.
big. They were
Okay, they were
always
always
been
always
one of the
big.
biggest
Okay.
clubs.
They were always
Okay.
big.
Always one of the biggest clubs ever. From the beginning of football, or club football, they've always been one of the biggest clubs. This has never changed. I don't know what the hell you guys
That's
are
what
talking
people are
Oh
gonna
my
tell
God.
me. That's what people are gonna
Guys,
tell me
yeah,
about
sure.
Man City and Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah, okay, that's
Exactly.
that's
I'm fine with
bullshit.
that.
Man City did not get
I know,
the
yeah.
recognition of club of the
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
century.
Bro,
yeah,
when you
yeah,
talking about
yeah.
look, when you
Listen,
talking about
I-
players, when you
30
talking about
years.
players like
30 years.
when you talking about players like Di Stefano or Puskás going through a certain team, you're always gonna be big. I'm
They
sorry.
were in the
I don't care how
60s,
long
man.
you-
They were in the 60s.
They were
bro.
in the 60s,
In the
man.
60s,
They
And I
were.
know
no one
that,
was
but I'm
saying
trying to
that Real
say is
Madrid
Yeah.
wasn't
they've
the
always
biggest
been the
club.
big club. Just even having those names alone, like these guys going through your thing.
No.
But
Exactly.
Clint,
gonna be
I'm
big.
sorry,
Clint,
Clint.
Guys,
But I'm
the
saying,
only
don't-
year that
don't
matters
tell
in
me- don't tell me I'm not-
1995. That's the year that
Clint,
defined football
Clint,
history, guys.
I'm sorry, Clint. Sven Botman is not
1995
signing.
defines their
Yeah,
entire
no,
history,
okay.
Roy. Their entire history depends on
Oh
1995.
my
But
God.
because we were talking
This is
about that
unbelievable.
moment, man, we were talking about that
But we-
moment when the history of Real
Yeah,
Madrid changed.
forget about them being a big team prior to that, though.
Clint, Sven Botman didn't sign for AC Milan because Van Basten played for AC Milan, man. He didn't sign for AC Milan for that. And at that time, in 1995, players were not signing for Real Madrid because Di Stefano played there.
talking about?
They didn't care about
Player-
Real Madrid. The biggest
Player
players in the world, they
preference
didn't care
and
about
fans.
that.
Real Madrid already cemented that with the players they
I
had in the
had
past,
to
bro.
I had to hear today. I had to
Yes,
listen
man.
to Laird and Rejon tell me that people did not want to go to Real Madrid because Real Madrid was a
Yes,
shit
in
club.
1995,
In 1995.
until before they started to spend all that money, no one wanted to go and play for Real Madrid.
Laudrup, one of Europe's
He's
best
no
players.
one, dude. He's
No
no
one.
one.
Ah,
He's no one
For
to
you,
do
he's
that.
no one. Okay.
Yeah, for me.
This
Okay,
conversation
for me.
is over.
Okay.
This
For
conversation.
me, he's no one.
I'm
I
out,
don't care,
guys.
man.
I gotta go.
You're
By the
not
way-
gonna use Laudrup with 30 other players I use against you. You're not gonna use one player against 30.
Like you don't even know who was in the Real Madrid teams. You don't even know who they are. You don't even
Not
know who
even-
these people
not-
are. You only know who
not
plays in
even
the
Real Madrid
EPL because that's the only thing you
Not
follow.
even Real
You
Madrid
do not
fans
even
know
know who
them.
these players are.
Not even Real Madrid fans knows them. Not even.
No. Okay, but now you're saying bullshit.
You're
Now
right.
it's
Yeah.
You're right. You're
Yeah.
right. You're right.
okay.
Not even Real
Your
Madrid
problem
fans
is
know
that you
that.
like to
Sure.
speak for everybody, bro. That's what your problem is,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
You think
Real
you can
Madrid
speak
fans
for
don't
entire
know who-
countries,
who-
bro. Like this is ridiculous.
Real Madrid don't know who was playing.
Laird has zero knowledge of like football players from the 90s, and then he wants to pretend that nobody played in Real Madrid. What the fuck are you talking about?
Roy, you've been 2 hours.
Crazy arrogance, bro.
naming.
Crazy.
You don't know anybody that's played in the 90s in Spain, Laird. You don't know anybody. You don't even have. You're too lazy to even Google them. You're too
Not
lazy
even
to
you.
even go and Google them. But you're
even
just
because-
convinced in your mind
Not
that
even you. Not even you.
I just did the research right now and I proved you wrong.
You
The-
needed the research. You needed the research.
Yeah, you don't do it. That's why you.
Because it's not
That's why
relevant,
people
because
are
it's not
telling you that
relevant.
you're talking bullshit because you're just talking out of your ass without doing any
Roy,
research.
Roy, do you need the
Roy.
research to know who was playing at Real Madrid in 2000? The biggest players of Real Madrid in 2000. You don't need a research because it was a relevant.
Okay, who was playing in Real Madrid in 1993? Who was playing in 1993?
He's not a relevant.
It's not irrelevant.
I don't know exactly.
Exactly. So why are you talking, Larry, if you don't know? Why are you talking?
Everyone doesn't know. Everyone does not know.
Yeah. So why do you have these opinions when you don't know? Why do you bring up these opinions if you don't know?
Because it's not my opinion, man. Florentino Perez was running the club, and he said
Florentino Perez was not worried about the popularity of the club. Florentino Perez was worried about the results of the club.
Yeah, sure.
No, but it's pretty simple. I don't understand this because how can you guys fail to understand that a large period without European success means that you are not as relevant as you were before? We have tried it ourselves. We won in 2011.
But they were still considered the team of the century.
Exactly.
But it doesn't matter, man.
Why? It doesn't matter to you, but it matters to FIFA, right? The governing body of football.
Right.
No, don't fucking tell me. I gotta go.
Do you speak it?
I'm tired. I'm not gonna listen to fucking
your own view.
people with stupid opinions. I really gotta go. Not because of the conversation, but I really gotta go.
You guys are only talking in regards to your own view and not the view of everybody else.
No, Nathan, it's not my view.
Nathan, it is your view. It is your view. It is your view.
Nathan,
you're the one here saying that teams and players are irrelevant. That's your opinion.
It's my view. Okay, it's my view. Okay, it's Real Madrid.
Okay, then.
Okay.
So that's your view.
Why Roy is not naming more than one player? If that
why are you not naming anybody?
Because I'm saying that it's not relevant.
Anyone. Oh, because you don't know, bro. You don't know, bro. You don't know.
Okay.
You don't.
I don't know.
Everyone else agrees with me except for you and John, bro.
Roy that knows can name just one name in that period of Real Madrid. Just one name.
He also told you Raul as well. He also told you Raul as well.
Nathan, Raul is known for what he did in the 2000s, man. What are you talking about? Use your logic. No one knew Raul in 1995.
Dude, you guys are insane.
You know who Raul is because of what he did in the 2000s, not because of the 1995. It's the same as someone saying 10 years from now, oh, Milan of the 2022 had Pobega because Pobega won the Ballon d'Or in 2030.
Listen, man, you're right, John. That 500 million worked pretty well, man. Completely deleted 60 years of
just look at this. And we are gonna I've already heard it right now, but you are gonna hear more and more people talk to you like this about Man City and PSG. I've already met people, kids or younger than me, who've told me, no, man, PSG has had Ronaldinho, has had Wea. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, regarding that, they're not saying that PSG was always all the time relevant. I can give you an example with Chelsea. Chelsea won recently to Champions League, but does anybody says that Chelsea were always relevant? No. So again,
well, some people are starting to say that when Vialli was the manager, we were winning FA Cup, so we started to become relevant. That's what people were telling me.
But also, right now, go ask people who's more relevant, AC Milan or Chelsea? Who's more relevant right now?
If we are relevant, why fucking players go and play for Newcastle, man, and not for
but look, when I talk, especially
because of money,
when I talk to people,
because we're not relevant, we're not prestigious.
Because we're not relevant.
No. When I talk to people, exactly. When I talk to people in the States, even if they are EPL fans, they might say Chelsea is better right now, but they have never not once said that Milan is bigger than the EPL team.
Okay, Nathan. Imagine. Okay, that is the result of 7 years. Imagine of 30 years not winning or not winning in Champions League. Imagine the result.
When was the last time we did anything in the Champions League? 2007, bro. So we've been irrelevant since 2007 when it comes to Champions League, bro.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm
15
telling
And
years.
a
you.
lot of
So
people,
I'm
and a lot of people,
15
and a
years,
lot
but
of
that's a
people,
long ass time.
Nathan, and a lot of people say, "Oh, Leão should play for a bigger club like Chelsea and City." Not like
Exactly. Exactly.
Because of
that
money
was the
right now,
Exactly.
not
that was the
because of
conversation in the
money.
90s for Real Madrid. That
Because
was the
of no,
conversation.
Yes.
they say
That
that he
was the
should go play for them
conversation of
because
Real
he can
Madrid.
get paid more money. Because
Maradona
he can
should
get
play
paid
for
more
a
No.
money.
bigger club, not
It's all
Barcelona.
because of money.
Maradona.
It's all
Yeah.
What are
because
you
of
talking
money. If
about?
Milan had the
Barcelona.
same, if Milan had the same money as Chelsea, they would never say something stupid like that.
Oh yeah,
Well,
okay, man.
No,
Nathan,
none of them have said that AC Milan.
No.
It
Nathan,
outside of
if
money is
Milan,
smaller, bro. No,
Nathan, if Milan had 20 Champions Leagues, they would be bigger than Real Madrid right now. But this is not a question of ifs. This is a matter of who's the more relevant club right now. And when you talk to people, everyone tells you that Milan is a nice club, but Leão
Big
has to go to
history, but
has to go to a bigger club. This is what people
yeah.
tell
but
me.
that does
And
not
people
change the
tell me
fact
that,
that
and people tell me that while pointing at Chelsea, while pointing at Man City, while pointing at this kind of clubs. So it doesn't matter what Milan
Barcelona,
needs.
Barcelona, which is a
But
smaller
due
club
to
than
money, not because of anything else.
no,
Because
no.
Leão is now a
Guys,
champion. Leão is a
guys,
champion
no,
right now. Nobody's
yeah, he
telling
is a
you
champion.
that Leão needs to
No,
leave because of Milan. Milan is not good. No, they're
no,
telling you
no, no,
Leão needs
Be,
to leave because
no,
of the money. Because he
no,
can get
exactly,
20
no, wrong,
million in
exactly.
Barcelona in Real.
wrong.
So don't
No,
confuse
no
this.
one gives. No, you don't confuse this. Fans
The
don't give
first
a
thing they
shit.
say is that he can
But
get more
Nathan,
money. That's
I'm
the first
talking,
thing.
man. Nathan, I'm talking. Fucking hell. No one gives a shit how much Leão gets in his bank. No one cares about that. All they care
Bullshit.
about is this guy. Where is he gonna be? At what club that can offer him the chance to win the Champions League? And when people
And
tell me or say in general that he should go to a bigger club, they say it exactly for this reason: to go to a club in which he can win the Champions League.
and
Because
done.
they don't see Milan as a club that can win the
Yeah.
Champions League. This is the
Or
difference.
another thing, Milan was giving the same amount of money to Donnarumma, but everyone was saying, "Oh, Donnarumma should go a bigger club like PSG because there is bigger players there. Then and he's a
Exactly.
bigger club than AC Milan." He's happening, man. He's happening. We are in that situation where Real Madrid was in 1995. We have a
Exactly.
glorious of
Donnarumma,
history, but
Donnarumma
no
went to
one
PSG
wants to play for us.
due to salary and because he got commission from them. Raiola got like around 20 million. Milan was never gonna
Yeah,
get.
but
No,
if we were a
no,
bigger
but
club than
I'm
PSG,
done.
he
I'm sorry,
doesn't
but
from us.
If
Come
that was
on,
the
guys.
case, Theo would have left. He wouldn't have re-signed the contract.
I'm done. Donnarumma said it himself. It was time for me to take a bigger step. He said it himself, man. Like we
The
don't have to
players always say
discuss about
stupid
this at
shit
all.
when they move to a new club, right?
Ah,
What does it
okay.
matter
Pretend
what
like they don't
Donnarumma
do
said?
that.
Okay.
But press, man,
It
press say the
it
same
matters.
thing. Press say Donnarumma should earn more money. No, they all say we should go to a club to win the Champions League. All the press, all the newspapers, all the journalists.
That's
These are
because they have the
the
money to get the players to do so. If Milan had the exact same amount of
oh
money,
my
they would
God,
not say
man.
that
But I'm
because we
talking
would
about
have
the
the most
public
players.
opinion. Dude, no one is talking about money. I'm talking about public opinion and sports achievement. Forget about the money, man. No one was mentioning, oh, Donnarumma should go there because earns 300K more. No one was talking about money. The people in the industry, no one was talking about money because it's even shameful to talk about money, to be attached to things. So everyone was saying, oh, Donnarumma should go to PSG to win big things because he's never going to win it with Milan.
And also not just that, but also this point right now, if you look at how much PSG is followed and how much Milan is followed, you will find out that there is a lot more following for PSG than for Milan.
No,
Is
that's
this
not
what makes a club
That's
big as
not
well?
true.
What?
About the
That's
following,
not true?
no, that's not
Wait,
true.
did you say
Milan
that
has a
that's
bigger
not true?
fan base than PSG. No, it's not true.
But did
Milan
you say
has a
that's not
bigger
true?
fan base than PSG.
So you think Nike was they're just dumb for giving them uh, 100 million to do their fucking shirts, while us, Puma gives us 30 million and we are super fucking happy. They are just dumb, right? Fly
Not
Emirates
that,
gives
that has
Fly
nothing to do with
Emirates
the
gives
loyalty as the club in general. They give them because of the names they have there.
yes, but
They
that's
give
No,
them
no, but
money
even the
because of
fans,
why
even
Messi,
the
Mbappe,
fans,
why
Neymar,
what
not because of
what
PSG as a club.
Exactly.
Because
Exactly.
no, but it's wrong. But you are just wrong. How can you say exactly? It's because of the relevance. If PSG something happens with the players of PSG or with PSG, it creates a bigger news that if
The
something happens
name,
with me.
the players that are at PSG already had those big titles with those companies, anyways. So they were always going to get
But,
that regardless. What are
no,
you
but
talking about,
Nathan,
bro?
I'm not talking about player. I'm talking about the club, and the club makes the contracts
And
with
then not
these
only this, would you
companies.
be more willing to give a club who's owned by a fucking multi-billionaire oil tycoon who can guarantee to bring in top names all the time? Of course you
Dude,
would. That brings
but no
more
one
money
But
is
to
that's
you
the point.
dude.
too.
But
But that
that's
is
the
the
whole
point,
point,
Nathan.
man. No one is
But so
questioning
the
why
point is
PS.
money. But the point is money.
But that's the
That's the
way
point.
they're relevant, man. That's the way they're
That's
relevant.
relevance, Nathan.
But that
You are
does
killing me.
not mean that they are bigger.
Oh, but no one is saying they're bigger.
Oh,
But in relevance, you know what doesn't mean relevance, man. Relevance does not mean that you are a smaller club or
historically
bigger club
bigger.
historically or something
Yeah.
like that. It means like, dude, I'll make it
Right now.
simple as fuck, man. Fucking Al Pacino won everything, Oscar and everything like that. If he goes in a room, he's not relevant anymore as an actor. There is other names that brings people to the cinema. They are bigger than him as a name and more relevant. And that is
Exactly.
what happened for an actor. For a club, it's different because a club never dies. It's like a 200-year institution. You can go ahead. So to keep it relevant, you need to do to achieve on a sport-wise, on a money-wise, and on a prestige-wise. So get best players and stuff like that. We are so far
Yes.
away from that, man. We are.
Exactly.
It's just ridiculous how literally people write on social media, Leão should move to a
And
bigger
yet we
club.
still have a bigger
There
fan
is no
base.
bigger club than AC Milan, man.
And yet
There
we
is
still
no
have a
bigger
bigger
club
fan
than
But
AC
base.
we're
Milan.
talking now about a
Exactly.
bigger fan base.
Jesus Christ.
PSG doesn't have a bigger fan
Donnarumma
base.
grew up at AC
And yet
Milan,
we
and
still
people were saying
have a
he
bigger
should.
fan base.
Yeah, keep stopping me, man.
We
But
still
no,
have a bigger
Nathan,
fan base than City. We
Nathan,
still have a bigger fan base than PSG. Even with
Nathan,
the names they
Nathan.
have.
Nathan,
But
Nathan,
I'll
I'm
be
sorry,
right
but
back in like 20 minutes.
even
Oh,
oh,
thank
all
God.
right.
A
No,
bit
I
of
will
pace.
just say this. I will just say this. Even this thing about the fan base, it's a little bit misleading because we have no way of actually measuring how many fans Milan has. The only way you can do that right now is to go and watch how much followings the clubs have on social media. And if you do that, you find out that the reality is not like that.
And I can
And
add another thing. Can I add another thing? PSG has been dominating France for the last, I would say 12 years. Can we say 12 years?
yeah, yeah,
Maybe 13. In these
yeah,
13 years, PSG has built a 5 million people supporters in France. For sure.
mhm, for
For
sure. Yeah,
sure. Because the kids that grow up with PSG, all of them, probably they follow PSG. They bought a t-shirt and they watched PSG.
yeah.
Do we
And they
want to
are gonna
add
be
all the people outside France? They buy a shirt from PSG. They follow the club. So they
yeah,
are
for sure.
bigger than us on that side. Even that. But
Mm,
no one disagrees that if Milan starts to win Serie A every year or a lot of them and goes to finals, semi-finals in Champions League, we're gonna go back in that position for
for
sure.
sure.
But we're not now, or we were not
Relevance.
2 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
In
It's true.
Andon, I'll talk to you because you're sensible.
Yeah.
In 25 years, if Milan does the things properly, we're gonna be a gigantic club.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be an old man, and I'm gonna try to explain to the kids at that time that Milan in 2020 was not a relevant club.
Yep.
Everyone wanted
And
to leave for free. No one wanted to renew. And fucking Botman didn't care about us. Renato Sanchez didn't care about us. Average players that no one knows didn't care about us. And people are gonna reply, yeah, but we had Theo Hernandez. Dude, Theo
yeah,
Hernandez was no one when he came at us. You're gonna
yeah,
see the career of Theo Hernandez the next 15 years. He's gonna win everything.
exactly.
And you're gonna think it was a gigantic player. But at that moment, when he comes to us, no one cares about him.
He was the
And
reject.
everyone, every
Yeah,
player we have, no one really cared about these players. Calabria, Tomori, Kalulu, Pierre, Magnan, Theo Hernandez, Tonali maybe was one of the prospects that we fight for him. Benacer, no one cared. Krunic, Leão, everyone hated him. So it's true. We are not. 2 years ago, we were not relevant. We were completely out of the map. And that's a fact. And Real Madrid was like this in the 90s. Because there is a reason why
I understand what you want.
Florentino Perez says
No,
that and thinks
listen,
we need to
I
change
understand what you
drastically
want to
things.
say. In the 90s, yes, Serie A was the most popular league in the world. Even Milan, not just Milan, not just the big clubs. Parma was very
Parma
popular.
and Sampdoria as well. Yeah.
Sampdoria. Yeah, they were very popular. But still, even in that time, Real Madrid was a relevant club. That's why people want to explain, but they're saying in a different way. Yeah, maybe Real Madrid then wasn't the most popular club even in Spain. Barcelona was more popular in the 90s in Spain than Real Madrid, but they were still relevant, and they still can do things. So that's what people want to explain.
Yes,
But
but
my whole point is relevant for me and you, yes, but for a professional that is trying to build a career in football, they were not relevant because they were making different choices. The best talents from South America was not going to Real Madrid, was going to Parma, Lazio, Roma, Milan, Inter, Juventus.
Same as
that's what I'm saying.
Same as in 2017, we were relevant. We just weren't as relevant as we wanted to be. So there's
That's
different
it.
levels, even in being relevant.
There was a
So
reason
no one-
why all the agents of South America were bringing their players in Serie A. Man. Roberto Carlos came in Serie A. He failed with Inter, and his plan B was Real Madrid, man. Was not Real Madrid his plan A, was Inter his plan A. Every Serie A club, the top seven, were a plan A for every talent and every relevant player in the world. Not Real Madrid.
In the 1990s, yeah. Even in the late 80s, that's true.
Bergkamp coming from England, from Netherlands to Inter, failing going to Premier League. Henry coming to Juventus, failing going to Premier League. Serie A was plan A. Premier League, La Liga was plan B, and other clubs. That's it.
And not just that, but we saw the repercussions of the success that Serie A had in the 90s and late 80s, even in the early 2000s and late 90s. When Ronaldo went to Barcelona, he upgraded and went to Inter right after.
Exactly.
And after that, he went to Real Madrid.
And after that, he moved to Real Madrid. After Real Madrid became the Galacticos.
Yeah. Young Shevchenko didn't go to Real Madrid or Barcelona, man. He went to AC Milan. It's just all the biggest talent wanted to come on the top 7 clubs in Serie A. Fiorentina, Battistuta was at Fiorentina. Yeah. Edmundo was at Fiorentina. Rui Costa was at Fiorentina, man.
Thuram was at Parma, bro.
If you look at the national team, of Brazil and Argentina, these clubs there, you see that half of their team plays in Serie A, the other half plays in South America. So the biggest players of that national team were deciding to make a move to Serie A or stay in South America and play for River Plate, Boca Juniors. Boca Juniors, River Plate were bigger clubs at that time than the Spanish.
Yeah, but you forgot about that period. Barcelona was probably one of the biggest clubs.
Yeah, they were. To be fair, Barcelona was quite on top of their game in Europe, and they won a Champions League.
In the 90s, though, not before.
In the early 90s.
Yeah. They won the first Champions League in the 90s.
Exactly. So they won the first Champions League in 1997, I think, or something like that. So keep that in mind.
Against Sampdoria. Against Sampdoria.
Against Sampdoria, exactly. So even Barcelona won this huge club that people are making it to be right now. Their first Champions League was almost 40 years after Champions League was invented.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's what I consider relevant. I am a football fan. I always consider Real Madrid the biggest club in the world. Even in the 90s, I knew what Real Madrid was. But if you consider on the industry, when you make football decision and you are a young football player, your main objective was to go to Milan, Juventus, Inter, and if not, fucking Parma, Lazio, Roma, Fiorentina. And if you don't succeed on these 7, you go to Premier League or La Liga. That is called relevance for me.
So, I have a question though, Bossman. So, let's say Juve. Let's say, okay, in 2026 is going to be 30 years like it's gonna be 30 years gap. If Juve doesn't win champions within the list, it's gonna be a 30-year gap. Is Juve still gonna be like a relevant team or a big team, or they're just gonna be relegated to like a nothing?
I'll tell you, people are gonna think that I'm biased, but Juve has not been a relevant team for a long time now.
Okay.
In a European level, Juve has not been a relevant team for a long time because they get always second-tier players. They don't get the first-tier players. Mandzukic is not a first-tier player. He was coming from Bayern Munich, so it was a plan B for Mandzukic, Juventus.
Vidal,
Tevez was at the
you
end
had
of
to
his
invent.
career.
Pogba, you
Vidal,
had to
yeah,
invent. All these players are players that didn't come as stars; they became stars. At
yeah.
Juventus.
So and when they left Juventus, Pogba left straight away Juventus to go to a more relevant club, Manchester United. Is Manchester United a more winning club than Juventus? No. But if you see the way players make the decision in career, clearly it's more relevant. Clearly they decide to go there. Pogba think, oh, I'm a big player now. I want to go to Manchester United and win the Premier League. So Juventus has been at least 12 years that is not relevant anymore at the European level. The relevant clubs at the European level are Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Paris Saint-Germain, Manchester City, Manchester United, Chelsea, Liverpool. These are the 8 clubs everyone wants to go and play. And if they don't achieve that, they go to the plan B, which is Inter, Juventus, Milan, Atletico Madrid, Marseille, Dortmund, Newcastle, West Ham, whatever, Arsenal. Arsenal is not relevant anymore. Tottenham. Those are the second tier. We are a second tier club. Maybe third, unfortunately.
Right now, we are second tier, I would say.
No, we're not because those motherfuckers don't come and sign for us, man. Players like to sign for us. They like to sign for Juventus or for other clubs, for Atletico.
No, we can still pull some players, some young players, and this is what also Maldini said in his interview that he had, I think yesterday. He said he uses that name, his name, when he speaks to players, and when they want to came and reject other clubs. Yes, of course that won't work for every player. Like that didn't work for Sanchez or for Botman, but it worked for CDK. It works for Teos. On some players that will work, on some it won't. So I would say we are currently a second tier, not third tier. Yeah, we're second.
If you think
to be honest, I think I'm sorry to interrupt you. To be honest, I think we are in between second and third tier, and the reason for that is that sadly we were relevant before the social media exploded, and we are becoming now a little bit more relevant again.
That's why I like the Americans, because they use the media. They use the media to grow Milan.
Exactly, but we are becoming relevant after some things have already been established. So the problem that we have right now is that you don't have kids anymore who dream to play for Milan, because Milan has been nothing in the last 15 years. So
you don't have kids. Tonali is a perfect example. He only wanted Milan.
No. I'm talking kids, not Italians, because Italians you're always going to have. Also Italians that dream to play for Sampdoria, that because they are from Genoa. I'm talking about international players that are born in Karasvelia is born in Georgia. If you look at his interviews 2 years ago, his dream is to play at Real Madrid. CDK, look at his interviews when he was a kid.
Yeah, I know CDK dream is to play for Real Madrid. Yeah, I know about that.
Exactly.
But that's normal.
So we don't have that because we missed this fucking huge opportunity. Sadly, we decided to become irrelevant in the most crucial periods. In the periods in which, first of all, you can finally monetize your fan base. Second of all, following becomes huge. And third of all is how huge you become, the more you can monetize. So we miss this part. Therefore, we are in between second and third because no one out there is going to be like, my dream has always been to play for AC Milan. Therefore, I don't care if I get a little bit less money. I'm from Norway and I'm going to play for AC Milan. Like, we don't have that right now. But the problem is that we also don't have the money to compensate for that.
I'll make an example for you. Alexander Pato is the biggest talent at the age of 17.
Exactly.
And
yes.
the only thing he wanted to play for Milan.
Yep.
In 2007. Doesn't care about Real Madrid and Barcelona or Manchester United and Chelsea. He wants to play for Milan. He wants to sign for Milan. He's the biggest talent. He's telling his agent, I want to sign for Milan. That is relevant. That is called relevant. Know how many supporters are watching my team in fucking Albania or sort of Italy or whatever. I want to know if the biggest talent wants to come and play for us, man. That is relevant.
Albania is crazy for Milan.
I know, and no one gives a shit. Exactly. No one gives a shit. It's not relevant as a country.
It's true.
3 million of people can support Milan. It's not gonna move a needle in terms of relevance of Milan. If 100,000 people in London support Milan, that is relevant because they make more noise. They are more.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah, but we are on that path. We are on that path. We just won a title.
Also, you gotta you added something in the comments that was interesting, like when you said Albania, and I think that was like previous stream, and I think I asked you guys, I'm like, why a lot of Albanians? And I gave my experience as a kind of Albanians, and you guys even told me that it's a proximity close to Italy, you get to watch the Italian channel, right? And which I think has a big part now. I think the popularity of a league can also play. But I think language plays one of the really, really key piece on how also a league is popular within like a specific region. And I use the Africa, for example. Like if you go to French Africa, I promise you, League 1 is big. That's why all these young African players, they went. If I give you an example, even Sadio Mane, there's an interview I just saw with him. They asked for Sadio Mane, what's his favorite team of all time? What Sadio Mane's favorite team is? Marseille. He didn't say like Madrid. He said he doesn't care. Because that's what the visual these young African kids from that, like Nigerians, they have ties to England. They're the Prem. I mean, a lot of Nigerians made the move even to London. When you got Kanu going to Arsenal was even big. So I'm just saying all this. Y'all need to take this also into the consideration, like what people pay attention. I don't want to go back to the South America thing, but a lot from these countries that are really footballistic nations, when their top star players play in a specific league, they'll have their eyeballs, and a lot of these players, like me coming from the Ivory Coast, where did Drogba started as our national talent? France. All of us was fucking watching that shit. We were going like crazy. The reason why George Weah was at PSG, guess what? George Weah grew up, spent a lot of time in the Ivory Coast. It's from the Ivory Coast that he had his dream move to France. That he was able to stay there. So I'm just trying to add that language portion of the conversation that plays a lot.
For sure. And what you're saying today is super relevant, but not in the 90s. In the 90s, it wasn't relevant because if today you can actually monetize how much following you have everywhere, even though, for example, 3 million people in Albania do not have the same relevance as 100,000 people in London. Why? Because the 100,000 people in London sway the competition for the rights of broadcasting of Serie A in England.
Yes,
because these 100,000 people move the balance between how much the whole UK is going to pay to get the rights of Serie A. But the 3 million people in Albania that still are super big fans, yada yada yada, do not matter because the broadcaster of Serie A in Albania is going to pay a little money. They're not going to pay millions of dollars.
And
get it?
That's the whole point. The Premier League is the richest club in the world because their language, the English, gets the relevance of Asia and North America, which are the really relevant markets right now, not Albania, Africa, and South America. Yeah, unfortunately, people are going to get offended. But
I don't know if you guys got, I think, in the early 2000s, the broadcast that they presented from the Premier League was miles better than anybody else. I mean, everything from the first minute till the end of the game, highlights, repetition of plays, the full broadcast, even with the commentary, with everything was a top level. So even that brought Premier League closer to other countries, especially English-speaking countries, and even in Asia. And that's what made them sell TV rights. Now they're selling for 2 billion and even more, because of the presentation they did of the football. When
And
I was watching Serie A, the presentation was terrible compared to the compared to the EPL. Even though the football in Italy was a lot better than the English football, but the way that they presented it was much worse. So that helped even EPL to become what it is now today.
And I want to say something because I did some research when we were talking about the marketing and TV rights of the Premier League. That the Premier League moved earlier than the Serie A on exporting the product. The Premier League got lucky for one thing, and that's why I'm saying the language. Sky Sport in the late 90s bought the rights of the Premier League, and Sky Sports were owned by 20th Century Fox and Murdoch. So what he did, he packaged the Premier League in a way that he can use it in United States, and he didn't need to buy the rights. He bought the rights of the Premier League in England and in United States, and he already had a massive broadcast in United States. So he just dropped there the Premier League on the hours that the Premier League was running. So the Premier League had this advantage that they went in the United States without even traveling, because all their content was in English around the team, the game. And who was distributing that content in North America already owned the massive broadcast. So they didn't need to sell it to North America. They just needed to sell it to Murdoch and Sky Sport UK, and he will sell it in Australia, in Asia, and in North America. Thing that Italy didn't have, because Murdoch didn't come to Italy and bought the Serie A. He bought the Premier League at that time in the late 90s. And they achieved massive results thanks to that. Everything happened later for all the other leagues because they realized you can do it, and they did it. But it was too late.
And plus, the teams from EPL used that money smartly. Almost all of the teams built new stadiums.
Straight away, new stadiums.
Straight away.
New way of doing business, merchandising, websites, things that no one was thinking at that time.
No,
they had their own TV.
The most important thing was the stadiums they built. They had their own revenue. In Italy, they are still playing in old stadiums. The grass is not even good. So they need to start somewhere. Yes. But I think for Milan, it's good because now they will focus a little bit in the US about the broadcast. I think they're working on some deals. So they will start bringing more revenue. The more revenue is brought to Milan, Milan can again become a protagonist in Europe.
But Maldini, also, I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, even Maldini now said in the interview we should not expect some big signings, and we shouldn't expect them at least until we got the new stadium. We were never going to spend 100 million on a player. Never. So we have to be a little bit patient with that. Let them work, and maybe not now, but I think in about 3 to 4 seasons we can do something in Europe.
And also to add to your point, what the EPL did, which was somehow revolutionary for European football, was that the stadiums that they built, they used it as a 365 days a year revenue stream.
Yeah,
because they started putting shops, sponsors. Like they no longer saw stadiums as just giant venues where you play once every 2 weeks. No, they use them 365 days. And this is what Serie A still, 30 years later, is failing to.
That's why now Milan is battling for the new stadium. They wanted to build it like that, to be a modern stadium where you can have all the year throughout 365 days revenue to have it from there, not just from tickets, to have shops, to have a lot of other things. So that's why it's very important how they will decide to do it. Either they're gonna go alone or with Inter.
Which is
where they're gonna build it.
Which is one of the reasons why I hope we do it alone, but I don't think we're going to do it alone.
But if we do it alone, there is another downside to that. We will be limited with the budget options for the next maybe 5-7 years. And that can slow down our footballing success.
That's also true.
It's more sustainable to build it with Inter. For both of the teams. Because again,
that's also true unless the Redbird takes the responsibility for building the stadium on their own. Like they don't put it on Milan's wage bill.
Yeah, but they can't do that because again, Redbird is a fund. It's not a
Yeah,
private owned entity. So again, depends on how much money they can bring in. So they're still not at that point because in the end, the point of Redbird is the same as Elliott: build the club, increase the value of the club, and sell it for a higher price. But they will be a little bit long term. I think maybe 10 years they will own Milan. After 10 years, they will probably sell the club for let's say 3 or 4 billion. That's their end goal. So we cannot expect to take that kind of investment from them at the start because again, the full investment of the stadium is 1.2 billion, which is a lot of money. Also, that amount they pay to buy the club. So in total, that's 2.4 billion just to buy the club and build a stadium. And
but I think
if you take in consideration, you have other expenses, so it's a lot of money.
but Serie A in itself like has to improve. Did Laird just leave? Serie A in itself has to improve a lot of stuff. Like even the way they shoot games. They should make the thing better. Maybe it has to do with the stadiums, but watching a Serie A game and then switching
Personally,
to a Premier League game,
personally, for
it's
me, what Syria needs to do is to cut down the league by at least 2 teams to go back to 18 teams. Because sorry, but there is not enough quality to have 20 teams every year,
yeah,
especially the lower
that's
teams.
a possibility. Yeah,
After that, they need to betten up the infrastructure. A lot of teams need to build or improve their stadiums if they're not in position to build new stadiums, to make improvements of the current stadium. And after that, maybe to improve even training grounds, even the full infrastructure, because only I think Milan and I don't know Juventus have modern training grounds now. They have to improve on of everything, even because the point is even if Milan improves everything, that if other clubs doesn't improve, it won't do that much good. Because
true.
in
But
order to sustain your club and to compete, you have to work with somebody.
even Milan's
Have they
training
mentioned
ground
anything about the
needs a
training grounds yet?
not
Yeah,
yet, but even Milan's training ground needs to be renewed because that's
no,
Refreshed.
it is. It is improved.
no
Milan
no, but
has one of the most
like
modern training grounds.
Well,
uh,
not
it,
like the level of Tottenham or City.
yeah.
City.
Look
That
at
will
what
come. That
City,
that will come
Tottenham,
with the
this
new
kind of.
stadium. But that will come with the new stadium. For now, they have a very good training ground.
I
That's not the
mean,
problem.
Man United, City has built a stadium for the academy, man.
Yeah,
City has built a stadium for the academy.
But
That's
City
to
can go
Barcelona
even.
is
understand.
going to do the same. Barcelona is going to do the same.
They're building a stadium for the academy. We don't have a stadium for the first team.
Yeah, but City has a different kind of ownership,
Yeah,
and the regulation in England are different than Italy.
I get it. Newcastle is already planning to build a new training ground. They're gonna build a new training ground, completely new.
Yeah, and what I like about Newcastle, they're not spending a lot of money on established stars. They're not going the route that City or Procedure are taking. Even Procedure now is changing. They saw that even with buying established stars, spending a lot of money, that doesn't guarantee you success. So they're trying to go to a different model, maybe buying younger players, not that expensive, to try to build the team as a team, not as individuals. So that's also to be taken in consideration.
Which is
Due
bad
to
news
that
for
kind of
us.
model, I think Milan can even make some success, even to compete with them on a footballing level.
Let's see. It's gonna be a long process on becoming relevant again.
Because currently
When
Milan is missing only 2 players to have a complete team. We are missing a right wing and a striker. Once we get that, after that it will be a lot easier to making other transfers. Because after that
Yep,
we
I
can buy
agree.
let's say one two players per year, younger players that can grow and build. And in those cases, even if we sell some of our star players, we can replace them with the money that we would get for them. But we are missing those 2 players just to complete the team.
Yeah, it's the whole journey is going to be hard until you reach the level of revenue that other teams are making and have been
But
making in the last 15 years.
we have to be happy we won a title. We're 3 years ahead of the plan. They had planned to win
For
the
sure,
title in
for sure,
4 seasons.
for sure. But like appetite comes when you start eating, so you want to
Yeah, but
improve. Like even though
fans
you,
need to understand it will need time.
yeah,
And they need to
Yeah.
understand even if we sell now, it won't be end of the world. Because Maldini said
uh,
very, very good in his interview. We won't go beyond our economic possibilities. Because now Leão is getting a very good offer. He's getting 6.5 million per year. So now it's up to him if he wants to stay or no. Because now if he rejects, nobody can blame the ownership. They didn't give him enough money. So now it's up to
right.
Leão.
I somehow think that he's going to renew, though. To be honest, I don't know,
I
but I
think as
thought
well because Milan is the perfect team for him to
I thought
grow
the
as a
same for
player.
KC and for Donnarumma, though. To be honest, so my
Because
word,
everybody that left currently Milan, they're not having a great time. Not single one of them. Even
Well,
Donnarumma was struggling.
in my opinion, going back to Leao, the only thing that it matters for me is not Leao stays or leaves, that he leaves for a good amount of money.
I think they will sell. I think Cardinale, if he doesn't renew, he will sell him in January.
No, sell him in the
no.
summer.
In the summer,
Because
maybe.
in the
Yeah, but
summer
he's,
there will
he
be
won't get as much money though,
yeah.
No, he will
if
get a
any
lot of
money at
money in the
all. Because
summer.
No,
but
it
No,
will be
right
only
now, if
one
you
year.
think about it, teams don't
it
really
doesn't
need
matter.
Leao at the moment. Leao's a luxury for most of those teams, so they can easily wait one more year to get him for free.
No, I don't think so. Let's see. I think they're gonna sell. If they're gonna sell him, they're gonna sell him in the summer for a lot of money.
I don't think
Hopefully.
that it's gonna matter. It's gonna matter that his contract is only 1 year. If as long as there's more than one team that wants it won't matter.
I mean, we said
Chelsea
that
is keeping the
about
interest.
Kessie. We said that about Donnarumma. I mean, we've
No, I
been on
never
this
say
boat ride
that.
before. No,
Never
it doesn't
say
matter what you
that.
said.
No, no, no.
It's what was said.
No,
No.
but
So
first of all, there are some difference. First of all, Donnarumma, we didn't want to sell him anyhow, right? No,
I mean, we don't
Yeah,
want to sell
same
any
yeah,
with
of our
but
Kessie.
players.
listen, with Donnarumma and
No,
Casey
no, but
cases were a different story because then we cannot afford to sell Donnarumma at that time because Donnarumma brought us Champions League football.
And
Donnarumma,
we were in a really difficult financial situation, so we didn't have the money to renew Donnarumma.
even Casey last year we couldn't afford to lose him to sell him
Yeah,
because we were fighting for a championship.
yeah.
But now it's a different story. Now we won that trophy, so we can afford to sell Leão if he doesn't renew, if he doesn't want to stay.
And we are in in a financial situation worldwide, at least,
Yeah,
that clubs have money to spend.
and
So
what people need to understand, if they give Leao everything that he wants, that will cause a problem for everybody else in the locker room, and it will toughen up every other
Uh,
future negotiation. If they see
I don't.
I, I,
that
I don't think so.
whatever you
I
ask
don't
him to
believe
give
that.
him,
I don't believe that.
No, because Leao got the MVP of the league. Like you can't ask for more money unless you get the same accolades. So and
no,
not
and
only
No,
that,
another
but
thing,
based on position, Leao's going to get paid more based on position regardless.
Nathan, if I'm
no, but
Calabria, I want to
I,
win games, man. I don't want to earn more than
Yeah.
Leao.
exactly, exactly.
Exactly,
So,
So
so,
Theo
so
Hernandez
this
wants to win games, not
these
earn more
players,
than Leao.
yeah,
but
these
that will
players
bring the
are in the
case.
dream.
Theo can
They,
say, "I want more
they,
money," even though he resigned a new contract.
no, no,
If
no,
he
no, no,
sees Leao is
no. But it's not the same.
getting 8 million, Theo is getting 4. Because
Yeah,
even
Yeah,
though
but
Leao took MVP of Serie A, Theo has the same importance for the team.
And Don,
Sure,
but you still got to
sure,
remember
but
the
guys,
offensive players will always get more money
the
than
difference
anybody
is
else.
this: that these guys are in the training. These guys know who the best player is, so they are never gonna have a problem with Leão getting more money than them. Like, because we see this in every big team. Every big team has 2 or 3 players that get paid a lot more than everyone else, and they
Yeah,
don't
but
have
Leão is
problems with
still
it.
not at that elite level still, because he needs to show
But for
consistency.
our club, yes.
No.
Because when we
For our
Yeah,
when
club,
we are
it's
in a
not that.
he needs to
when
show
we
it
are in a
consistent.
but sorry, Andon, when we are in a difficult situation, we give the ball to Leão. Leão creates something,
Exactly.
and all these
Yes, I agree.
10 players
Yes,
want
I agree
Leão to
with that.
beat.
Yes,
So
but I
that's
agree with that. Even if he continues this form throughout the season, full season, yeah, at the end of the season, give him what he wants. But now,
so
No,
as
no,
things
no,
stand,
no,
they
no,
cannot
no.
allow that.
Now, no. You have to give
now,
it to him now.
now, because Theo Hernandez wants to win the Serie A now, not next season.
Yeah.
Not only
Hernandez-
that, but we've seen what happens with these with how the performance is when these contracts are being delayed and talked about. These guys always perform worse than what they're actually capable of. So
And
I would
another-
rather just get it over with, so that way they can get to their best.
Guys, and I want to add another thing. If you win this Serie A and the one after, keeping Leão, Theo Hernandez is going to earn more because you're going to make more revenue. And Theo Hernandez is going to stay at Milan and earn more. That's the main goal. Everyone is going to earn more because Leão is a player that makes you win games and trophies and makes you win Champions League games and makes you go to a semi-final. So players
and
things
not,
like this,
and not
but
just
not,
that, but
yeah.
yeah, and not just that, but even potential players that you will want to get tomorrow are gonna come because they want to play with Leão now.
Yeah. They want to score goals. A striker wants to score goals and knows Leão can provide him a lot of assists. So he's happy to earn less than Leão. A lot of players at Real Madrid earn less than Vinicius Jr. They don't give a shit because they know Vinicius Jr. can help you to win the game. They want to play with Vinicius Jr.
Win
So
the Champions
that
League.
situation, yeah, that is a big.
'Cause
No one is
this-
gonna complain if Leão earns more.
Yeah, because we have examples. Look at the teams that have won in the recent years. There's always 1 or 2 players that get a lot more, and they have no problems renewing players. Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but Leão needs that consistency to get to that level. Because Leão started playing, let's be honest, started playing that football last season, and he's at the club like 3 seasons already. So he needs to show that consistency, and he's starting to show it.
Yeah, but
This season, he's still our best player from the start of the season.
Yeah.
Yes,
but,
but
another thing is we're not paying Leão 15 million net. We're paying 7, 6.
Yeah, we're paying
It's
him
not
6,
impossible.
man. It's a normal.
We paid
salary
Donnarumma for 3 years, 6 million net. So
Yeah, the latest offer is 6.5. He's asking 7. I think they will come to an agreement.
Hopefully.
Dude,
Hopefully,
but-
if he wants to stay. Again, in the end, it's up to the player.
Yep.
it's big money. It's a big money for Milan because gross is around 13 million.
Yeah. So
Which,
again,
but no one complained when
It's less. It's less
Ibrahimovic.
it's less because we have Decreto Crescita. So
But not for
it's
him,
not gonna be a
not
problem.
anymore.
no,
not
not for
No,
Not for Leão
it's
because
it's 10 years. 10 years. You profit.
yeah,
from
but not with the renewal, man.
it. Even
No,
with
no,
the
not with
renewal
the
for
renewal.
10 years.
No.
No, I don't
with the
think
renewal
so.
as well.
For new players that we bought,
Look.
that we're gonna buy, yes, but not for current players.
No. The law is, if someone hasn't worked in Italy in the last 2 years and you make an offer for him for a job that pays more than X, I don't know what number that is, then for the next 10 years, if he remains in the same job,
Yeah,
or
but Rejon.
within the country, he can have.
But we cannot.
Okay,
we cannot
Rejon,
make sure that he
Rejon.
And
has
this is
Wow.
guys, and this is easily verifiable by looking at the salaries of Milan gross, and you look at Theo's salary, and it's only gross. I think is like 5.6 or something like that, even though he's making 4.5 million net.
I don't know. If it's that, they are stupid. They're not renewing Leão. They are stupid. They're even thinking about not renewing. They should.
because because I saw the list of the wages, and right now we are paying more for Florenzi gross than we are paying for Theo.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, but still in the end, it's up to the player. The player has to decide.
Sure.
You cannot keep somebody because even if he rejects his offer and says, "I want a lot more," then it's obvious that he doesn't want to stay. Even if Milan offers him like 10 million, if he doesn't want to stay, he won't stay. So again, in the end, it's up to the player.
yeah, but if it's what Red John is saying, Milan should offer even more than 7 million, in my opinion. You should push yourself to a 13 million gross or something like that.
But that's why they're negotiation. They will negotiate the contract. They will see what they can, because I think if the request is 7 million and offer is 6.5, they're gonna reach an agreement.
Yeah, but I heard this with KC as well, man. The request is 6.5. We're offering 5.5.
But KC didn't want to stay.
Well, but even Leão can say that.
So
Leão can say I don't want to stay, and what are we?
Then it's up to the player.
So that's what I'm saying.
Hakan left for 500,000 difference. So again, it's up to the player.
Well, no one liked him anyway, so he left for that probably.
Yeah, nobody likes him, but still, he left for that reason.
We know exactly why he left. He left, of course, for the money, but because he didn't care. But he was with Ibra. Things were getting a bit like, you guys know. Anyway,
the worst thing that can happen to Milan.
Do you guys think we're gonna win against Chelsea?
I see it difficult now that Theo is not available, and how's it called? Mike Magnan, especially.
Maybe the second game.
Is Theo not going to be available? Is it confirmed that he won't be available?
It's not confirmed, but that's what people are saying. That's what I heard from people.
No, Theo won't play for the first game. For the second, yes. For the first, no. Because it's difficult. Now we play Empoli. After that, we play Chelsea.
I think it's crap, man. Most important game of the season, even in terms of PR, showcasing a bit our football. Theo Hernandez is not there. Balotelli is gonna play. Fuck that.
Why not put Dest or Kalulu left?
I don't mind that. I wouldn't mind Calabria. Listen, I wouldn't mind Calabria on the left and Kalulu on the right, man.
I honestly think we'll be okay, guys. Because I think we have more than enough coverage, even if we got to play somebody out of position for like 1 or 2 games.
But Theo provides a lot of output going forward. Yeah. That's the problem. It's not more like
he does. He does. But I feel like Kalulu can be that on the right side, and then it will just be the left side that just doesn't push as hard. And Calabria gets forward a lot too, as well. Obviously not as effective as Hernandez, but I think we'll be okay, to be honest.
But yeah, I will play Calabria on the left, Kalulu on the right, Tomori here, and who is as a backup in Champions League as a centre back? Gabbia and who else?
Gabbia, exactly.
That's it. So we have Gabbia on the bench. So I don't know if Pioli's gonna do that. Keep just Gabbia on the bench.
But I think he has
still have Dest as well.
Goals.
Yeah.
We can use him.
Oh, I don't know.
But good thing is last year when we had this kind of problems, we did good. So I think we can manage this.
To be fair, the midfield should be Benacer Tonali against Chelsea.
Yeah, Tonali will definitely be back at that point. Tonali
will be back even playing for it.
Rebic should be back at that point as well.
Rebic is back also for Empoli.
So we'll really just be missing Teo and Mike.
Mike is a big player for these games. We need him, to be honest.
But I don't think Chelsea's offense really scares me like that.
But it's not just the offense. With Mike, we're losing also the build-up play from the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I hope Chiara will play, because he's a better playmaking defender than Kalulu and Tomori. Because we're losing Manana at the goal.
Yeah. What do you think, Red John? How are you feeling?
With the players we're missing, I find it hard. But to be honest, I expect the team to win. Like Chelsea got a new coach right now, a coach that, in my opinion, is super overrated, and he's not going to do well. And he's English, therefore, chances are that he's not going to be that great. So I expect Pioli to win against a coach that is playing Champions League for the first time.
Not just Champions League, but coaching a big team for the first time.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
but
expect
also
Pioli
in
to.
those kind of cases, you have sometimes when teams get new coaches, they play very good for the first couple of games, and they're
Yes,
winning
but
just for the change.
But sure, but the difference is it's not the changes this time, but it's the fact that this guy he's playing Champions League for the first time. Like Pioli has to win against this guy.
Okay, let's be
Regardless
honest.
of-
Even Pioli doesn't have that much experience in the Champions League. So
Yes, but it has one season more than this guy.
yeah, he has. But it's
And he has
Again.
more seasons playing at coaching at the top level as well.
And coaching the club as well.
And he has been coaching the club for 3 years now, so he has to win the match. Or
Yeah,
at
but
least
also
get a
have in
draw,
mind-
or at least get a draw in the first match and win the second.
yeah, I agree. But don't underestimate Potter, because he is one of the most talented English managers. He did an excellent job with Brighton. But
Did you guys?
This is what the English say every year, and in
No,
the
it's
end they get a
not.
Portuguese.
No, it's not just the
or
English. I have watched Brighton a couple of times. They play very good football. They played very good football under him.
Right, but do you guys think one thing I'm noticing, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, is that I think this particular like this COVID season, because I think it's a two-year thing. A lot of players now. You guys can tell me like some players didn't get injured, but I just feel like a lot of guys like bodies they're not used to this.
I didn't hear the last part of your question because some music started.
Yeah, some cars
Yeah.
far away from me. No, I said that like I think like I have a
That's
feeling like
Houston.
some of these players, their bodies is just not accustomed to like the way games have been that condensed, and I feel like we're suffering from that, and maybe other teams are going through that same issue.
I don't know. I think our football is really intense. That's why our players get injured so
Yeah,
often.
there's a
It's
big
just that
problem. Yeah.
we run a lot and we train
We
a
play
lot
high
hard
intensity.
as well. So
Yeah, but that's down to
you
the
know,
physical preparators.
yeah,
Our physical preparators
goes
aren't
to
very
that,
good.
yeah, which goes to that same point. Because remember Liverpool, like I think last was it like 2020 or 2021, where all the players just got hurt like during that COVID time,
Yeah,
which they suffered
Yeah,
a
but-
lot.
it has with
Sure,
the style
but,
of tournament we have.
But Klopp has been in charge of Liverpool for what 8
7,
seasons
yeah.
so far,
6
and-
or 7.
and they have had one season in which they had a lot of injuries. It cannot be the same. And Liverpool presses higher than us, presses better than us, and longer than us. So we cannot use that
Yeah,
as an
but
excuse.
Liverpool also
And
plays in a higher intensity league.
so
Yeah, but Liverpool got a lot of injury. Klopp got a lot of
Yeah.
beginning of his 2 years at Liverpool. I'll be honest with you.
And
The
that's-
players
that's-
were not handling the
Yeah, and the
type of
reason
football.
it's not about saying it was the same thing. The thing is about like, what Club had already in that season is that COVID season. Those games started being back to back, and you play really an expensive football, you're gonna suffer. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm noticing with us. Like I'm noticing even with players. And when I look at it, like I saw when Kante went down against Tottenham and got injured. A really explosive
But
players,
also-
I'm saying like they're suffering a lot. People that like they just go crazy, they're suffering. That's what I'm noticing.
we don't. The thing is, we don't really press that much. Like we don't press like Liverpool used to press. Do you remember the game against Liverpool?
But it's a
They look
similar style though.
Similar, but not the same intensity.
Yeah, because I mean we're at the
That's
baby
down
step,
to,
but
that's
within
down
that
to the
mode,
formation, though.
if we use that same logic, we still press compared to any team in Italy. We play with that explosiveness, and that's why I feel like we're suffering a lot. I mean, look how Theo will
Yeah, but
play. Those are
I don't
people
know
that
if
like hit
you
first.
if you
I think
noticed this season
Fiorentina
we
plays
are
more
playing a lot more
defensiveness.
attacking football than we played last season. So
I
we
agree.
don't need to press that much.
I don't know if we press more than Liverpool because we need to look at stats over there. And I
Yeah,
know
no,
when Liverpool were at the top of their game, they were on top of
no,
every
but
stats
Never,
we
over
cannot
running stats
we cannot
in
press
Premier
never.
League. So
Liverpool because active play in Italy is like 45 minutes.
yeah, you don't build up that physique
Yeah,
to allow you to press. So that's another thing. We will never achieve that type of football because
because in Italy,
they
almost
stop the
for every
game.
contact, they're falling down. They're asking fouls. They're even the referees needs to change that.
Yeah, they don't allow us to run as much as we want. And anyway, there is another thing. Some players like Selemakers or Giroud is keeping well. Brahim Diaz don't get injured so much. So it depends on the body type as well. Calabria gets injured a lot of times. Kalulu stays healthy a lot of times.
Yep.
Tomori stays healthy.
Rebic gets injured all the time.
Yeah, Theo Hernandez is good. He
He
gets
never
injured,
gets injured.
yeah, or once a year, those 2 or 3 weeks, which is not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hit the
So,
weight room more often.
so I think depends on the player as well. But yeah, the purely football influences a lot, especially on the
But
muscle
they
injuries.
they they hopefully with Redbird in, hopefully like they can come actually to the US and go and try to go to these NCAA coaches and get some
Yeah,
of
they're
the
gonna get that.
medical staff team to our team. That's gonna
Yeah,
help us a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah,
yeah,
Americans are
yeah.
gonna do that because they are good at that. They're insanely good on breaking down the problem and finding solutions.
I think they're even
They
even
know what to
doing
do.
that right now. They're using that kind of analytic statistic. That's why even the team improved the game that much.
Because
The
one thing
style
And
here in
of
there's
the
gonna
states, bro. One thing here in the state, one of the biggest thing like in the states, like where we're at the top, especially these like university like sports teams, like medical staff, they're top tier. And that's why a lot of these universities like stay at the top, like from a sport perspective, before even professional. Like I'll give you an example. Like if you go to like Baylor, I mean we're in Texas here, Baylor like university, like their medical team, like it's top tier in the country, bro. Or even like Texas, UT, University of Texas. They have, I mean, we have the biggest in Houston, by the way. We have the biggest medical center in the entire world, which a lot of people don't know, but it's like all the top guys are here. So hopefully they can come and, find some stuff here, which I think that can help us because I think we're suffering a lot. We're
But
suffering a lot.
it's like every other things, man. If you have the money, you can hire the best people and you can fix that issue or um, improve in that side of your business. And then I think the Red Bird is gonna come and is gonna say how much money we need to invest so our players don't get injured, and they're gonna slowly improve that side of
Because one
our
thing you may
team.
even notice, did you even know that LeBron James spends $1 million a year in his health alone? It came out, which is crazy.
Yeah.
He needs to stay at the top of the
that's why
athlete.
he's a beast even at 40 years.
Yep. So I wonder how many. I think maybe a Cristiano does it, but I wonder how many top athletes in football even really think about their health and try to preserve themselves that well.
Dude, Cristiano Ronaldo never gets injured, basically. The guy
Yeah,
has scored that amount of goal and achieved in his career because he never gets injured, man. He played a lot of games in his career.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like he's really careful about his health. I feel like somebody like Cristiano, he watches his health like crazy. Because even I had
yeah,
interviews with players. Was it ever say he'd never go into his
yeah.
house because
Ever
based on what he's eat, he said like you can't eat with the
only
food
had
Cristiano
salad.
eat that has no taste. And I'm like, yeah.
He doesn't drink Coca-Cola. It's just insane, man. I can show you that he plays on the games available. He probably plays 95% of them a
Yeah,
year. Just
yeah.
that is
And
insane
and,
if
and
you
I
think
about and I
about it.
about the and I about the Cristiano because it prompts me to think now that like, or teams really, like some of these top players now, the teams, how well are they even like, paying attention to like their health, as a whole. Like I'm thinking about it. These Milan players, if it's like a medical team that's really trash, or like our players that just put themselves at risk, or I don't know, they're resting properly.
I think is a combined thing. Definitely the football that Pioli wants takes a lot of energy from you, and
And
you
they're
got
not used
injured.
to not
And
every player is used to that kind of football.
yeah, and another thing is being a young player is a problem on that side because you always push your body over the limit. You don't conserve yourself.
Yeah.
You don't know how to manage your body. You just give it everything. When you get more experience as a player, you understand your limitation, what's gonna bring you muscle fatigue and stuff like that. So you manage your body better. So I think these
That's what
players when they get
that's what we were saying in regards to them needing to get an American medical staff, because young players in America don't have that problem.
yeah.
The same age and everything. It all comes down to how the medical staff interacts with the players and the information that's given to them.
I don't know
That
if you
that
guys
shouldn't be a
remember.
problem.
If you guys remember when we had the famous Milan lab till it was 2007. At
Yeah.
that period, basically nobody got injured. Maybe one
No.
injury per year for one player, but nothing more than that. And there were talks about implementing that Milan lab again now.
Hopefully, I mean the Milan Lab thing is a meme right now because, but it doesn't exist. We don't have a Milan Lab, so you're
Yeah, now
right.
we
They
don't
need
have.
to. We don't have one.
It's because the Grim Reaper fucking works there now. That's why.
It's just you need money to run something like this because these
Because it's
people are
getting
gonna
silly,
go.
because it's getting silly. Because I think you can count maybe on the tip of my fucking fingers how like our whole team as a whole that we bought, or we're all healthy and play together at once. It's always one coming in and coming out, and that could get frustrating because it's like, okay, now that bitch will come, everybody will be there, then maybe Leão now goes down,
Yeah,
or maybe somebody. And
maybe
it's like, dude,
we only played at the
But
beginning of last season one game with full team. After that,
Well,
not even one single game.
you know what needs to happen as well? Because you guys have been reading the reports that every single time after a game, Pioli gives them the day off, but they want to come in and train.
That's
Pioli
wrong.
needs to
Why they
tell
do
them,
that?
nah.
They need to
I don't
close
know.
Milanello. You're not allowed.
Yeah, Pioli needs to tell them, fuck yourself. Don't do nothing else for the whole day. Like, fuck it. Because they're not giving their muscles any rest. The Pioli needs to let them know, like, nah, man, you're not gonna do shit today.
Yeah.
because then I'm
But that's the
wondering.
problem with young players. They just want to prove themselves. They're still.
Exactly, but you got to tell them no. I mean, shit, we were all young at some point, and our parents told us, "Don't do that, or you're, essentially, you're gonna get fucked up."
Yeah.
Even a lot of us, right? Like me. Okay, so I was in the Marine Corps, right? So as a Marine, even as a Marine, when you're in training, as hard as it gets, they still gonna force you to go sleep 8 hours. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah. That's
yeah.
important. Actually.
Or just gave them, even if they came to
force
training,
you,
just
you know.
gave them some lesser training.
Yeah. So there's like in and off, like you couldn't train on and off because it was up to Marine. They all burn you, but I think there's rules to like body thing, and I don't know if they're following like when Theo and all these guys. I know they're grown people, but like if we have these important games and their assets, their investments. I'm sorry, like you gotta be careful. Like, are you going jet skiing or going doing some stupid shit like what Dembele was doing at Barcelona? And he had to turn his life around because they noticed, okay, he was getting injured because he wasn't even disciplined enough. He was sleeping late. He was doing a lot of extra activities that just impacted his whole thing. And since he had his child, he had a fucking change of heart since he got married. Um, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, but it's not normal injuries. I mean, when I look at a Magnan, like calf, okay, Magnan is somebody's really explosive too. He's really athletic, so I can see him getting a calf, but bro, I don't know, bro. Doesn't it make sense to me that every international shit is just like the same thing that comes back? Like I don't
I
know.
think 80% out of the injuries were muscular injuries. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Which
the
I think it
Magnan
just like
one.
came. Hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that Magnan got that injured because he played too many games. Because I don't think the goalkeepers get their muscles stressed
Yeah,
so
don't forget, but
intensively.
Well,
him, he's
and
different. The way he moves, the way Magnan moves, he doesn't
yeah,
move like a
Manyan is a
regular goalkeeper.
different type of goalkeeper.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
different.
he moves a
well,
lot, but
Well,
Sorry.
also, Larry, each of these organizations are going to have their own ways of preparing players for games. So, we always hate when our players go to the international duty, and they always get injured, but they don't get those injuries while playing with Milan like that. And that's down to how these guys are warming up and training ahead of the game. It's not at the same level.
I think Theo injury was problem because he was the only player I think that played all the games.
Yeah,
The
there was a
interesting-
fatigue.
Yeah, there was more.
Not managing the fatigue and just playing all the games.
That's why I don't understand. If they decided to keep Balo Touré, they maybe it could be a substitution. Just play him, give him a chance. If you didn't think he's good enough, you should have sold him, not keep him in the team.
I think
Empty game's the perfect time to do it.
I think players like the Balotelli. Here's one thing I'm noticing: some of these players, from an optic, like if you try to recruit, it's kind of like you're a company, you try to recruit like a college student. You look at credentials, or you probably give them a practice and it was good. I feel like they're good on the outside, but when they come in, I think pressure. I think Balotelli is playing with a lot of fear. That's just how I feel like. I don't feel like mentally. I feel he's playing like a lot of fear. Because then I forget too, you were a left back that outperforms like exponentially.
Clint, mentally, I'm watching with a lot of fear when Balotelli plays. Imagine him. I'm like shitting myself when he's playing. And he does not even have Messi on that side. He has a random dude that I don't even know he's playing on that side, and I'm shitting myself when Balotelli is playing.
You would have preferred the other kid. What's his name? Like Diego, was it Laxalt, the Uruguayan kid?
Laxalt.
Yeah.
Laxalt really wasn't all that bad, to be honest.
I think Laxalt was good. We should have kept him as a backup.
I think me personally, I think we should have kept Ricardo Rodriguez, to be honest.
No, Laxalt was more than enough to as a backup for Theo, in my opinion. Better than Balotelli.
Even Rodriguez
Laxalt,
was
actually,
really good.
he had good ball skill as well too. His end product wasn't the same as Theo, but he had good ball control and stuff.
No,
Laxalt was originally a winger, not a defender. That's why.
Same as he's like a Cuadrado, another Cuadrado type.
Yeah, but Balotelli is fear, man. It's fear.
Fear. He's like he looks. He's just, and that's one thing. Like you hear, I found out about. I don't know if you guys remember that player. What's his name? Usman Dabo. He played at, I don't know if Fiorentina or some shit.
Yeah.
He was on the French show. He was on like French television. So he was speaking like how he comes to Italy and everything is tactical. Even your movements are calculated. So it's like you're thinking while you're playing that sometimes you just play with so much restrictions. Like it's another league, you'll be allowed. Yeah, you gotta follow tactics, but you're free flow. And Italy, people are so much of tacticians. Like space matters a lot. Like you're just not doing stuff just how you want to do it. Even the still had to stop. Still is based on Pioli's instructions. Still has to move like on that same route. And I feel like somebody like Balotelli, he's not coping right with the instructions in his head. Whereas I was told to do this to go up, or I need to come back down. This is the player, and he's like a fucking robot. Like it's just like, bro, loosen up.
I don't know if you noticed this season the left back has more defensive responsibilities than offensive.
Yep.
So maybe that will suit Balotelli to play better.
Yeah.
But you think Balotelli is going to be better if he plays defense? Man, that guy, to me...
I think
hold on, John. Wait. You got to give him a little bit of respect. He did make a goal line clearance against the Inter game last year.
Yeah, thank God that the Inter guy hit the ball right where Balotelli was, because otherwise...
Hey, right place, right time defines players as well.
True.
I had less fear in that moment because you know what? In that moment, I had less fear because I thought it was Tomori, so I was like confident. When I realized it was Balotelli, I was like, "What the fuck?"
Me personally, I think they mess around. Like I think that Shaw kid, he's gonna bench somebody, bro. If they give that kid the proper time based on his physique and the way he's fast, if he adapts to give him a year, he's gonna get somebody the fuck out of there. Or like
But
if like a
this is the game to
Tomori
do
or
it.
like a Kalulu, they mess around, he's gonna get somebody out of their position.
Well,
Yeah, but
I'm
this
more
is the
worried
game to
about
play these
Tomori
guys,
than
though.
Balotelli if he was not play.
Huh?
I'm more worried about Tomori than anybody else this season. He's playing very, very bad.
Yeah. Yeah. He's
He needs to
he's
wake
losing
up.
that
I don't
concentration.
think
What I feel like it's
I
gonna
don't think
take.
he's playing bad, but he hasn't been as good as he was other seasons. That's the
I
problem.
think he's a bit distracted, right? I think they need another reality check. They need to recalibrate again to bring themselves up because you gotta understand, like when a Romagnoli is gone and all that stuff. I think anybody in their right mind, I mean, period. I mean, even us on a daily basis, us as humans here, is like let's say you got your big salary job and all that stuff. Like, it's not you're not the same individual as when you try to grind out through
Yeah.
school,
Yeah,
like you're hustling and
Yeah,
stuff. I just feel they got a bit comfortable. Like they need reality
they
check
need
with players coming
they
in to
need
be like,
better
bro,
competition.
you're gonna get benched. And I think if some players can prove the way a Kalulu came and it's like Romagnoli didn't know what the fuck was going on because Romagnoli was an untouchable guy. Prior to nobody knew that Romagnoli would have ended up in this situation. If we'd have went back, better eras like nah, that's the captain there and all that. But we started to get frustrated over time. I just think our frustration with Tomori hasn't really built yet. It's
Yeah,
gonna take 2, 3, 4 games and be like, all right, bro, like you tripping. And yeah, they get him out of there, and that's it. And then you're gone. And then
No,
let's say the kid
but
come and he proves himself. Now they gotta bench you, right? How did Tonali get his place in between like the Kessie and that Benacero, right? It was like, yeah, Tonali can come, but who's really gonna bench? Maybe Benacer, because Benacer's not really performing. He's getting slaughtered. He's always injured. Then it became like as a Tonali Benacer. Kessie can't really play because also he was on his way out, but somebody had to move. And I feel like in the defense, something similar can happen. I don't know.
yeah, but I don't think that Tomori has been shit. I just think
No, no,
Tomori has
I'm no
had.
nobody saying shit.
no,
It's just
nobody's saying he's shit, but
for
he's
standard.
playing a lot worse than he knows.
it's a little bit sloppy. He just needs to go back to
He's
basics.
sloppy. Yes, that's the perfect
Just
word.
go
He's
back
sloppy.
to basics. Do the most minimal thing possible, which is
and
just
and
win the ball back and
it's
pass it to
not
someone simple.
and it's not like Kalulu has been a lot better. Kalulu has also been shaky.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
and for him, he's been shaky for Kalulu. I'm thinking a lot of his shakiness is just like he's still not an experienced defender yet. He was able to get in the place for the right time, but the more you're gonna play, how do you build more experience? You got to be more exposed to more or make more, other mistakes. Like you got these little lapses where you start covering and then you increase,
yeah.
right? But
I
They say
they
you
both
learn
need
more
competition.
from your mistakes than your success.
Yep. But they
yeah,
need competition, and I want to see that kid actually play that y'all kid because
yeah.
this physique. I want to see him. I want to see
can
him.
he
I
can
mean,
he play in Champions League? I don't think so.
no,
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 no.
they didn't put
No,
him in
he's
there.
not on the list. But look, this Empoli game is the perfect time for some of these guys to be able to play. Like, if you can't play against Empoli, bro, I don't know when the fuck you're gonna play.
Don't
True.
disrespect Empoli, man.
Hey, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna say it like it is. Hey, if you didn't
Yeah.
get like say like, but and still no word yet from Adley. Like, what the fuck's happening with this guy?
He's good. He played well the 10, 15 minutes against Napoli. He's a good
Yeah, I
player.
thought
He'll
so
get
too.
chances.
I
He
just
has.
think,
They
I
have to
just
play
think,
CDK in front of him because they paid 35 million. But Ali should be playing before CDK, I think.
I think so too. Right now,
yeah, but I
right
mean,
now at this
if you
moment, I
see,
think so.
but if you see,
I don't know.
I think with
I wouldn't
CDK,
go so far
I
on
think
that
with
thing.
CDK, I think with CDK, we can all agree, and just based on even Maldini's previous interview, they're definitely doing the Leão treatment with him. Like they're just gonna
Yeah,
force him to just get the full potential out. Because Leão, their depth is so hungry, they had to keep it until we get to see Leão. Because Leão was really, really, like we said, shaky, but they're forcing it. They're like, we know he can do it. Keep playing, keep playing, keep. And I think that's gonna go with CDK until he just blows out. They
But
really have to.
in all fairness, Lau was much shakier in the beginning than
yeah.
CDK is
That
right
was
now.
much worse when he started.
Yep. But
This
then,
season.
but then again, we didn't see it. But even when Maldini used to come out during reports, then that's time when they were shaky, they're like, oh, He just need to be concentrated. We know the kid has potential. They kept repeating. They have faith in him, even when Pioli was saying. So they know what they're seeing in these trainings, and even some people say what he's able to do in training, they see it. He just need to put it on the field, and we're seeing some of it now. And I think with CDK, I think it's really the case. Like if they pursue, I think they saw something in him. Like I feel like we just don't have scope of it. That's what I just think about. They never
But
got nothing wrong. Like
but do
I
you but do you think
mhm.
it would not be fair to allow Adley to see what he can do? Because
I
what if
think I think I think
Adley in
I
the
think
end
yes.
is
I
what?
think
But like
I
what
think
if
yes.
Adley could actually be better than CDK? Like you got to
No,
show
but I
faith
think
in
I think for
everybody as well.
Adley was an opportunity. I think Adley though, I'm gonna be honest, the way we purchased Adley, I think Adley was more like of a quick, a spontaneous opportunity, and we had to leave him on loan. Our initial thing was not to buy him and leave him on loan because we needed a number 10 when Shananogi left. It was just like it wasn't like somebody that they really calculated. I almost feel to an extent, and I might be speculating, but like, yeah, they're happy he's there, but he can end up being some type of excess where they're like, yo, if CDK stop performing, I think CDK is their guy, and I think that's why probably Adley is getting that type of treatment. I think Adley was kind of like they saw him, they're like, okay, let's just get him. Because if they really wanted him, they would not even leave him alone at Bordeaux. They'll be like, bro, we need him now here. We need to get him. I think he's an excess individual, and he
Yeah,
might be. That's the long run.
but the problem is these guys shouldn't care about certain things. They should only care about what player is actually able to perform. And if you don't give a person a chance to perform, you could potentially lose out. Like
Man,
Adley could turn out to be a beast, but if you don't ever play him,
they're gonna
like
hog
you got at
him.
least.
But then again, Nathan, it comes down to now. I'm wondering, it's whatever they're seeing in training, bro. I don't know how these guys are performing under their eye. I think they're not blind. They're not oblivious. They probably try different things. I mean, Pioli tries different things, right? I mean, even with Hauger, as much as we cry, then how do we explain that Hauger now goes to Jake from from playing at from playing at Frankfurt to going over there? Are we saying is Milan the cause we just shattered his morale completely that he can't perform? Or maybe
Well,
he wasn't as good as we thought.
the Hogway
Nah, no.
situation is just really weird because he actually performed at Milan. So
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
honest with
But
you,
even how
I
they
can't
performed a couple
actually.
of games.
Yeah, but the couple of games he still had only 2 goals less than Leão, and he was our best goal scorer in the
I mean,
European competition.
CDK has
It
more.
was just weird. It was just weird. It
CDK
was
has
weird.
more experience and he's more forward in his
But
development.
CDK is not even playing that bad. People just get that idea because he doesn't have assist, but it's not his fault. He's, I think, first in key passes in Serie A. He does a
No,
lot of
it's
things.
not. It's not the goals and assists that people are worried about. It's how he inserts his dominance on the
But
game, and
he hasn't
that's
taken any shots on goal so far in
Yeah, that's
7
the
games.
problem. He doesn't shoot the ball.
right. So that's what we're worried about. Like I don't care if he doesn't have any goals or assists, but
Worried
I
is a
want
big
him.
word, I think.
Yeah, but
I
he
want him
created so
to.
many chances when he played.
Yes,
Antonio
but
is here.
Diaz also
Tony's
is
here,
the same
guys.
passer.
I'm leaving.
Uh-oh.
I'm leaving, man.
We're fucked, guys. We're
Diaz
fucked.
also gives those passes. The passes that CDK gave were not like just incredible passes. They were good passes because that was the right pass to make. But let's not pretend like the pass could not be done by even Krunic. Like the best pass I've seen CDK make was the lofted ball over the top to Kalulu. That's the best pass I've seen him make. All the other ones, let's not kid ourselves, guys. Please.
I'll be honest with you.
The,
I'm really happy. CDK is performing really well. The only problem CDK has, it needs to start to think about how can I be dangerous as a player, not just the final pass or
Yes.
doing nice pass.
Yes.
I want to
Yeah.
be in that box and create and have a chance for myself. You know what I mean? Have that trying at least, being in front of the goal and shooting, stuff like that. It's a bit
the,
shy. His
like
game is
Yes,
shy.
the,
but also I think though
the
is
problem
that
with oh,
it's the chemistry, right? It's a play in the role they want him to play in. I think that's position as a cam also. You gotta understand your different like teammates' positions. Better
But
ball
he's a
striker, you know
forward.
how to moves and all that. which
Yeah,
I
That's
think I think
it'll take
no,
time for him to get it. It's
but
not a
I
problem.
think he. I mean, we just got it. He's barely been a month he's been playing. I think you give
Yeah,
him
but
time. What you
these
even
are
see, what you even
sorry,
see in his first month should be positive signs.
but these things are something like I don't know. Rajon, do you wanted to say something because
No,
you were trying?
I wanted to
And I
say
say,
this: the problem with CDK, in my opinion, it's not that he's playing bad. The problem is that, given that we paid 35 million for him, people expect more from him, in the sense that right now it feels to me like he's just doing the compitino, like the small pass,
the job.
just not just the job, like not lose the ball, pass to everyone, and stuff like this. Everyone can do. People expect him to do something different. This is the whole difference.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that what I want from CDK is something he can actually just bring to the pitch, just mentally thinking about it. Like, okay, now I'm going back, I'm going inside the game, and I want to be more aggressive. I want to shoot more. I want to create a chance for myself. You know what I mean? Just mentally go into that state of mind.
But then
It's
also, but then
that's the way.
also, you gotta also think about, does Pioli even understand him as a player yet? Yeah, they could have watched his tapes. I'll give you an example. Leão, for the longest, Pioli didn't really understand. Pioli wanted to play him for a striker, he wanted to put him on the left, and until they had to find a compromise. So maybe they're within that phase with him that he's a bit shy in these games, right? What
well.
Leão does now, and all the running, running, going past players on the wing, he wasn't, even when he's put on the wing, he wasn't really doing that. He wasn't really doing that. And it was more like he was really struggling. And I feel like with CDK, yes, he's doing average. I want to see a bit more. Maybe the instructions he's following the instructions he's been given. Now it's up to the coach now to discover, like, okay, with this quality, how do we use it? And you find that proper formula, and that's when you have your guy, right?
But
I'm not expecting. One thing we gotta agree, CDK is not gonna be your type of dribbling fucking joga bonito type Brazilian guy, like doing crazy shit. I think he's gonna be an intelligent player to know how to drop maybe players out of spaces and do the the passes and all that. But then again, he's 21,
but
so I don't know.
Clint, if these guys did any sort of research, i.e., just watching his previous games at Bruges, they would know he was not being played in the cam role. The guy he played center forward, and he would drop deep where he can turn with the ball and put somebody through in on goal. That's
You
what
know,
his game
False
is.
nine. He was more of a false nine.
And
who
I
also
went
was
back
a center forward.
and watched. I went back and
No,
watched a
okay.
few of his games,
Do
and
you
that's
know?
what he
Do you
would
know?
do.
He was a
Do
false
you know?
nine,
Do you
not a
know who
center
also was
forward.
center forward before they came to Milan?
But he
Leão.
was a false nine, not a center forward.
Leão was not a center forward. Leão was a
Yes,
support
he at
striker.
Lille he was. At Lille he
As
was.
a support striker, man.
CDK
Not as
was
a
a
Anyway,
primary
false
center forward.
nine, not a center forward. He was a
sorry,
false
sorry
nine.
guys.
Well,
Leão played a
yeah,
lot of
Roy.
games as a striker because we didn't have Rebic and Zlatan the first year. They got injured a lot of times. So Leão was playing a lot
Right.
of games as a striker. I don't think Pioli never saw Leão as a striker from the beginning.
But
He
I'm
wanted
just
Leão to
saying.
play on the wing.
I'm just saying, since we are in a position where we can actually play people in their correct position. So coming to a new team and then being asked to play out of position is not really ideal for any player. So just allow him to do what he does best, which I said center forward, but I just mean the forward role in general. Like you can support striker, false nine, whatever. You're still supposed to be technically, a striker, whatever. But yeah, he would play that false nine role. So allow him to play a false nine and put players in on goal. Like I don't see what the problem is with that.
I don't know, man. I don't think he's playing out of position. I think he's the number 10 is a good position for him. I don't think he's ready to play striker in Serie A. Serie A is a difficult
Yeah,
league for
but
a striker.
but a cam is usually not going to be the person with the most goals on the team. He's usually going to be the one with the most assists. And at Club Brugge, CDK was scoring goals. He wasn't scoring goals from the cam position. He was scoring goals from the false nine.
But the
So,
cam the cam is the best position for someone that doesn't know the league because you can adjust yourself in the pitch. You can go away from the defense and ask the ball deeper. You can go on the right, on the left. It's a better position for a player like CDK to adjust the league. As a striker, you need to follow some tactical
But that's where,
rules,
but that's what he
and
knows.
that's no, it
But he
doesn't know
knows
them in
that, though.
Serie A. No, it doesn't know them in Serie A. It's different
Yeah,
ball games there.
he also doesn't know Cam in Serie A either. Not just a normal Cam. We don't even play. Our Cam system is not even a traditional Cam system.
I
So
think
that's going to
you
be
know.
even more for
I
him.
think you
It's
can
even
do.
harder for him.
He plays better in the cam. It's easier for him to play as a cam right
But
now in
Larry,
Serie A.
you're saying he plays better in the Cam, but we've already just said that for most of his career he's been playing the false nine. So how can you say
But when
he's
you said
better
most of his
as a
career,
Cam?
Nathan, you said most of his career, like, the kid is, I don't know, he's been playing 20 years, 21. 21 people change your right. 21, some other players were playing different positions where there's like, okay, now you're gonna start playing this, right?
Yes,
At
and
21, if we take a Zidane, we take an Henry at 21, they weren't playing that. Weren't playing that.
Your
I
clean left.
understand that. I understand that, but again, we're talking about when you buy those players, you at least put them in the position that they're most familiar with in the beginning. You can change them later on if something doesn't pan out or
So
there's
are
an
we adapting?
injury.
So with that logic, though, are we adapting to the player? The player has to adapt to our system. He's
So
not a
that's the
Messi.
thing. But that's the thing. Why buy a player just to play him out of position?
No, because we have ideas with him. That's what you do.
Yeah,
You
I
innovate.
understand that, but you should at least try him in the position that he was actually known for. When we got him from Bruges, we didn't say, "Man, this guy would be a great Cam," because he didn't play there.
Listen,
So if he didn't play
okay.
there, how would you know he's even good
Let me
there?
tell you something. When Madrid bought Cristiano Ronaldo in 2009, what do you think they bought? They bought him to be a winger.
Guys,
That's where
just
he
just
played.
just a second. There is a new statement about Leão. Maldini spoke to Gazeta recently. He said, "I feel we have good chances to reach an agreement with Leão on a new contract to keep him." And he said, "Leão knows this is the best club to stay and continue his growth." So that's good news.
oh my God, Maldini never got so exposed for a player that he was trying to renew. So hopefully he stays. No one is asking for Benacer, by the way. I want Benacer to stay, man.
Yeah, he's
No,
gonna stay.
actually, that's not true. I've seen reports that it was one of the English clubs. I think it was Chelsea was interested in in Benacer.
No, Liverpool won the buy.
Was it Liverpool? I can't remember.
Yeah,
It was one of the
Liverpool.
English teams.
Liverpool.
Fucking
But
Red John jinxed it, man. Red John jinxed it as fuck. Jesus Christ, John, shut up. Don't say it anymore, man.
Yeah, with Benacer, I don't think that it will be that big of a problem because he's asking 4 million. Milan are offering 3. They can reach an
Well,
agreement.
the only issue I see is that the African players in general like the EPL. So just the
Benacer has
fact
played
that
in EPL already, you know.
yeah,
Benacer
no,
has
but
played in EPL.
it's just the draw of the fact that African players like the
No, but you
EPL
gotta
more than
understand,
the other
Benacer's not a
leagues.
typical African player. He grew up in France. He's a French guy. Do we really do
Yeah,
French people? You gotta understand, like, his culture. Yeah, he decided to play for Algeria, but he's in the same mode like an athlete. Like, they grew up, they were born in France. Like, he's not gonna go. I'm gonna tell you something. One thing I noticed, the players with Benacer is gonna go two ways. If he becomes a money guy, he's gonna go to the EPL because of the money. If he wants to be a player to have some type of legacy, even if Milan we don't win, he's gonna know he has to stay in Italy. Because when you move to another team, you have no guarantees of staying there no more than 5 years. Especially teams with big money, you're gonna get replaceable, and then you even get dropped down. You just a team like Milan. If you're faithful enough, you'll be able to play there for the next I don't know how many hours, which is not good with Italian teams, but it's also good from a player perspective because you're subject to last, which he knows if he makes a move to Liverpool, 2-3 years you start having injuries, but it's selling your ass, and that's it. You're not even gonna see Champions League no more. So it's a career decision, and who are we to really say, okay, you should stay with us or you should go for the money? That's on you. Then you end up with an Kessie situation where you're not starting at all. Kessie doesn't start for Barcelona, which I'm really surprised, but
I'm
It
not.
is what it is.
Kessie needs to develop his footwork a lot more before he becomes a starter for Barcelona.
He should have thought about all of that before he went there. But
Hey, I agree with you. But it is what it
because
is, man.
even in the Ivory Coast now, he's not even gonna start. Because what's his name just came back to our national team again. Fofana's on fire. They're gonna have him and Sangare in that midfield, and Casey might not even fucking start. Even the national team
Well,
is gonna lose his place.
you guys heard this before from me. I was the first one to say this, and you guys know that.
Well, I mean, we all pretty much said that we don't really see him fitting at Barcelona. To be fair,
No,
I
no,
promise it was.
I saw him fitting there. I'm just gonna say
Oh
he
shit,
doesn't start.
I did.
Yeah. I saw him sitting there just to kind of the role he had at Milan with like a destroyer type player with that physicality because Barcelona had too many ball players. Like, because when games become really physical, yeah, you need somebody in the Kessie to break up these plays. Like he has, there's a reason for his presence there, but they haven't
Well, I
implemented.
mean,
And then we go into
because
games. I mean, Bellerin even starting. Like I know they're not the same position, but all the new guys are starting ahead.
well,
So
let's let's look at the last actual, I guess, ball playing, ball destroyer they had was what, Yaya Toure. And look at the skill level. Look at the skill level between Toure and Kessie.
No, I mean,
Yeah, but it was a different level. That Barcelona was a different level as well.
Right. But that's what I'm saying
now,
though. Like he needs to develop his foot skill before he can even attempt. Because I'm assuming that's what Xavi wants from him, is to kind of be like a Yaya Toure.
Guys, I always say it, man. Kessie had that problem that he has to look at his feet when he controls the ball, which is something, if you want to play at midfield of Barcelona, you should not do. You should look at
the Yaya Toure, bro. Those are prodigy kids.
Yaya Toure was a different player, man. Kessie was never gonna be 10% of what Yaya Toure was.
They were born naturally. Was naturally born with a talent. Everybody knew he would have went big. That's the reason Arsenal took him.
I've seen Yaya Toure on training, man, in a training ground, training normally every day, and the ability, the quality of his passes, his control is fast on thinking, on stopping the ball and moving on the other side. It's a different level, man. Yaya Toure was, I don't know, man. It was a waste for him to play all his career at Man City, man. He should have played for Real Madrid or.
It's all Pep, man.
For
fucked it up.
Some real big club.
Yeah, he never
I
won.
mean, he was great. Yeah.
But Yaya Toure, Aguero, they're responsible for what Man City is Man City today. If they would have not made these moves, Man City wouldn't have been the team it was. Yeah, they could have won and purchased other, but they're that blueprint. Same as how the Drogba, I know Lampard was there, but like the Drogba coming over like that 04 with Mourinho, they create that new fabric of what Chelsea is today, where people want to go. So you need to have these sacrificial players that make these moves. Are like, yo, why are they going there to kill their
dude? Yaya Toure was too polite, because if I was him, I wouldn't ask for a move to Real Madrid and tell Barcelona fans to fuck off.
Out of Barcelona though. So there's a thing in Africa right now. We said that Yaya Toure right now is responsible for Pep Guardiola not winning any championship.
Yeah, with that thing.
Yep. So it's Pep is the one that.
Wait, explain that.
He did the same thing.
What do you mean? Huh? What did Yaya Toure do to Guardiola?
No, so they said because Yaya Toure, Guardiola, like when he came, he kicked out everybody, like the whole Ronaldinho mode and all these guys. So they said Yaya Toure went to Africa and did some work, some mystic work on him, some voodoo. I don't want to use the type of witchcraft, like where they said he buried, Pep Guardiola said he would never win the Champions League. And last time, what was it? When Man City even was playing that final again, like 2 years ago, I was with a Nigerian and he was clapping. He said, "Yo, thank God!" And that dude's not even from Ivory Coast. Thank God. He's like, "Yep, Yaya Toure still has your name somewhere in the fucking pot, boy."
So let's hope Guardiola never comes to coach Milan then.
Would never come to coach Milan, Guardiola, man.
If he has this curse on him, let's hope he never comes to coach Milan.
I hope Yaya Toure comes and coach Milan one day. He's a coach, yeah, at the moment. Is he a coach at the moment? Yeah,
I don't know.
He was in Russia because he was playing in Russia before Barcelona. Spartak most, but I think he left because of the war and all these things. No, man, I don't think Guardiola is never gonna come at AC Milan.
We don't have enough money for him right now. He only goes to clubs who can spend.
He's not our style anyway.
I don't know about our style. I mean, Pep does play very good football. It's just he needs money in order for it to make it happen.
No, style in terms of a person, the way he talks and stuff like that. I don't think it's an AC Milan style of coach. Yeah, that's the thing. If De Zerbi does well in at Brighton or in Premier League, he can come to coach Milan one day after Pioli. What do you guys think? How De Zerbi is gonna do in England?
Well, we know how Italians are in England, so
they win the Premier League. So. I don't think he's gonna win it with Brighton, but you never know.
I think he's not gonna do that well.
You think, yeah?
Because people have unrealistic expectations of Brighton right now, because they are like fourth or whatever.
They're fourth?
So,
yeah.
What?
So
I mean, Udinese is third, man, in Serie A, so it does not matter anything at the moment.
Is it
7
like
games?
Exactly, so.
Are they what kind of club are they usually? Like, where do they usually finish?
A football club? A football club?
No. What kind of position do they usually finish?
So they got promoted 3 years ago, and the first year they got saved like comfortably, and the year before they finished 11th. So it's kind of a Sassuolo type of team at the moment. They want to stay in Premier League and always finish top 10
What team is
with
this?
good football. Brighton.
Brighton?
That's their goal.
Brighton, yeah. They have that other little kid, Moise Caicedo. He's a good kid.
Yeah?
Yep. I remember he made that move from South America straight. Actually, it was a Man U deal that Scotia wanted, and then Brighton hijacked it because Man U was being hesitant. Which and they
Is
they
the
got.
AC Milan good? Is the AC Milan good?
I mean, he's good for the Prem. Like, I think at AC Milan he can flourish. You put these kids in South American kids. I always felt like you put the right system around them where they grow good with their flair. They'll be good. They'll give you results, man. If that discipline is there, they live and breathe football, man. You can never go wrong. Even Central America, right? I think it's the mentality piece that becomes a problem. Like, if you ever had a chance to watch Liga MX, like the Mexican league, there's so much fucking talent in that shit. Like, it's ridiculous. But some of these kids are fragile, mentally. They want to stay around or go to MLS, kill their careers where, like, they can play ball, man. I mean, you talking about people that play ball every day. There's no different the way Mexican kids, they play every ball every day than how kids are playing in Argentina. It's just,
Clint,
it comes down to structure.
Clint, I played in club when I was on my club team. I played against Atlas and I played against Tigres, and I have never been fucked up so bad in a game in my entire life, bro.
Bro, Tigres
Those
got
kids
good
are
players, bro.
kids are fucking crazy good, man. Crazy good
They're
players.
good. They have a proper system to develop it. Think about the Mexican league I like. They know how to develop their players to keep them in their own shit, and it becomes a lot of corruption and price gouging where kids can't really leave, but they can develop their talent though.
I have a feeling that if Mexico was in Europe, they'd win a World Cup. Like they'd have that competition against Germany, against Holland, against Italy, against France. But they're competing against the USA, they're competing against Jamaica, they're competing against
Right,
Honduras.
and that's the problem, right? They're afraid also, Roy. They're afraid to go to common board, like to go to South America and compete, like they usually do. You go play Copa Libertadores, don't play CONCACAF, but it becomes a money thing because they know they can get all the shares if they stay in the CONCACAF region, and when they're playing the Champions League CONCACAF, they know they're gonna win it, so they'll get all the matches. Because who really competes with these Mexican teams? The MLS can't even really compete with them. But if they don't want to Copa Libertadores, the same way we did like the Copa America Centenario, that's what we should be doing here in America. It's going to be as competitive as Europe. If the U.S., Costa Rica, and Mexico decide like, yo, we're going to South America, like we're gonna play that Copa America like that, and also integrate maybe that
Yeah,
Champions
but
League
they
portion.
wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that because
I
they
know they
would they,
wouldn't
they
because the
wouldn't
money.
make any World Cups. I mean, only Mexico maybe, but USA would not have a chance. USA would not
I
have a
mean, we
chance.
still don't have a chance regardless.
But I
No, no,
mean,
no. It's not about
if
no,
you're
no.
trying to
It's
do the qualifications in
no, no
the South
qualifications.
American,
Yeah, qualifications maybe not like that, but at least integrate some of the tournaments that we have, like the Champions League, for instance. You will have to, because you also can't say, because how are you gonna get
oh,
better?
you mean in club football?
They are club football, right? Club football, and even for like Copa America, the way we did in
The
2016, that's such an hour. We do a similar model like this. Is good. You can't try to be in your own way with a lot of weaker teams, smaller budget, brings you nowhere, and you're not good enough.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. That's the same debate that we're having with the Scottish Scottish league. Like they were, and I was speaking with the Scottish league, and people were still really thinking about integrating the Premier League, even if it would be for the sake of them maybe losing out championship or whatever. It's just because after a while, like, do you still want to be just Glasgow Rangers and fucking Celtics, just the top two, where like you just gonna have no competition? After a while, man, it gets tiring. You want to integrate somewhere where like you can bring level. And I think for the Americas, that's like the best. That has to go that way. But then again, in America, we ran franchises. It's a business scene thing. People don't want to lose on money. No, we're not doing that. Like what? Or I'm gonna want to get the biggest share of the pie. Americans are so fucking belligerent and condescending. They're gonna go in there. They're gonna be like, "Well, we bring more revenue than fucking Santos. I don't give a fuck. We taking that TV share." Santos is gonna be like, "No, we're not doing that." And that's been the one of the biggest question marks around, like, yo, who's going to get the better deal and all that stuff when it comes down to integrating. But from a football aspect, you want to get yourself better. I mean, you have to. Why Italy was Italy even in the 90s, and even when getting this resurgence, we have multiple teams that were just good on the forefront. I think you need it, man. You just need that. So I don't know. We'll see though, because I mean, Haiti. I don't know if Haiti meant Jamaica. They have a national league. I'm not even trying
yeah,
to be
they do. Yeah, they
disrespectful.
do. Yeah, they do.
Man, it's
It's
tough.
just that they don't really care too much about
They don't.
football.
They only build runners over them, man. Trust
What's
me.
interesting is Jamaica's actually really improved.
Yeah, but the thing about Jamaica is that they're benefiting a lot from a lot of Jamaicans that grew up in England that went through. It's kind of like the African effect that were born in France. A lot of Jamaicans, you're gonna notice, they were born in England. They have no chance maybe in the national team. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna go play for Jamaica. Why not? If I'm not understanding, let's say I'm in the second tier, third tier, of that, in the English, as an English player in terms of talent. Why not go play for Jamaica if I have no chance on the national team? Which a lot of Jamaicans are in London, and that go through that system, that play football, that they're able to bring it. I mean, Antonio decided to do what? I think Antonio actually, he started, if I'm not mistaken, he started off with the youth system in England, but decided to go play for Jamaica. And I think that's how Jamaica, if I'm, that federation, you benefit from that, you know. And I think some Americans, the U.S. did that with a lot of these German-born players like Jones and all these guys that were born on military bases that went through the German system. They're like, yup, Klinsman's like, yo, get all them motherfuckers in here. And that's what they did. The Brooks, all these guys born in Germany, military base, grew up in Germany. You benefit from that instead of getting here. You create that blend. So I think any places they kind of Algeria does it with okay, you born in France, you don't want to play this, and they go too, yo, come play with us. You can't benefit from that if your shit is not that developed. So it'll make a lot more sense, for Jamaica to go up. But Costa Rica, they have talent there too, man. Costa Rica, Panama is on the rise. That's a team people not looking at. Ooh, man, the Panamanians, they got people over there, boy. They do. At least at our level, not European, but if you pay attention to CONCACAF region, Panama, they,
It's not competitive enough, CONCACAF. It's just
yeah, yeah. But
not
Panama,
not not Conc. Is it CONCACAF? No, CONCACAF is.
yeah, Panama is CONCACAF.
Oh, okay.
Central America, yep. CONCACAF, like, it's the last country before you go into South America. I mean, even Trinidad and Tobago, I'm surprised they didn't, since they're the Caribbeans, they integrated more in the CONCACAF because they have more chances of qualifying than if they want to be in South America. Because geographically, these motherfuckers are in the South, you know. It's kind of like even Suriname, for example, right? Like the Surinamese people,
Oh, that's Holland. That's where
right?
Holland gets all their best players.
All the best players. If they decide to stay in Suriname, which a lot of them, they're prideful on the flag or they're born there, they could have been the force to reckon with.
Isn't
But
isn't Seedorf originally from there?
yes, Seedorf, Gullit is original from there. Rice Card is original from there. All the black players
Yeah,
from there. Ronaldo is original from there. All of them,
yeah.
they all come from there. South America, which I met some
That
Surinamese guys. They're almost
that
similar to people from Guyana. So there's a cool catch. So they're big guys there. But yeah, man, I think we can I don't know. It's rough, man. I don't know how the football landscape is gonna be looking going forward. It's gonna be crazy.
What about
So,
Albania? What's gonna happen with Albania? Is
uh,
Albania ever
what
gonna?
is the topic? What is the topic? I just came. Sorry, guys. I was talking with my brother.
The topic is that Red Jordan is just a mess. Just a mess.
Well, we know that. Why
One
are we still
bad
talking
take
about that?
after the other.
No, we're talking
Me? I
about
didn't say anything, but what are you talking about?
we're talking about like our zone here, like to get better, like
The
in like
football.
the Americas, like our football, like we had to integrate it with like South America, how we did for like the Copa America, like Centenario, like in 2016, 100 years of Copa America. Like we
Mm.
integrate at least some of our tournaments and some of our club football, maybe not the qualifications, just to help out for the sake of helping out, but other stuff integrated, we'll get better and get more competition, and we can
No,
get
I think Klinsmann said it 10 years ago. Well, I think when he was the coach of USA, he
the
said
one
if
listening, the one listening to Clint's machine. The thing about Americans too, the same thing we blame Europeans of is like we're really stubborn. We're like, oh, the American, we wouldn't give a fuck. Like, who is us? Because the way they portray Klinsman in the media is like he came with this elitist mentality, telling people, what to do. Because he's from Europe, he knows everything is better, and then America's like, nah, we're not having that. That we're able to be successful, even the way we did things, and they kept using the MLS model and all that. And
What did he say?
well, he said if you want a big a national club, a national team, a US national team, all your biggest talent at the age of 20 or 18, 19, they need to go in Europe straight away. You need to manage a way to bring them in
but
Europe,
then again, but
whatever
then again,
club they are.
Yeah.
but then again, he couldn't. But then that's why he was a bit naive because you gotta understand. And we're not gonna really just debate, but you gotta understand. Here in America, we prioritize school on a lot of things.
Exactly.
You're not gonna have like you have little Brazilians or little what that drop out of school at age 7 and they can play football their whole
Well,
life.
but
You
Clint,
know,
Yeah,
we
like
have
so
Nah,
yeah,
schools,
you
I
but we
get
have
totally
so
schools
disagree with
here
this.
as
I
well.
totally
We have
disagree
actually,
with
schools
this.
as
actually,
well
it
that
doesn't
here.
matter. It doesn't
that
matter if y'all disagree with it or not. In the United States, unlike everywhere else in the world where football is actually prioritized to some degree, in the United States that only works with schools. And in middle school, high school, and college, the only sports that are
that's
really
where
looked
every
at.
kid start
Oh,
playing
hold on,
sports.
the only sports that are looked at are American sports. Meanwhile, the best
Yeah,
talents in
guys,
America are the kids who are poor. That's why the United States is always so garbage. They have all these kids there, but all of those kids have all come from families with
But
money for the most part.
yeah, but
listen,
in Europe, university is for free, so there
But
is zero
again,
incentive
but again, John, but
for
again,
kids to play
John,
football.
but John, this is the whole point, though, John. You said it's free in Europe. In the United States, it costs you hundreds of
but
thousands of
that's
dollars.
but that's the whole
Yes,
It,
but
it
point.
that's the
Leave
point.
at
No,
the
no,
yeah,
age
it's
but
at
not
the
the
that,
age
whole.
of 18.
but
Leave. Come and play football here if you're good.
No,
but
but
Don't
it,
stay.
it but
bruh,
it doesn't work like that. So that's what we're trying to explain is this. It's just like in the States here, when somebody has their child, first of all, in the States, a lot of kids don't even start really playing sport
Clint,
like in the
can
competitive
I
level.
stop you a
Listen, listen,
second?
listen, listen.
No, because Nathan already explained me how it works in the United States.
Okay.
That's why it works like this in the United States, because when Klinsmann says that, everyone told him you're an idiot, and they keep doing it the way they are doing it. But
well, the only ones.
if they follow the advice of Klinsmann and all the clubs in the United States develop talents and sell that talent for 10, 15, 20, 30 million dollars each
Hey,
player, they
You're
can
not
make money,
Yeah,
and
but
they
Larry.
they,
can
they,
actually
You're
develop
hold
the
on,
talent.
but
talent in the
Larry,
U.S. is not that great. Right?
Well,
Larry,
but
There
this
is
because
is
they're not
hold
in,
on, hold
because
on,
they're
hold on,
not building them
hold
to
on,
sell
Roy,
them in
hold on,
Europe,
Roy,
Roy. That's the
Roy, hold
reason.
on, Larry.
but they
This is
don't
the
even get
problem.
selected from
No, no, no,
European
no.
clubs.
Hold on, Roy. Hold on, Larry. The problem is you're talking about players who are actually not the better players in the United States. All of those kids that you're talking about, oh, they should get them and then sell them to get profit, blah blah
I,
blah. That
Nathan,
is not, bro.
I
But
know,
you're
because rich people play football. I get it. You to explain me, but when the incentive of the organization is to make profit, they're gonna tell to the rich kids, "You're not good. Don't come. I want that kid in the
no,
street
they're
because
actually
he
not
is
because
good."
they're not. They're
That's the
not
whole
because
point.
alumni. They're not because alumni is a big thing in the United States as well. It doesn't matter how good your kid is. It's about who is sponsoring and who is giving that
That's all they
organization the
care about.
money.
And
But
it's
That's
like
all
that's
they
that kid
care
wrong.
who
about.
play.
That's wrong.
It
If you
it
want to
That
is
build
it
a,
is it is wrong. It is wrong. But
it is wrong.
what is right, what is wrong does not
And
matter
then
when it
also,
comes to this in the
like,
United States.
one thing you gotta understand, right? A lot of people will live. They love the sport of football, and they'll leave, bigger, you know, they'll leave to go to Europe and make make more money. Like somebody in Brazil will leave, football. Yo, you're gonna get all these big contracts. In America, we also have that same mindset, right? In terms of like how to develop get to another sport, but it's towards sports that pay more money. Like even the Hispanic kids, they're gonna rather. Even me myself, when I have a kid, my kid's playing baseball. As much as I love football, they're playing fucking baseball. Because if that place you're going where you're securing contracts, people are getting paid for the next 10 years, like a fucking Patrick Mahomes, they're paying $400 million for the next 10 years.
but
That's where
dude,
you're getting a contract.
you
That's
guys
what.
have been telling me these things, man. I know this, and don't you guys don't repeat yourself.
Okay,
What I'm
so
saying,
so no,
you want to
so
have a strong national team. You want to have a strong national team.
but
Get
I
the
think I
fuck
think
out of the school. Get the fuck out of the school. Build a fucking
But there
organization that is
is
not
Larry, Larry,
connected to the
Larry,
school.
there
That's the
is
thing.
Larry. Larry, I'm telling you,
Tell the
there
MLS
is.
clubs. Tell the MLS clubs.
but
Make
I think that's
sure
what they're
the
doing.
big.
But no,
Larry,
but I
there
think
is Larry.
but I think
I'm
that's
trying
what
to
they're
tell
doing
you.
now. Because watch this, the MLS now can be comfortable enough now they're selling to Europe. That was not the case before. So MLS is obviously producing talent where people actually want
Not
some of our
really.
players. So we're on the good note. And what they say
And
I don't think so.
the
I don't think
I
so.
projections
don't
are
think
what?
so either.
You know,
I don't
the
think so either.
you don't think so?
No,
Yeah.
because
More than the past, but
in order to play on those club teams, in the, like the Dynamo. Let's use the Dynamo for example. Even then, you got to pay a lot of money just to even be on that club. The kids
What if,
nowadays, even the best kids, they drop out of school to help their parents pay for things before they even get a chance to do anything. It's too
But guys,
expensive.
like LA Galaxy, do they have a youth team?
Yeah.
If
yes,
they
All
do,
yes,
teams,
of course.
everybody has a
And
youth team.
if they do,
right,
if
and
Yeah, I know
the
they do.
little poor kid living down the street ain't gonna be on
right
that youth team, bro.
Actually,
now, but wait, now does LA Galaxy pay, I don't know, 10 coaches in LA or whatever that teach football and tell them, okay, I want you to select me 10 kids or get 10 kids from the
The
street,
thing, see,
whatever. I'm gonna pay.
the
I'm
thing
gonna
too,
pay
the thing.
for those
but
10
But
they
But
kids.
also
watch this,
give
where the
scholarships,
Nathan.
though. Yeah, they
Before you
also
go
give
further,
scholarships.
yeah, go
the
ahead.
thing is too here is like the children law here is a bit different. Nobody's leaving their random kid just going into this stuff where like the laws here are so strong they create these gray areas that sometimes even institutions legally they don't want to be dealing with certain stuff. Like they just don't know. Like yeah, you can go and invest in these coaches, and then you got to know the type of kids that are coming in there. And let's say your most talented kid, you can get it from a parent. It's just not gonna work as you can go to a Brazil, like a Milan can go to a Brazil,
So
will sign
so
your
you
kid
guys
down.
are never gonna make it.
Man,
You guys are never gonna make it. Or
I
it's
mean,
gonna
I
make it
think
in
I
that
don't
because
100
think
you
years.
so.
can't
I don't
say
think
that
so.
because
I
they're
You
don't
because
guys
think
are
they,
so.
gonna make it in 100 years because the
I
system
don't even think in 100 years.
is
I don't
built
even think in
wrongly.
100
That's the thing.
I don't. I
listen,
just the
the
U.S.
the
and
the
soccer
problem,
are two worlds apart. It's just
yeah,
like
but
here
the
in the
thing is,
U.S. it's basketball, American football, baseball. That's
yeah,
gonna be the priority.
I think at the end of the day, it only comes to the preferences of the majority. I cannot accept somehow that a guy in Brazil playing in favelas somehow has a better chance at becoming a footballer than someone who lives in the US and has all the
That's
right
that's
conditions to thrive,
well,
right?
that's because
Right.
you haven't experienced the nonsense of the United States, bro. That's why you're. And
All
trust
right,
me,
right.
I
I
agree.
understand,
I agree
but
100% what you're saying. But I promise you, bro. I promise you on
yeah,
everything.
but I understand, Nathan. But the thing is that at the end of the day, it's a cultural thing. In Brazil, every kid wakes up in the morning and hopes that in 10 years he's going to become a football player. In the US, he wakes up, he hopes to be a American football player or an NBA player. This
No,
is
see,
the
again, bro.
difference.
That's
And and
you're talking
the
about a
the
certain demographic, bro. I'm trying to tell you. Well, I agree with what you're saying, but the especially now the football is the highest or it's the fastest sport in terms of popularity in these age
Growing,
groups.
growing.
and
it's
and
growing,
then
man. It's growing, but it's
and then
still
on top of
top
that,
10.
the second biggest minority group in the United States are Hispanic people. They
Yeah,
they
they're
grow
Yeah,
up
see,
40%
wanting to
now.
play
and
football. They grow up wanting to play football,
They're
but they
40%
do
now.
not
Yeah, and
have
then the
they.
Hispanic. Watch it. The Hispanic was it in year
Nathan,
2030 for the first time ever in history. Like there's gonna be more Hispanic babies than actually white kids. So Hispanic went from only being mere 10, 20, like now they're at 30, 40%. Like they
Nate,
dwarf in the black
Nate,
population.
Nate,
And
I
you know
get it.
Hispanics,
oh
most of
my
all
God, man,
Hispanics,
please, but I
80% of
understand,
all
man, but
Hispanics play
uh,
football, bro. All
guys,
them little
Yeah,
if
Mexicans,
but the
they all play
talent
football.
is
guys,
not
I understand, man.
exceptional, guys.
I
It's just
understand, man.
not.
Actually,
If I
Roy,
if
it really is. It
guys,
really is good to
oh
all
my God,
The Hispanic group sector is actually really good. Just in Houston alone,
guys,
because this is where I live for the most part.
if I
The
go
Houston, the
if I go
Houston,
tomorrow, whatever.
the the club team called Houstonians was one of the best teams in the United States.
Yeah, but look at it this way. Look at it this way. De Bruyne and Insigne, for example, have been competing against each other since they were 14, since they were
Yeah.
Yes,
children.
yes, I
In
understand that,
America,
but
nobody has that. It's a world apart. It's
no,
just
Roy,
you don't have that kind of competition.
at the ages of 6 to 10, very rarely are you going to come across big sectors where everyone is just that much crazier, except for like maybe one or two kids. Everybody is going to be roughly around the same skill. Once you get to like 10 years old, especially when you're at 10 years old, because Roy, I don't know if you know much about like club football outside of like, like let's say the Dynamos, but just like an actual club organization made by parents in the area. There are divisions: Division One,
Yeah, I
Division
know.
Two, Division Three. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So once you get to a certain level, that's when you go into either Division One, two, or three, based on your actual
Yeah,
skill
but
level.
it's just you can't
Right?
when
I've
you
played
can't
against
compare
people.
you can't
Roy,
compare it to Europe and South America.
Roy,
You
I
just can't
can
compare.
because I have played in tournaments where even teams like Manchester United's youth team get sent to the Dallas tournament and play, and they don't win it.
Yeah, but
So
that's
I'm telling
not.
you,
Sorry,
but
Nate,
But
but
that's not the
that's
elite
not the
teams. You know.
youth team of Manchester
no, the
United. They're
youth
training
team
in
of
Man United.
Manchester United that is training in Manchester United can't claim to the Dallas Cup, is what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I'm not
Dallas.
making
Actually,
this up,
hey,
bro.
listen, Dallas, like in this country, like Dallas has one of the best academies, and the whole entire United States. That's where Dempsey came from. That's where McKinney came from. Now, y'all might not rate these players like Weston McKinney or Clint Dempsey, but they came from that Dallas Academy. At least in this country, that Dallas Academy is known to produce top players in this area of the
Bro,
whole entire
the
United States.
best
Yes, but
Clint,
top
the
players
best.
here are below average players in Europe.
And it's fine. And it's fine.
But Clint,
So
Clint,
let's
in
not act surprised if they say they beat a Man United,
It's
youth
fact,
team.
guys. It's a fact. It's
No.
not got to do with anything. It's just a
Clint,
fact.
I have played against the best team in Texas. That best team in Texas was only second best in the United States to an actual California team. I don't know if you heard of them, Roy. They were called Arsenal. They were second best. So I played against top teams, man. I'm telling you, Roy, there are
Yeah,
good
but
players,
if
but
you
these players.
but if you play the top teams of I don't know Real Madrid, it's a whole different story, my man. If you play the top
I
team against
understand that,
Barcelona,
those
the
but this is
and
the
Real Madrid and
advantage that we're
Barcelona are
talking about.
competing against Real
Yes,
Madrid,
But here,
Milan,
yes,
Juve.
but
here's
this is
my
what we're
next.
talking
Iron
about,
Here,
though.
sharpens iron. There's
But
not enough
but this
iron in the
yes, but
U.S.
at
no.
10
But
years
here's
old, though, Roy, they're pretty much going to be in the same group.
but here's this.
No, it's
Here's
not.
what But here's what projections are saying. Projections are saying in the next 3 years, in the next, I don't know, decade, the next new emerging football forces are going to be what? Japan, Iran, and the United States, right?
Says who?
I think. Oh, that's you.
No.
Boy, you look.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Says
That's a
who?
new projection. The next 3 top
Wait,
teams, I
who
don't know, next
says
20,
this?
30 years. They
Who
did
says this?
studies where they're looking at the
Sorry,
Who
next.
says
Clint.
this? Where did
Clint,
you get this from?
Norway brought a bigger talent than United States in 2022.
It's
100
fine. I'm
years
just,
after,
though, I'm just going based on the
Norway
study.
brought a bigger
I'm trying
talent
to
than
say
United.
something here.
And you
I'm
know
trying
the
to say
amount
something
of
here.
money and sports
I'm
science
trying to say something here.
there is
Watch
in United
this though.
States.
Watch this. I'm trying to say something here. It's
There's no there
those
is in that
those next
country. You
3
don't
teams.
even know, man.
No, those next 3 teams, they're subjected to do such and such, right? How they gonna do it, we don't know. But the American piece, I can speculate on this, is that if the United States, because I feel like the United States, for them to be successful, they need to have their own model. I don't think it's forced to have to be some European model. Now, European might have a leg up in terms of talent
But
or
when you say
whatsoever. But
European, Clint, the mistake you're making when you say European is not one model. European is many. It's the
25.
Italian,
no,
it's
but when I mean
German,
the European
it's
model, okay,
Spanish.
let me explain
It's a
what I mean
lot
by
of them.
European model.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. It's a lot of them on the top competing against each other.
I know.
The U.S. is only one country.
Roy, when I say European model, I'm speaking from a pipeline perspective. It's how a kid will leave from whatever era that gets put through through an academy in Europe and gets developed. We can all agree across Europe it's similarities. Now, when it comes down to systems and how the coaches play, it differs. But in terms of like how kids get recruited, even if through trials and all that, it's a similar system in Europe compared to how in America they have to do a pay to play thing or you have to get drafted to play into the MLS. We all agree that that's the difference in that, right? That's what I mean.
We all agree on that. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is the thing. If I want to advocate on behalf of the United States, right, it might not be the prettiest, but they can innovate in their own end, find alternatives or find a middle ground in between how stuff is getting done in Europe and how you call it, how stuff is getting done in the States with American culture. Find that middle ground and create a formula that works.
You need,
that's all I'm trying to say.
In
Maybe
order
it might
to
not
be
work,
the
it might not
best,
work.
you got to compete against the best and beat the best.
And don't get me, which I agree, right? But then what's happening?
Where is that in America?
That.
Where is that in the U.S.? Where is that?
But that's what we're talking about. They don't have the same chances.
A lot of kids are going to Europe. Am I not? A lot of kids they might be an average class, but they're not going to Europe, which wasn't the case before.
Clint, my problem is that how many MLS clubs there is in United States?
32.
32.
Yeah.
So 32 of them, they should have an whole academy from the age.
No, I take it back. I think it's 20.
Yeah,
my bad.
every one of them has academies all the way down to.
But listen to me. No. The academy should be the group of players from 18 to 16, 15 to 13, 12 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
You need to have all these groups, and every time, and these players, the moment they arrive at the last stage of their academy, they need to go to the MLS for 1 year or two, and you need to sell them to the Europe. Not all of them, but at least a 10% of them needs to go to Europe.
European teams don't want them.
But they've been selling. No, that's why I said
no.
Because European. Why would I get a guy in America when I have so much talent in my own country?
Dude, Roy, no. The European, listen to me. These clubs, they don't develop these players because they don't need them. They live in a closed league. They don't lose money. They always make money. So they don't need the youth. They don't need the youth. If the league was not closed with relegation and you need to make your own money, you will work on the youth because you need to sell the youth, to make money and pay the salaries of your players. But they don't need them. They are just
only thing, I'm not even disregarding. I'm not even refuting.
So that's why they don't build talent. They say, listen, I need to finish this. I'm sorry, guys. I need to finish this. So their youth academy is built on the way, pay me a ticket and you get in. You pay me money, you get in, and you play, and your kids play. In Europe, it's not like this. In Europe, like, where are the best kids of the neighborhoods? Where are the best kids of this town? Because they need to play for Bologna, for Parma, for Ancona, for Ascoli, for Milan, for Atalanta, for Monza. No one is paying, man. They are getting paid, and their parents are getting paid everything for their kids to be in their academy. Because Milan needs the youth players to sell and to make money. There is a real
Well,
industry. You are a product. In United States, it's a facade. They are covered by the closed league. They make money anyway. So they don't need those kids. That's why they're not good. That's why they don't improve. And they don't become, there is no talent because just the kids that they pay get in.
Exactly.
Simple as that.
Like I said, growing up, I guarantee you can find at least 5 kids who are better than what Pulisic would be right now.
Oh, that's for sure. I know
Easy.
people that are even better than him.
Easy.
My only thing is this, yo, I'm not even disagreeing with what y'all saying. I'm just trying to, play devil's advocate. The American side is just like the only thing they can really do, because they're using a model, a sports model that they're using in other leagues. But when you look at football, it's too cultural, and it's really an older sport than some of these other sports that are out there. And a lot of these players, they have a leg up, right? But what I'm trying to say, as on the American side, is you can create some type of formula, right? Some type of formula, because the MLS, they play a drafting system, right? To be able to start if you either drafted or you're getting a transfer coming out of Europe. You understand? I know American people, they're paying attention. They want to compete. If they know the sport is popular, because I look what they do with the ladies. The ladies, the only thing is America females, they had a leg up, but even now they're competing now with
but
England
guys,
now, which
listen.
they're actually
But listen.
the
The
Listen, no, I'm
reason
trying
why
to
the
add.
system
Let
is
me,
like
I'll try to pay for try to listen to everybody. The thing is this. I'm thinking it's like for America, based on the way the culture is and everything, they won't completely be able to go through the way some of these teams are operating in Europe. They're gonna have to have that franchise-based model now. It's not up to me to say if it's gonna work or if it's not gonna work. I don't know, but I think they have to find that middle ground and create some type of hybrid that might be suitable for them. That's all I'm saying. That's the only way
right,
America can go with it.
right. But it doesn't even matter if it's a franchise or not. The problem that, from my perspective, right, from an outsider, is that if the youth system is not working, in my opinion, the people to blame are the MLS, because the MLS teams should pay coaches, low level coaches, whatever, so that kids don't have this big financial barrier in front of them because their families have no money to put them into the
But
this
this is not
place.
entirely true, Rachel, though, yeah? I want to correct something. Because I have been coaching in the US for 10 years, and a lot of these clubs give scholarships to good players, the best players. So just keep that in
No,
mind.
but no. But here's my thing. The problem is this: the clubs don't have to pay scholarship to the best players, because the best players, if they have to pay in order to train, you have already lost the talent there. The talent that has no money to pay for that. They
But
have to
then
make
again,
it so
but
that,
that,
And
that they have
Roy,
to make
sorry,
it so they have to make it so that everyone has already can
and
Has the
already
equal
just join
chance.
and
sorry,
not have to
sorry,
pay a lot of
sorry,
money.
Roy.
Yeah.
The scholarship is the last stage. I'm talking about 8 years old kid. He
Yeah,
should be he
exactly.
should have everything for free to play football, man.
but
You
you can't.
cannot
Exactly.
pay for a
The
ground.
thing
Yes, but
also,
It's
like,
as simple as that.
you're not finding these kids. See, also the state is not like in South America, like in Africa, like where I'll go at 4 o'clock. I know I'm going to the local feed neighborhood that I'm expected all the kids are gonna play. I'll be able to post that particular talent because of the working culture here too, the hustle culture. Sometimes these kids, their parents are not home. They have to be doing other stuff. Yeah, this kid they're playing out there, but it's not. It's really, I feel like I'm based on what I see, and I've been across a lot of states here in the country, in the United States, and I've lived overseas, and I've seen what takes place when I lived in Japan, and I also lived in the Ivory Coast. I see when people come out at a specific time to play, and then if you, like, say you're a scout, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to that local team in here, it's gonna, like Nathan was
No,
saying, the scouts, they're gonna have to only pull up at these organized so-called money where you get another police is there, where the talent might not be there. Or they're going to that local neighborhood, they don't know where the fucking field is at. They don't know
no,
who talks to who.
but
Well, like in Brazil,
uh,
I'm pretty sure
but
the way
Clint,
they recruit there, if they're not even going in Brazil, if they're not even going to the academies, you can go out there.
you are
You know
wrong.
where to go to,
I don't
see
know,
these
guys. That's
people.
not what I saw.
No,
That's not
no,
what I've
but
seen.
Clint, but we are again talking about different topics. All I'm saying, and I think Garrett is saying the same as well, is that if a guy who happens to be from originally from I don't know, Mexico, and his family is poor, if
Uh huh.
he wants to play football and
Yeah.
he lives in LA
LA Galaxy has to pay for him. It doesn't matter if he is talented or not. He is 8 years old. He wants to play football,
I agree.
organized football.
I
LA
agree.
Galaxy has to pay for that.
But the
This
thing
is
is too
this is
with
what
them Mexican kids, just to
and
add a
this
caveat, the
listen
thing with these
and
Mexican
this
kids,
is and this is how it happens even in Albania, a poor country. Teams of the cities pay these coaches, so these
And
coaches
John,
now
I agree with you.
I
agree.
agree.
They have
That's
to
I
but,
pay
agree.
for him. What do you
but
mean?
the thing is, in the
Well, that's
United
what they
States,
do. That's what
everything
I'm
is
telling you. They really do
everything is too money driven in the United States for something like that to happen. Whether
The
it's right or
fees
wrong is
and
beside
all
the point.
that.
Is the fact is that they still do it, and that's
And you
what's
know, with
fucking
the
them up.
Latinos too, I'm gonna be honest, especially with Mexican Americans, they have a really strong tie to the Liga MX. So a lot of them were born here, and boy, their dad will be like, "Yo, go play for fucking Monterrey, my boy," and they're not gonna go. And those are the people that play most, right? That's our talent too. So LA will probably won't go to even try to mitigate where like a Monterrey would just say to bring you into academy because the Liga MX they got good at like academy system. And I agree with you. Yeah, they should pay for that. It should be their job to go out there. But it's going back again to my point. Like the coach is just so disconnected. That how do you fix that? Do you completely erase and start from the beginning? Or you find a hybrid? And I think for America, I just feel if they
I'll
create
tell
some
you how you
hybrid
fix it,
model
man.
where they can
Clint,
produce,
I
don't know.
told you how you fix it, man. You put threat to these MLS clubs, and they will start to think how I'm gonna solve this issue, how I'm gonna get a good player so I don't get relegated.
Yeah, but you
That's
can't. The
the
thing
only
is
thing.
this.
They don't have that issue.
But
I
the
don't
thing,
think
yeah,
the
they don't
U.S.
have
They
can
are
that
bring
issue.
it
But
to, I
untouchable.
guess.
They
but
are
then you gotta understand,
untouchable.
like football, you gotta understand, like soccer as a whole is a new business across the world. Period. So from a
Listen,
business
football.
perspective, it doesn't even bring money enough for people for them to even care to do
I,
relegation stuff.
but I no. But listen to me. But you're not gonna grow the biggest sport in the world. That's you are
I
deciding
agree.
not to grow the
I agree,
biggest
but
sport in the world in your country.
yeah, I agree, but it's not like I said. That's why I said it's gonna
Atalanta.
be a
But
hybrid.
culturally, they don't care you, man. That's the
No,
thing.
no. Listen, Roy. Let's assume they
It's
don't
just a
care. Let's
fact.
assume, Roy.
It's a
Let's
fact.
assume they don't care. And
It's a small population with us.
okay, let's assume they don't care, and just 15% of the people that do sport in the United States cares about football. 15%. Still, that amount of people that play football is bigger than Belgium, Switzerland, and Austria. So you can bring better talents than these three nations team. Belgium brings a lot of talent. So you can do that. You can actually have a national team at the level of Belgium. If you have 30 million people that actually actively play football in your country.
I think personally, after World Cup 2026 is gonna do another shakeup. Kinda like
No, it's not
no,
gonna
no,
do
no,
nothing
no. Hear me out.
because
Hear
it's
me.
all
Hear me out. Hear
PR.
me out.
It's
Hear me
nothing.
out.
It's gonna
Hear
work.
me
It's
out.
not gonna
Hear
work.
me. Hear me out. Hear me out, bro. When '94 World Cup came around, when my dad went and watched, and I was really young, so I never even really watched that shit. He went actually and saw. After '94, what happened? They created the MLS in '96. I don't know what's gonna happen. 2026, some new stuff. Maybe people have more visual. They're gonna care more. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Not only that, but if they can market football to the black community, that's how this sport's going to take off. The black community is the biggest consumer of entertainment anywhere.
That's a fact. If
So
they
can get them black kids to really get into it, that's how it's going to take off.
Yeah,
but they gotta.
Because when it comes down to sport, I don't care what people say. No matter if it's baseball, because baseball is all these Caribbeans, like Dominicans, they're running that league rampant. They're the better players in there. Like, same, you look at basketball, other than hockey, all them other sports, if they can bring it to that minority piece, if you start getting these black athletes within, like proper black athletes, talented black pool,
Clint, without the relegation system, you are going nowhere. You're going nowhere. Believe me, man, you're going nowhere. Money is not missing. Enthusiasm, willing of playing football is not missing in the United States. There is enough people you to have a great amount of talent, like Belgium, Austria. Listen to me. There is 5 million people that play football in Italy. I'm pretty sure you can have more than 5 million people in the United States playing football. And you can bring the same level of talent at Italy, Spain, but you're never going to do that because there is no threat for the clubs that runs the tip of the pyramid. They have zero threat. They will never fail financially, sport wise. They will always show up the year after and play the same league. So if you don't change that, you will never have the talent, and you will never build the talent.
I disagree with that because, like Nathan said at the beginning, it's about going. I think the pay to play is the biggest threat to that. Because I think the other sports, they don't have relegation fucking system, but they're able to perform to the highest level. Because some of these sports are played worldwide. Yeah, now I understand in Europe is maybe bring that enthusiasm and it brings that cultural piece when there's relegation. But in terms of finding talent, I don't think relegation has nothing to do with getting the proper talent. America's just not getting the proper talent.
Listen, it is because I'll explain you this.
Blair, you still have to get rid of the pay to play though. Like even let's say they do.
But you never. But that's my whole point. You're never gonna get rid of the pay to play because who is on the top of the pyramid does not have any threat.
But just like Roy said, the kids that are going into the MLS and trying to go overseas are not that good. You still have to pay to play, even if you have a relegation system. It's not going to matter because even if they have to sell those young players, they're not going to sell them for anything because those teams are not wanting them because those are actually not top talents. The top
they're gonna
the
be
kids who are actually not playing.
Nathan,
Okay,
with
but
the relegation. But listen
we
to
have
me.
to also accept reality. Like the U.S. just does not produce.
But guys, the reality
Roy.
is sorry, 1 second. The reality is that U.S. does not produce top talent because their system is without relegation. The moment you put the relegation, in 10 years, you're going to have incredible talent.
I think it's way more.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Not just a relegation system.
So actually, there is a relegation system, but it's not in regards to the MLS. It's in regards to where the majority of football is playing, which is club football.
It has to be the relegation on MLS.
Yeah, okay, but the MLS.
So how do you explain the NBA, Larry?
The NBA is a sport that you play with 5 people, Roy.
It's a different sport. You cannot compare.
What about
so you as a kid, no.
But in Europe, there's relegation in basketball, I think, right? So
listen to me. And Europe brings a lot of talent in the NBA.
Yeah,
like
even and no one. And
look,
listen to me.
Europe basketball culturally.
God, why the fuck I cannot
but
finish
no,
the
because
concept,
you
man.
gotta talk about it's not
But
just relegation.
Yo, it's the relegation. Let me
no,
finish.
come on, my man.
Fucking hell, let me finish.
Go
I forgot what I was saying, man. What the fuck?
No, relegation sure helps, but it's much more than just that.
It is that, man.
Roy,
it is that.
Roy, let me ask you something, Roy.
You do have a second division. The USL is
the USL is the second division. The US teams that don't get
They can go to the major league, to the MLS. They can go to that.
That's
a lot of teams have players playing in the USL that are developing.
No. As a team, you can go.
No. There's no relegation.
So why do I need to grow talent? Why? What is my point? Why should I grow talent? I cannot go there. Go there.
You grow your talent here in the UPSL, NPSL, USL.
To do what? MLS. To do what? I cannot access to the big boys.
To bring them to the MLS.
No, I don't care to bring them because I cannot access there. Why
yeah, there's no relegation.
I don't have any care. Why should I care?
That's not going to change anything. I don't think so.
Why should I care?
No, it will change. It changes a lot of things when you have relegation.
It's not going to. Yes, it does. It changes a lot of things. But guys, if you still have to pay, it does not matter.
But Nathan,
even if there's a relegation system,
Nathan, oh
but
my
why
God,
you don't understand this small point?
This is the point.
If there is a
this
relegation
is the
system, you don't have to pay anymore because they're gonna pray you to play football, man. They're gonna do everything for you. Who? The team that doesn't want to get relegated. Atalanta doesn't want.
Dude, you guys are not listening to what you're saying.
No, you don't understand. Atalanta is paying. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude! Atalanta is paying all the kids of this area to play football for free because the end goal at the end is not to get relegated, man.
I understand.
Do you understand?
That, but Laird, you understand things from the European view, but I'm telling you,
no, that's the only.
Oh,
Jesus. Dude, listen.
So if you really think if there's a relegation system that you still would not have to do pay to play, you are wrong, bro.
Oh my God, I'm living the last 30 years like this. You don't understand
I don't
that.
agree that it's
oh my God.
Larry, you are a European, so that's why you live with that. Even if they did it in the United States, they would still make
Nathan,
you pay.
have you ever seen the major league with the relegation system? Have you ever seen it? No, you haven't. So you cannot say that I'm
Laird,
wrong.
Laird,
You cannot say that I'm
Laird.
wrong.
Is the United
Laird.
States driven by money? Yes or no?
If the U.S. the first
Oh,
sport
Jesus.
was football, then maybe you. But it's not. It's not even the fourth sport.
Roy,
It's the fifth, sixth.
does not matter, man, because
Like
U.S.
culturally, when
Oh,
kids are
Jesus.
born, culturally they're not thinking about football. Like in Brazil, you're born and you already know how to juggle a ball. You know, it's like it's so
Yes,
it's
but
embedded in your culture.
Nah,
sure,
you guys,
but Roy,
you guys
Roy,
don't get
still,
it, man.
I
You guys
see
don't
it.
get
are
it. You
I've
guys
seen
need,
it.
you
Roy,
guys need to leave United
there are
States for
10
10
million.
minutes, man, and come and see it. Fucking hell, you guys don't
Roy,
get it.
We
You guys don't get
understand
it.
that European.
Under,
there are
No,
10
Larry,
million
we get what you're
kids in
saying,
the
but you don't
US playing
understand how
football. 10
Americans
million.
operate, bro.
Yeah,
The
okay,
United
but
More
who are
States.
than
they playing
Italy.
against? Who are they playing against?
But
But
Roy, at the
listen,
age of 8, everyone is
Do you
at the same
understand?
level,
Do you
man.
understand? If you, it's not true.
but
That's
the
absolutely not true.
Yes.
It's absolutely not true. No,
Oh
that's
my
a
God.
fact because I know for a fact that's not true.
No, okay.
Even at the age of 4, no, you have ballers at 4 that can play incredible football.
But Roy, on proportion, you have it in the same level of in Italy. There is the guy that plays
Yeah,
really
but
well, and
Italy
the
is
guy
not
that.
competing against Italy. Italy is competing against Germany. It's competing against Holland. It's competing against France. It's competing against
But,
England,
dude,
against
I'm
Switzerland.
sorry, Roy.
In the
I'm
U.S.,
sorry,
who
Roy.
are you competing against? Texas
You do-
against
you-
Arizona?
Roy,
What
but
the
you're
fuck
not
kind of
competing.
competition is that?
Sorry, Roy, you're not competing with these countries because you don't have the relegation system. You don't have the threat that these countries has. The teams don't behave in the way these countries
There's
behave.
only one country here, bro. Like
No,
that's
see, oh my God, you guys, you cannot give up on that. Just look at the way that you are not alone. You are competing with all these countries, and if you want to compete in these countries, you need to put the relegation system. Because if your top teams don't have any threat, why they should care about the youth?
If the
Why
U.S.
should
was
care?
in Europe, U.S. would be one of the biggest teams. Let's
So I
put it
have a
that way.
question for you. So I have a question for you. Like, when the U.S. made it to the quarterfinals in 2002, half of all these players were playing the MLS, and they were able to top Portugal. They had all these top players out of the group. Was that a fluke? They were able to beat Mexico. They had the relegation system in those other countries that they were able to surpass and make it to the quarter. And then Germany barely even won to being that 1-0. When all these guys were all MLS players, the London Donovan and all that, before they even made their big move. So you can't, like I said, it's all about a talent, bro. It's not relegation or not relegation. If the thing is in America, most of our top talent are playing in other sports. If we're able to refocalize and get them in the right thing, even if we don't have a relegation system, we can be competitive at a maybe not to the top level as an European in terms of skills, because they'll be playing longer because they have another format, even in South America. But we'll be able to really be out there. It's just we have a lot of athletic guys when it comes down to these sports.
we
It's
have
just, I
the
don't
most
think relegation
athleticism
system
out
is
of
a really
any
thing.
country in the world.
I don't think
Out of any
relegation
country
thing is
in
a
the
really
world.
argument. Now,
Sorry,
us
guys,
not-
sorry. You're telling me that you guys have money. You have the best athletes in the world. You guys have all the infrastructure.
I
And
disagree.
you're telling me the relegation system is not the
Athleticism,
issue.
okay, no, we
You
take
guys
it
are,
so
I
far.
don't know, you're contradicting yourself.
how we
You guys are
contradicting
contradicting
ourselves?
yourself.
They're not interested in the sport. They got nothing to do with relegation. You probably
Yes,
not
he
even
has to
understand
do
the
to
argument.
relegation. He has to do to relegation.
No, it has nothing to do.
Yes, believe me, you will be surprised. The moment they do it, you will be surprised. You will understand what I'm saying. You will see like,
Larry,
oh
it's
shit,
not
you
gonna
guys were
change
right.
that much. I don't
Okay,
It's not
it's
going to
not
change
gonna
that much if they have
Okay.
relegation, bro. Other countries that got relegation, why they're not that good?
What do you mean in terms of producing talent?
Yeah,
Which country is not producing enough
Scotland.
talent? Compare.
All the countries outside of the
Scotland
top
got
6 or
relegation, right?
7.
Albania got relegation. Where's that brought them?
Yeah, Scotland is producing enough talent that plays in Premier League and all around the world.
What about
And they
what
go
about
to-
yeah?
they
You're from
go to
Albania.
Champions League.
You're from Albania. Does Albania have a relegation system or no?
Yeah, Albania has
Man,
a
but,
relegation.
Has that making
But
competitive?
Albania, but sorry, Clint, but Albania doesn't have the money of United States as well.
Okay, now you're talking money. So if we and
No,
let's
no,
stick on the
no.
money piece
But
again.
we are talking that the United States is not missing money, stadiums, infrastructure, and people to
Okay.
play.
Okay.
That's what we're talking
But wait. But even then, there are more exports of Albania in the top 5 leagues than the USA.
Albania gives half of the Swiss national team is Albanian. All Albania is
Yeah.
Albanian. A part of fucking I don't know Belgium or Austria is Albanian. Do you want more?
You're still
We're giving
forgetting one thing. You're
five
still
countries,
forgetting.
five different countries. We're giving a national team.
Is it that because of the relegation system?
Yes, that's the relegation system.
No,
man.
it's
That's
not.
the relegation system.
Because if it's geographical, if the U.S. was next to
no,
these other countries, it is. Like here, the
Roy,
competition is nowhere close.
Geographically, if US was close to Europe, they would have the relegation. We wouldn't even talk about this conversation.
I don't know the relegation thing.
You know why?
You know
why? Without the relegation system, at half of the season, the teams that are at the bottom, they don't have for what to play. They're not even given their best.
Exactly. Yep.
So having a relegation system even gives those teams and those players to play for something. And to give their best
still not
and to improve
but they're still sorry, Adam, but they're still competing against talent that is not.
But they're not playing for anything. If they cannot get relegated, why should they play? They cannot win the title.
But still, it doesn't matter.
Also another thing is that you in the MLS system you can arrive seventh.
They model football up.
You can arrive seventh and still somehow, some way end up winning the whole competition.
Yeah, but I agree with y'all. But you gotta understand. Look, you gotta understand from America. What's the MLS main market, right? And I agree with y'all saying, but you gotta look. MLS main market is the U.S. It's the United States. Period. I don't really fucking think MLS cares about exporting their stuff to Europe and all. I highly doubt that's even the intentions of they got. They'll care about people in their cities, get them out and bring them to these stadiums within, right? Americans are used to that. Americans don't even know. They're really ignorant of the relegation piece from all sports. So they look at it the same way they look at basketball, the same way they look at football, the franchise model. Now, is it the problem? We're not saying that's the best model, not by any means. But you can't say, you guys are saying they're like, oh, but you need a relegation to get the talent. I doubt it, because the talent can be there. It's just a sport. They're playing. They'll be able to push out a talent with that hybrid format.
Oh, Clint, the problem, you guys, you compare football with your sports, guys, with baseball and this, but it's
we're in the United States, so that's what they do.
But it's a different sport, man.
It doesn't matter. We still live in the United States, bro.
That's not me.
Right,
I mean, Beckham. No, listen. Beckham is from England. What did he do? He came, he bought a franchise. Enter Miami, he fell into the fucking thing. Why didn't he go and buy a club and fucking?
Because it's profitable, bro. But this is what the art is telling you. That the MLS is profitable because you don't have to do shit. You just have to participate and buy the fucking franchise.
And that's what I'm saying. But then yes, that's what he's saying, right? Okay. But then he's saying you need a relegation to get top talent, which I say I disagree. I don't think this has nothing to do with a talent base.
Explain me how the fuck a country like Norway with, 6 million people, 200,000 people play football, and he's known for 6 months and gets the biggest player in the world, man. Oh, a lot of talent.
Because that's a footballing country, bro. That's a
not a football. No, don't even try the football. They beat your shit at hockey and all the snow sport as well, man. So
you know
fuck
why?
that, man. Don't say it's a footballing country. It's not a footballing country, man. It's not. Norway is not a footballing country.
Okay,
they
doesn't
play
matter.
football. It's in the same amount of normal United States.
What's their primary sport?
No, that's not true. It's not the same as the United States. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's
Roy. It's not comparable to
United States. But they're still competing. They're still not just competing against. It's geographical. The Norwegians are not competing just against. They're not competing against Costa Rica. They're not competing against Jamaica, Canada, or.
Roy.
They're competing against Italy. They're competing against France.
Okay, Roy.
They're competing in America. Like the maximum competition you have is Mexico. That's it.
Okay, Roy, so you are saying there is a lack of competition.
Yes,
do you want to fucking create competition? Put that fucking relegation.
You can't.
Do you want competition? Put the relegation system.
It's impossible.
So
that's why I'm saying it's impossible.
You're never going to go anywhere with football.
Maybe South America. Maybe they have to get into the South American system.
South America is not going to say, you want to compete with us? You cannot compete with us because your league is protected. You get 300 million every fucking year doing nothing. So you're not coming in our party with teams that actually get relegated. They fight to get talent. They sell their best talent to Europe to survive.
So Larry, you think So
No,
you
South
think
Americans.
you put
No, no,
relegation
let me
system,
finish. Let
and
me
all of a
finish.
sudden the U.S. is going to be the best country in the world?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
Not the best one, but they're
Great
gonna
take.
see results. South Americans, they cannot play against U.S. teams because South Americans, to survive, they need
Mexico
to
has
sell.
relegation system. Mexico
Listen,
has a
let me
relegation
finish.
system.
South America, Brazil, Argentina, to survive, these clubs, they need to sell their best talents to Europe because they have a relegation system. They don't have a secure business, and they need to fight and win the league or not they get relegated. So it's not right for them to compete in the same league against you guys. They
But
have zero
South
threat
America,
and
those
just
guys
chilling.
only play football. Only play football.
Exactly.
Okay,
Where
man.
you got to understand, in the United States, everything is way, way different. What you're saying is simply not going to happen. There's enough money in the United States to have 80 fucking relegation systems in all the fucking sports, but they don't fucking do it.
Nathan,
Yes, but
Nathan.
guys,
Oh
there are
my
more
God.
people playing football in the U.S. than in Argentina.
It doesn't
There are more
matter. They
people
don't
playing
have the
football.
Doesn't matter.
John. You don't
Yeah,
get
it
it, bro.
doesn't
You
matter.
don't get
Nothing
it.
what we
These
say, man.
kids,
Nothing what we say
no,
doesn't
because
matter,
these
man.
kids
Whatever
wake
I
up
give
and
into the
play
table doesn't
football.
matter,
Yeah, a
man.
lot of those kids are playing
Listen,
AYSO. Do you know what AYSO? I know what it is. That shit. What is that? That's not even. That's a joke.
Oh
look,
man,
guys,
you
these
guys
kids
is
wake up and play football because that's all they have in their life, bro. That's all
AYSO
they have in their
is the
life.
biggest.
you guys are always right, man. You know what? Don't put the relegation season. It's fine. Keep
No,
that
but you can
fake
put it. It's
competition.
not going to change much. It's not going to change
How
much.
do you know? How do you know? How do you know? Why you are so strongly come and tell me it's not going to work when I can give you examples of countries. I told you, Norway, no one plays football the way you think, or like Brazil plays, and
No,
they
no,
bring a
nobody
lot of
plays
talent.
in Norway.
Denmark, they don't play. You don't see people in the kids playing in the street football. They're all in the bike, cycling
They
around.
still have
It's the
football
bullshit what you
heritage, bro.
guys saying. It's a
They
football
still
nation.
have
No,
football heritage.
stop it. Stop with bullshit.
Lie it, damn
Stop
it.
with bullshit,
Lie
Roy.
it.
Stop
Haaland,
bullshitting
since
me.
he was 14,
Stop.
when he's been called into his Euro national competition, who is he competing against?
Dude, he's training for a club
No,
that
you
has
don't
an
know shit.
academy.
You don't know
No,
shit.
this
You
is
don't know
forget
shit.
about it.
You don't know shit.
Okay, man, I don't know shit. Okay, what about the guy? How's he called? That guy that plays for Arsenal, the Norwegian guy that plays for Arsenal, the number 10,
Odegaard.
Odegaard. How come he became such a talented player and at 16 Real Madrid bought him? Because he's part of an academy of a team that he's in a system that can get relegated or promoted to a European football and to domestic football. So this team, to survive financially and to do the best in Europe, they need to invest in their talent, make them play better, grow them better, and sell them at the end so they can survive as a club. Amplify this system all Europe. That's how all the talent comes in Europe to life, because
South
every
Korea
team
has more talent in Europe than the U.S.
than the US
Okay, but
everything
South
works.
Korea football is like the main sport, or one of the main sports.
All right, okay, I get it.
You guys have no idea about the U.S.
So look,
what are you
No,
talking
man, I
about?
don't have an idea.
So look, let me tell you. So in the United States, when it comes to other sports, they wake up and especially for basketball and for football, they wake up and they go to practice in the morning, and then they also go to practice in the afternoon or the evening. For American soccer, the only time you play football is in the evening. One time.
What I
you
have
play
seen,
football one time.
yeah, what I have seen here when it comes to basketball, American football, and baseball is the same from what I see in Italy when it comes to soccer. It's that mentality, that attachment.
Exactly.
It's with
Right.
soccer, it's not fair. It's just not fair. It's a few of us, but that's it.
I just wanted to add like two things. First on the point no. I'm just being like I'm not gonna say anything crazy. On the first point,
Wait.
on the point that you
Wait.
what's
I'm so
what's
sorry to interrupt you, but what is going on? Why are they afraid of you all of a sudden?
I don't know, because Roy like he just sends me like WhatsApps trying to get me pissed off all the time. Like he just wants me to come in and like get you guys mad. But anyways, no. On this topic, Roy was talking about. You guys were talking about basketball and other sports. I think also the thing to mention there is the fact that in terms of basketball and I guess not as much football because you need a lot more equipment, but even more so football than soccer. You need this sort of like presence on the street because you like that is lacking here. You have to go to only like some areas to find that sort of like street like football games. And like Nathan said, if you only practice once a day with your team, but you're not playing like, with your friends like other countries are in the street, it's just like a huge disadvantage. And then the other point that I wanted to make was I think I didn't hear the whole conversation about relegation, but in the United States, the problem isn't just relegation. I think, like, if you look at other countries, like especially in Italy, I know because like I've been there before.
Antonio.
Local, who's this?
Clint.
What?
Oh, what's up? All the local like towns have their own teams, and they're all sort of embedded within this sort of league ranking. But in the United States, like in all the major league sports, only like the biggest cities have these big teams, and then yeah, maybe occasionally there's like these sort of like development leagues, but they're not really like competitive.
Okay.
Kind of there for players to grow. So it's like you're
Anton-
lacking the whole like infrastructure of like the sort of like promotion pyramid that you have in Europe, and it's all basically just around like big money like cities that actually can afford to like
Antonio,
teams.
I come from a small town in Italy. It's called Ancona. And the Ancona is used to be in Serie A when Milan won the Scudetto with Kaká. And now it's in third division, fourth division. So I really don't care. So now, for a team like Ancona to survive or to go promoted, they need to get the best players in the town, the best young players, build that academy, and get some players to go and win. Every other team does that. So all these academies that are built in these towns create sub-academies of other teams that create leagues, inferior leagues, and all the kids play football. The reason all these kids play football, so 10 of them can manage, or 20 of them can manage every year to go to the academy to this club. So this club can sell them or bring them to the first team and get promoted to the third division.
Liar.
All this pyramid is created for the top team to get promoted or not to get relegated, or financially to find a solution because they cannot buy players, so they need to bring someone from the academy.
Good Liar, I have a question though. I don't know what it feels like you're kind of like trying to disagree with me. I don't really disagree.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I completely agree with you.
I just want to say, like, I mean, I think that of course that makes sense, but like I said, like my main point was just like I'm familiar with that with Ancona, by the way, because I'm from near Pescara, which is like on
Pescara,
and that
it's
like
close.
It's like a local team that my family used to support, or they still sort of support. But like same thing. But my point is that those types of things, like the local towns having these sort of teams where they have to develop players like that, doesn't work like that. Like the U.S. is just a different animal. It's it's a whole system. You feed players to college, then you feed
it, right, Antonio.
Like big leagues. It's just different. Like
watch this. And another thing, what I think you're also forgetting, right? Here, our sports are played based off season. People don't go out start playing soccer until when it's spring. And most of the places, you grow up in cold areas, when spring comes around, you're going into spring around May, that's when everybody's going outdoor. And you have most of, American kids, they'll play 3 different sports. So they'll play basketball during whatever basketball season is, from high school level, whatever level they're playing that. So based on season, and they pick what sport when they go to college, what they want to play. So it's a different traditional, even how the sport is viewed. Or during the outdoor season, some people do track and field. If they're not playing basketball, they're like, okay, I'd rather do track this season. And whatever they feel they're good at, they go into that sport, or whatever the better outcome is, they go to that sport, right?
Clint, I'll help you. Clint, I'll help you out here. I'll help you out.
But we know this, and you guys are telling
No, you don't. Because the way you speak is like, I don't think you knew that.
No, I'm gonna help you out, Clint. Clint, I'm gonna add on to this as well. So, especially for Texas, club football in Texas is gonna be played like in August until like December. When this is 2 things here. And for school, at that time period, it's American football.
when soccer starts for high school, which is like from January on to May, you also have track and field and basketball. Okay.
Okay, but what is
So
that? What is that? What is that
okay?
has to
So
do with the relegation
giving
system?
I'm giving you
With the relegation
revenues of
system, what has to do
No,
that?
I'm basically
Guys.
what I'm telling you there is the time frames in which you play are completely different.
But you guys, if I divide United, sorry,
different.
but I can divide United States in 5-6 countries. You can have 5-6 leagues.
Yes, but Larry,
Local, so you don't
let me
even
finish.
to jump in.
Yes,
it's not
I
like
understand,
that.
Larry.
It's not like the US
So,
is not
Larry,
like that, my man.
No, it's
Larry,
not.
so
Okay.
let me finish.
How is this
Okay.
so argumentative,
So when it
right?
comes to club football, there is a relegation system. Okay, Division 1 is the highest. Then you have Division 2 Super Blue, Division 2, and then Division 3 for the worst team. So there is a relegation system there. However, once you're getting up to a higher level, then you go into the ODP team. The ODP stands for Olympic Development Pool. That's when you start getting scouted for higher levels. And do you want to know who runs those ODP teams? All the rich motherfuckers on the teams with the most money. So do you know who gets scouted from those? The kids who can actually afford to even send their kid to even try out for the ODP team.
Dude,
And there is a relegation.
I don't need.
So I threw your relegation shit out
Oh
the window,
my.
bro. We have relegation here, bro.
You don't.
But
Oh
you
my
don't know
God,
this. You
Nathan,
don't know
you don't
this.
understand, man.
On
You
this
don't.
topic.
I've been talking 2 hours, man. You don't listen
Bro,
when I talk,
I
man.
told
You
you.
don't
I
listen.
literally just told you that. I
Wow,
literally just
man.
told you we have a relegation
No, that's not.
system and how it works, and you literally
Anto-
just said. Then you just
Antonio.
discarded,
Do
bro.
you
I'm
literally
telling you,
think
bro.
relegation would solve all the issues?
Yes,
That's it.
everything,
It doesn't. It
everything.
doesn't
That's
have
it.
to.
Just put
Because
it there.
when I
Yes.
look at players,
Unbelievable.
when I look at players like an Alfonso Davies, look, a player like an Alfonso Davies comes from MLS. He didn't have to go no relegation stuff. That made him buy him.
Oh my God.
Guys, I have something interesting. Like, I don't really disagree. I mean, I don't want to argue with anyone here. I just have an interesting point.
No, argue.
Because, well, I just have something that's
Look at Roy.
this topic. So, I'll get to you. I'll get to you later, Roy. I'll get to you later, Roy. But I will say no. Actually, so like you guys know, I'm in college right now, and funny enough, like I just wrote like a newspaper article for my school's newspaper, and it's about our school's soccer team,
Mhm.
Well
and
done.
I was looking into so I interviewed some of the players on the team, and I was writing about like some different tactical things that I was noticing. So I've been watching some of their games, and like, by the way, it should be published soon. But I will say that like those players, yeah, that's a kind of like a cheap plug. But pretty much all of these players, and yes, it's college, right? So it's not good. Like these players are not going to go to, let's say, the professional. Maybe they can go to the MLS, but it's more like that's like the max they're going to go. Because if they were that good, they would have been playing professionally instead of going to college. But all of these players, and my school is pretty like I think it's a top 20 college in the U.S. for
What school you go to? Penn
soccer
State.
team. No, it's the like it's like the smaller like University of Pennsylvania. It's in Philadelphia, but I think the Ivy League schools have good soccer teams compared to like like a good amount of schools, but they're pretty good this year. And they all come from like MLS Academy joint high schools. It's like school, but also like it's embedded within like this sort of like private academy. So basically, I think this is sort of what like the U.S. Different teams and also like the infrastructure of the U.S. football is trying to do now. They're trying to find like a way to like bypass the whole like high school, college, then you go play, and they're using this sort of like early high school development system that can like so if kids that are good enough then can immediately go and play professionally and
Play for
skip.
Europe. And I think that would be like a perfect model for us, at least based on how our traditional thing is, based on how Europe. I think from a hybrid perspective, maybe if that's you can create that affordability and get some kids to that pipeline. I think that will work. I don't know. It's just I'm speculating here. It's not absolute truth, but I think that will work. I just don't think America can emulate all of a sudden what goes on in Europe. That with our culture, it's just I don't know. It's gonna be really hard. You just can't.
It's too school orientated for American sports. Everything is through starting at middle school and then high school, and then college. That's their preferred method. And of course, it's working because I mean, there's a lot of money being made with those teams, so they have no reason to switch it up.
And they're not gonna treat football any different when all the other sports they do through that.
Exactly, because again, remember, in the United States, it's all a business, whereas the rest of the world, it's an actual religion for them. Football in the United States is not a religion for us, bro.
Nathan, good luck. Nathan, good luck with Iran, by the way. It's going like this because you're playing with Iran. You're playing with Iran in the same group.
Hey, trust me, I don't support the United States in the World Cup, bro. I think
because if you guys are going like this with 300 million population, one of the biggest high GDPs in the planet, sports science and bullshit like that.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Brazil. Where is Brazil in the world? Brazil is the top when it comes to football. Where's their GDP?
No, it's not anymore, bro. It's not anymore.
Brazil is like.
We're gonna do this again. We're gonna do the Real Madrid argument all over again.
Talent is Europe.
Yeah.
Talent is Europe.
Right. Guys, no, Brazil has stopped producing talent. You've heard it here. First time, RossonARI TV.
Yes, Roy.
Brazil does not produce a top talent anymore.
Yeah, don't
have you looked at the Brazil national team?
Have you looked at the talent that Europe produce? Have you looked at the talent that
Europe?
Now you just talking off your butt now, bro. Like,
no, I'm not talking. I'm not talking off my butt, man.
No, Brazil, bro. Come on.
No, sorry.
Bro,
no,
go
Clint,
look at their lineup, bro. Go look at their lineup and come back, bro. I don't think you know who's playing.
Aaron is just going crazy.
Clint, name one Brazilian player, and I will pick 20
Vinicius
from Europe.
Vinicius. Let's start with Vinicius.
Okay, I'll tell you. Rafael Leão, Cristiano
Bullshit.
Ronaldo. Lionel Messi.
Come on. Lionel Messi is from South America, my man.
I'm sorry.
Lionel is not European. He's not European. Lionel Messi is not European.
His passport.
His passport is playing football. Not him. His passport
is played in Spain. All his life is played in Spain.
No, he didn't. He started in Argentina.
And
he started in Argentina. Tell the truth. He started in Argentina.
At the age of 12, he was
If Brazil or Argentina win the World Cup, Larry, you need to.
I don't care, man.
Laird is an anti-Brazilian.
Listen, I'm not an anti. Guys, in terms of talent, you guys are talking bullshit. In terms of talent, Europe is ahead of any country or any continent.
No, not Brazil.
Yes.
No way. No way.
Man, you told me Vinicius.
No way.
You told me. Listen, Roy, you told me Vinicius. You guys
in the same stream.
Nathan, you guys are so insecure because you didn't let me finish with the list of talent that are bigger than Vinicius Jr. You are so insecure that you didn't let me finish with the list of talent.
Go ahead. Okay, finish.
In that position.
Finish.
Can I finish? So I was saying, Rafael Leão, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Bullshit.
Okay, bullshit. Mbappe, Erling Haaland. I can give you Bernardo Silva.
Okay.
I can give you Kevin De Bruyne.
Man,
Haaland.
Haaland, I said already.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Are these in the same position?
Lewandowski.
Wait, hold on.
Lewandowski.
Do you want to go position
He's
for
not
position,
European.
or are you just
He's
going
not
overall,
European.
or are you going overall?
First of all, Europe is not a country. Europe is a continent.
Well, but sorry, Brazil.
Liar. Hey, can I say one thing?
Brazil is a country. It's not a continent.
Can I say one thing?
But there is no European country that has the population of Brazil.
Okay, guys, can I say one thing, please? To be fair, like I would have to say that Europe has, as a continent, I think it's the best at developing players. But but Brazil, even though yes, it's huge population, they have top talent as well, and I think Brazil is toe to toe with any European country.
No, Brazil is above any.
No, you can't say that.
No. It's not above, bro. Please.
You guys kidding me?
Nah, bro. It's not 1982, man. It's not 1982, man. Wake up, man.
In this live, I had to hear Laird say that Real Madrid has never been a popular club, and Brazil does not produce top talent.
I say never.
In one live, I had to hear two sacrilege blasphemies.
Roy, this live takes the cake out of all the lives.
This is a special live today.
This
Special
is a
live.
special one. Absolutely special.
Look
And
at this.
This is not
Van
even
Dijk,
Gagne anymore. This is
Bruno,
another area.
Diaz, dude, man, you guys are a joke. Seriously, France is already past
In
Brazil.
Brazil, they don't have TVs.
France.
They all live in
France
caves.
is already past Brazil.
You said France?
Keep saying France is already past Brazil. France is already past Brazil.
France or Africa? You tell me which one.
What you pick, whatever you pick. Whatever you pick. France or Africa, whatever.
Oh boy.
Still, my point is Brazil is not the
Brazil wins the
country
World
in
Cup
terms of
this year, what happened? What are you going to say?
Roy,
you think Brazil is never going to win another World Cup?
Listen to me. Okay, Roy, I'll tell you something.
Do you think Brazil is never going to win another World Cup?
No, I'm not saying that, man. Why you put me on my mouth things that I don't say, man? I'm telling you something. If England wins the World Cup, it's not the biggest country with the biggest talent. So your point means nothing. Brazil can still win the World Cup and still not produce more talent than France.
Talent isn't that good though.
No. So your point makes your point makes.
But you see, this is the thing that bothers me. Excuse me, sorry, Nathan. I want to interrupt you. But Laird will just say these comments like, okay, Vinicius Junior's last year finished with 40 goal contribution. La Liga and the Champions League. Rafael Leão finished with 20 goal contributions in Serie A. And then you say, Rafael Leão is better than Vinicius Junior. According to who? To your biased opinion? So your opinions are just based on your biases. There's no objectivity. There's no reality.
Okay, but the year before, how many Brazilians won the Champions League the year before?
Has a bias.
You got the year that Vinicius Junior won the Champions League, and now Brazil is the biggest place with talent.
No. We said Vinicius Junior. You said Rafael Leão is better than Vinicius Junior. According to what? According to what metric is Leão better?
Okay, Roy. What about Mbappe? What about Mbappe? What about Erling Haaland? What about?
Okay. So say Mbappe. I'll give you Mbappe, but don't say Rafael Leão just to make a point when you know you're saying bullshit. As it's coming out of your mouth, you know you're saying bullshit.
Wait, can I please?
You guys are saying bullshit. Brazil is not anymore
even Neymar. Even Neymar. As much as people don't like him, tell me who's talented than him in Europe, in his position.
Hey guys, can I please ask Roy a question?
Clint, Neymar would not start with France. We will not start with Belgium. We will
not
start with Lord. Because it knows France.
Can I please ask Roy a question?
It does not run.
Go ahead,
Listen, I agree with Roy's point about objectivity, but it's kind of hypocritical when you say that, Roy. Because I'm gonna bring this up now because you were WhatsApp chatting me earlier. Roy claimed. Now I know people here are gonna side with Roy just to start a debate, but Roy claimed that Italy has more.
You already know I'm on Roy's side.
Yeah, I know. I'm ready for this. But Roy claimed that Italy has more talent, or I guess either he can tell me if I'm wrong, but basically has more talented players than France, or produces more talented players than France. That he claimed that, and if you're an objective football fan, that's false. France is arguably has the most talent out of any nation.
Where is Brazil? Where does Brazil lie in that category?
Fifth, sixth.
According to you, Antonio, you're the king of objectivity. Tell us where Brazil is.
Fifth.
Okay, but you have to answer that the thing about Italy afterwards.
No, we're talking about Brazil now. Where is Brazil? Where does Brazil?
You're just avoiding that. But wait, I have to think about all the other nations. But
I think Antonio, asking me the question: where was that talent when they got 7 goals from Germany?
I could be wrong about this,
where was that talent
but I think one of biggest Brazil's exports is actually football players. Economically, I think it's in the top 3 exports is football players.
Yeah, sure, man.
I don't know about that, but I will say
I'll Google that. Let's see if I'm right or wrong on this. Let's check.
Roy, anyway, quantity doesn't mean quality. I'm sorry, Roy.
Yeah, but the Europeans wouldn't go to Brazil if they weren't quality. What you're saying makes 0 sense. They wouldn't go and spend $60 million on a 18-year-old player, bro. They don't do that, bro.
Oh my God, Nathan, dude! But I don't care what you're talking about, man. I see the national team of Brazil. I don't rate most of them. I don't rate them. I don't want them at Milan, man. Most of them, 50% of them. I don't want them to get inside Milanello and not actually play for Milan. to get inside
That's
Milanello.
such a joke.
Yeah,
That's
you
such a
you laugh at it. I don't want them, man. Emerson Royal, I
players,
don't want him close to Milan. Not even Milanello.
Like
Close to the
you
city
made
of
right,
Milan. He's
Antonio.
starting for. Nah, you guys are a joke. You
Antonio,
guys know
Antonio.
nothing about
What?
football.
Where's
I
Brazil?
watched the.
I think
Fred, the
before I
midfielder
think about
Fred,
other
he's a joke.
countries, I would
Arthur, I
put
don't
it, I
want to
think
see
it's
them.
pretty.
They're
It's definitely like a
average.
top 5.
Top 5. My God, this is the worst
You're
Brazilian
so
team in the history of Brazil.
disingenuous. You're
This is
so
the worst Brazilian
disingenuous.
Who,
team.
me?
No, Lart. Lart is just
Because
being
I
super
think
disingenuous.
honestly, I mean, if I'm looking at pure talent, I think France is definitely first.
Yeah.
I think Portugal's in there as well.
Hold on.
I
But you're
think
talking about, well, you're saying France is the best, but France are getting players who have already been developing in another country.
well, there's two things. First, Nathan, I actually I know where you're going to go with this because I had a whole 3-hour debate with Roy about this, and I definitely agree. There's two things. One, France does have a very good development school itself. But yes, there
Are they?
some
Are they?
players.
I
Yeah,
could be
no,
wrong.
no,
I could be wrong.
players that
Are
come
they
from
bringing them in
Africa.
at 8 years old? Well, when are
Say
those
what?
kids coming into
They are all
France?
France.
When are
Most of them are
Yeah,
born in France.
Nathan, I know what you're saying, but if you look into most of these kids, most of them were very, very little and started in France, or grew up in France. But I know what you're saying. Like African countries deserve to be credited much more than they do with France's success. I agree with you. I'm just saying overall, in terms of the French nationality, their players, you can say for whatever reason, they have a larger pool. I would agree with that. But they have, I guess, the most talented players
Don't,
representing their
Antonio,
Yeah,
don't move the conversation.
the pool that they're
The-
pulling from Africa.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't
okay.
disagree with you. I don't
Okay,
disagree
man.
at all.
It's a pool that we.
Just like they're pulling the kids from Brazil. But those kids
Antonio.
in Brazil are
Nathan,
staying there
I
until
don't
they're
disagree
18
with
and
you on that.
19
But
years
my
old.
point is that, anyways, I was
Yeah,
just
Roy. No, the quality, Roy, is not good enough. I'm sorry, man. We're talking about quality. They're not good enough. Spain had better,
You're right.
better football players.
Mbappe has
This is a good comment.
has a championship.
Spain had a better generation than Brazil in terms of talent in the last 10 years or 20, whatever you're gonna consider. Spain was better than
Spain develops great players. No doubt
better
about
than
it.
Brazil. Much better than Brazil. More.
Spain had one generation, bro.
No, I don't care, man. I'm talking
But we're
about now.
talking about the last 10
But
years.
we're talking about
Spain-
now,
Spain
Nathan.
is
I cannot
dominating.
consider the last 100 years. I'm talking about now.
I'm
Spain
not
produced
gonna
more
consider- I'm not
talent.
going to consider 8 years ago for Spain.
Belgium produces more talent.
Oh
Yeah.
my fucking god! Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry, man.
This is
North
crazy.
Europe, there is, in terms of population, is a joke. North Europe
Kevin
is
De
not even
Bruyne.
Italy, and produces more talent than entire Europe almost. You guys,
Lart today went crazy. Lart today
Yeah,
went
man.
just Super Saiyan today, with his takes.
You Roy live in the 80s still, man. You still with these cliches. Brazil brings the best talent, man. This is bullshit, man.
Hey, Roy,
We need-
can you support your claim?
Ah,
about
man.
Italy?
It's actually his.
Historically, I don't care about history, man. I'm talking about now, in the last 10 years. Historically, what?
But liar, even now, if you're looking at the Brazil team versus the Spain team, Brazil's team is objectively
No,
better.
it's not better. It's not better, man.
Come
It's
on.
not
Can you
better.
go look
It's
at the
not
Brazil
better.
lineup? Can you go look at the Brazil lineup there and then come back? Ain't
Dude,
no way you can
Emerson-
sit there with a straight face
Listen,
and say that Brazil team is not
Okay,
incredible.
give me the Brazil lineup,
No,
man. Give me the Brazil lineup.
I'm asking
Yeah.
you to go look it up.
I'm looking at Brazil. How the fuck they got 7 goals from Germany? Can somebody explain me?
Dude, that was in 2014.
Oh, okay. We're not considering that.
By the way, they had a lot of older players phasing out of the team. But anyways, I'll pull it up on this.
Oh no, you guys! This guy SSB is probably 17 or 15. I don't know. You guys don't understand. This shit runs deep in the veins. Brazil is not going anywhere. Brazil is not going anywhere. Maybe right now they're not, they're not winning, but they're going. It's this shit does not go anywhere. They're going to keep on being top of the list, and we're going to keep on winning World Cups, and we're going to keep on producing Ballon d'Or players, one after the other. It's never going to stop. You guys are
Roy.
crazy.
No one says that. No one says that they're gonna stop one day and never gonna bring good football players. They're not bringing. They're not the country that builds the most.
Yes, they are.
No.
Quantity,
look
yes.
at the list. Look at Neymar.
Quantity, yes.
I don't rate him. There is at least 50
But-
players better than him. Neymar. I don't rate him.
But like,
I'm
look
sorry.
at all the Brazil
But you see
players.
that? Okay. Neymar, 50 players better than Neymar. Who? Give me one.
All
Come
of
on,
them,
King.
all of
Give
them,
me,
all of
give me a
them.
few. Give me 10. 10.
Do you want 10?
Yeah.
I can give you 10.
Rafael
The
Leão,
Neymar
No,
pass.
no, no. I'll give you 10.
Rebic,
Can I give you 10?
Krunic, Salah makers, Messias.
Okay.
Come on, let's
You
hear
don't
it.
want to. You don't want to
Roy,
hear. Okay.
hey, you.
You don't want to hear, Roy.
Don't you
No,
dare
let's. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
trash
Here, let's hear it.
Salah.
All right, let's hear it.
Lewandowski is a better player than Neymar.
Disagree.
How's it called? Okay, you disagree. I'm waiting for you to reply. How's it called? Erling Haaland is a better player than Neymar. De Bruyne is a better player than Neymar.
De Bruyne is a midfielder.
Messi is a better player than Neymar.
Messi is the South American
Messi,
player.
South America.
No, he's not Brazilian, man. You guys are saying Brazilians bring back talent. No, he's not Brazilian.
Okay. Lewandowski is a center forward, first of all, and he's not better than Neymar. And Haaland, let's see, maybe he's going to be better than Neymar. Maybe.
Mbappe is better than Neymar.
I don't
who
think
else
so.
is-
Have you
Okay,
watched them?
that's fine.
Have you watched
What?
PSG this year?
I have a question.
I
Sorry.
think you have. I don't think you have.
You said 50 players. Why are you going? 50 players should come out easy.
How's it called? Salah is better than Neymar.
No,
Mane is better than
no,
Neymar.
no.
Okay, no. But Bernardo Silva is a better player than Neymar.
Okay, Bernard.
Cristiano Ronaldo is a better player than Neymar.
Yeah, Ronaldo, obviously. But the
You
rest
want
of the
more?
players-
Yeah,
the
you
rest
said
of the
50,
players
Laird.
are not.
I can keep going.
You're
Müller
telling.
is a- Müller-
You're saying
okay.
Van Dijk is
Müller-
a better player than
Müller
Mourinho is a better player than Neymar. Yeah, these
No,
are
I
players
didn't-
playing
I
different
need-
positions.
I'm naming you forward. Players that play
forward.
forward and score goals. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what is Neymar's job to score goals. I don't know what is his job. You tell me. I'm telling you,
I
players
think
that score
Neymar is a
goals.
I think
They
Neymar's a
score
better
goals.
finisher than Mbappe is.
Nah. Okay.
No,
maybe.
Neymar
Neymar's
is
better
top
finisher.
10.
that's
Come on.
not-
He's the top
no.
10 best players in the world, Neymar. At least.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Anyway, you said 50. You said 50. So
I named you. I named you 12, man. I named you 12.
no, you did not.
Yes, I
First
named
of all,
you 12.
yeah, and only two of them maybe have an argument: Messi and
No,
Ronaldo.
no,
and that's it.
no.
Mbappe also.
No,
That's
no.
it. Everyone else has not done anything but Neymar.
The dude retired in the Ligue 1 at the age of 25. Come on, man.
Well, Mbappe's a
Wait, Nathan is Neymar is actually like doing well now though.
Van Dijk,
That's what I said. Laird's not even watching PSG in the
KDB,
league.
Harry Kane.
Neymar's
Look
having
at
a good
this guy. SSB says Harry Kane is a better player than Neymar. Man, this
Harry
guy,
Kane?
SSB,
Harry,
is like
it's crazy.
12 years
SSB
old.
He must be English because the English claim that fucking Benzema wasn't even at the
Laird,
Yo, guys,
That's
guys,
fucking
Roy,
ridiculous.
Roy,
guys,
Neymar,
guys, can I say something, please?
Roy, Neymar
Guys,
is
can I say
not a good
something?
football
is
player.
Vlahovic better than Neymar?
Guys, can I say something?
Yeah, I would prefer Vlahovic in my team than Neymar. I'm sorry,
Guys,
man. Yeah.
guys, I've always said that Harry Kane is overrated, like in my opinion. And like I was watching this. You guys know who Ivan Toney is? He's like
yeah, I know.
he's like this English striker who is on the English team right now in the Nations League. And he plays for Brentford and he's pretty good. But he just got called to the for the first time at the age of 26. And they were interviewing him and they were like, "Oh, in training, are you like starstruck when you like see Harry Kane and you see him taking penalties?" And like they were asking him these questions and I was like, "Are you serious? Like people in England act like this guy's like some sort of like legend already, but he hasn't won anything. He's played for Tottenham all his career. Like, what the hell? Like, it's like he's like some sort of street legend."
Benzema is a better player than
Is
Neymar.
Harry Kane better than Neymar?
Yeah, in my opinion, he's a better player.
Wow,
than Neymar.
Laird, just stop.
Sorry.
You're done. You're done. No, I don't want to hear no more fucking players come from your mouth, bro. You're done, bro.
Dude,
Get outta
Neymar
here
is
with
not
that shit.
useful. He's not useful to any tactics anymore, man. He's a
What do you mean?
liability. And PSG wanted to sell him. They couldn't sell him. I'm sorry, man. You guys live in a different world.
Alright, okay, guys. So today, Real Madrid is not that popular. Brazil does not produce top talent anymore, and Harry Kane is better than Neymar.
Roy, no, I didn't say they don't produce top talent anymore. They are not the leader country on producing top talent. And that is true. Look at this fucking picture, man. Look at these players. Look at these, man. And you tell me these are the leading country that produces the best talent in the world, man? What the fuck are you talking, man? The best right back in the world is not Brazilian anymore. The center
he?
backs
Who is the
are
best
not
right back?
Brazilians and the best
Who is the
anymore.
best right back?
The left back in the world is not
Reece
Brazilian
James.
anymore.
Oh my God!
I don't care, man. You
Reece
pick
James.
one. It's not Brazilian, man. Who is the right back of
It's
Brazil?
crazy
You
because
don't know.
usually
Who is? Roy,
it's crazy.
take the no, you're not taking any shit, Roy. Tell me who is the biggest. I
It's
know what he's
crazy
trying to
because
do. Tell me who
every
is the
team that's
biggest right. Roy,
every team that's
you're
getting
taking
to
too
the
much
Who's
Champions
the
League
I don't
final
know. For me, the
has a
best
top
right back in the
Brazilian
world
on
is
the team.
Calabria.
Who is playing right back at Brazil for Brazil?
For me, Militao. I mean, he just won
No,
the
it's not
Champions League.
Militao. See, you
No,
don't
he's a
even know
center
who's playing
back.
right back. There was
No, he played right back.
who is playing left back at Brazil?
Telles.
See what we're talking about? See what we're talking about? Tell us.
Because
But
you don't rate him.
that's not fair. You're using those little arguments like
Jesus
let's-
Christ.
when we said they're producing top talent, you can't use because then I can also look in the in the French national team and let's pick fucking I don't know like
No,
Koundé
I'm
is
picking the
best.
starters. No, I'm picking the starters,
Militao
man.
just won the
Okay, let's pick
Champions League,
starters.
guys.
Let's pick starters. So you're gonna tell me like a Pavard or Lucas Hernandez like he's the best defender ever?
Then tell us, yeah.
Okay, if you can use that comp, it's fair, right? And I'll agree with you. But you can't, just for the sake of your argument, you can't use those pin because we can start pinpointing from every national team in Europe and comparing between, and then your argument's not going to make any sense. Brazil still produce top talent. Let's not even refute that. That's
No. It's not leader.
technology.
Come on, Clint. It's not the leading country anymore in producing top talent. It's
Never
not.
even
Players
the
are always,
leading
but their
country
It's
players
not.
are regular.
It's
Hold on,
not.
but their players are
So
regular.
who is for you? Who is for you?
Nathan,
Who is for you?
what the fuck, man?
Who
If
is
you
left?
if you are a country with 300 million people that play football and you produce Fred as a talent,
Yeah, but
that means you're not.
every team that's getting to the Champions League final has a top Brazilian on their team.
No, it's not true. Not a. They have maybe one or there is
Now
in a
you have to
Champions
think your words.
in a
Now you have to
cheap.
think your words. Now you
No,
have to
in a
think your words. Let's
I
look.
don't
No,
have to think. I don't have to think my words, man.
no.
In a champ,
Let's look over the last 10 years. If there was not a Brazilian that won the Champions League within the past 10 years.
dude, but there is always gonna be a Brazilian or
Why is that?
Argentinian in a Champions
Why?
League
Okay,
because
why is
they are
that?
big.
Why is that?
Wait, how come no Belgium has won the Champions League?
Dude, they are big. They are big
Where's De
nation,
Bruyne? Where's De
football
Bruyne's
nation.
Champions League? Where's De Bruyne's Champions League? Where's Mbappe's Champions League? Where's Holland's Champions
But
League?
I can name you.
It sounds like they have fucking
I
zero.
can name you. Sorry, Nathan. I can name you a lot of Brazilians that never won the Champions League. A
Okay,
lot of
now
them.
you've been
Where is
Brazilians?
Where is Rafinha's Champions League?
All
Where
right,
is
guys.
Richarlison's
Just to be
Champions League?
clear,
Where is Lucas Paqueta's
in
Champions
this
League?
last Champions League, there were 5 Brazilians on the pitch. 5 Brazilians on the pitch.
Good for them.
Yeah. Casemiro, Militao, Vinicius Junior, Fabinho, Alisson, and maybe someone else that I might be missing. So
Maybe Firmino came in. Maybe. I don't know if Firmino was playing.
Oh, maybe. Okay, so if Firmino played, it's 6. Yeah, Firmino did play
Rodrigo as
6.
well.
And Rodrigo, 7. 7
Yeah.
players.
Okay.
So how the hell are you telling me that Brazil is not one?
How many?
That's
Sorry,
over
Roy.
half a team.
How many Brazilian
Over
there
half a
was
team.
the final before? How many Brazilian there were the final?
I don't know.
before?
Let's check. Let me check.
Yeah, check,
what
please.
was the
Chelsea against City.
Okay.
Okay, so Ederson was on the field. Thiago Silva played. Okay.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's probably 2. And what's his name? Fernandinho. Man City.
I don't know,
think
guys. I'll
Fernandinho
check.
play. I don't think
I don't
Fernandinho
No,
know.
play.
Fernandinho did play.
Ederson 1.
Fernandinho
Silva.
did play.
Thiago Silva. Gabriel Jesus 3.
Okay. Fernandinho also. Look at the people that.
Fernandinho 4. And Jorginho, but he's Italian. Well, 4 of the Champions League before that.
Yeah.
Chelsea before that was who won? Liverpool, right?
No, Chelsea.
No, before Chelsea's year. Who won before Chelsea?
Oh, I don't. Who was it? I don't know. Liverpool.
PSG with Bayern Munich, I think, was the
Bayern
year
Munich.
before.
They had Thiago. Oh no, he's Spain.
Thiago was actually born in Italy.
Okay, so the year before, PSG versus
They had
Bayern
They had
Munich.
Marquinhos, didn't they? Marquinhos.
Marquinhos versus PSG. Thiago
Yeah.
Silva, Neymar.
Okay, so they had
And it's already 3.
Neymar, uh,
Thiago Silva, Marquinhos.
Marquinhos.
Pull up the list. Like I'm pretty
That's it.
sure.
That's it. So the year before, if it was only 2, I think.
No, Coutinho. Coutinho was on Bayern.
Yeah, but come on, guys, dude, these are garbage players, man. I get it. They end up
Garbage
to
now.
play.
He scored against
Dude,
Barcelona. He scored
listen to
against
me.
Barcelona.
I get it.
my
They end up
Lord.
playing in that Champions League final, but they're
You on some
not
bullshit.
leading, man. They're not talent.
Shut
Fucking
the
hell,
fuck
man. You
up,
can
bro.
see the talent,
No,
everything, man. Just like having a
fuck
passport.
that
Emerson
bullshit.
Royale is a talent player. Fuck that,
We
man.
just proved to you that there's
Dude,
Brazilians in every
you're
single
proving me
fucking
that they're all
Champions League.
average players, man. They're not good, man. I
Seven,
don't like
seven
them.
Brazilians. Seven
I don't
Brazilians.
like
Oh,
them.
but you don't like them.
I'm sorry, dude. They are not good talent, man. I would not be. No one is picking them ahead of another European player.
But they are.
I'm
because
sorry, man.
they're in the final.
They're
But they are
not.
because they're in the
Yo,
But
final.
they're winning games in Europe.
So
like.
you think, hey,
Oh my
like,
God, they're
like,
winning games.
so you think, like, let's be objective here. You think if Neymar can't start on Milan?
No, I don't like. He will not start with a lot of teams, man.
That's what you
For
like. Can
multiple
he start
reasons.
on Milan, bro?
Okay.
He would not start for
No one
multiple
on this team
reasons.
is better than Neymar, bro. What do you?
He
This is
doesn't
crazy,
run, man. We
bro.
play. Oh my God, guys, I don't want to go on tactical. He doesn't play the system of football we want to play.
I'm talking from a talent.
I'm sorry,
that's
man.
the way it is.
We're
Let's not
talking
even do
about
that whole
talent-wise.
formation stuff.
But
You think
talent-wise,
Neymar, You think Neymar even in Serie A? You think Juve, Inter? You think Neymar's not starting on any of these teams?
Dude, he can start in any teams, talent-wise. As a football player, being useful,
that's all I want
being
to hear.
useful on the tactics, he will not start with a lot of
That's
teams because a lot of
opinion
teams are
based,
dodging him,
but I just
are
wanna hear
avoiding him.
That's all I want to hear. You think if Vinicius doesn't start, like across different teams, maybe not on our team because we have a talented left winger. But you think Vinicius?
No,
in this
Vinicius
position,
presses too. Why couldn't Vinicius do it?
But Vinicius is just an example of a lot of other players that are average coming from Brazil.
Average?
Yes, man, they're average, man.
Roy just told you he had
no
a 40
Vinicius, dude.
goal
No
contribution.
Vinicius. Nathan, Vinicius is just the exception of a lot of other players that are average from Brazil.
Bro, if
yes.
you continuously produce players who are getting in the top 3 players in the world, that's not an exception, bro. They make it the norm. The exception to the rule would be the exception to the rule would be like if someone from Greece was in the top 3 in the world. That would be an exception.
Dude, I grew up with a different Brazil, man. Different quantity of talent. This is a joke. The amount of talent Brazil is producing right now is.
How old are you, Lair? How old are you?
34.
I'm 33, bro. We grew up with the same fucking Brazils.
Yeah, and if you compare the Brazil of the years before, this is ugly. This is like really.
But it's still
ugly.
top level. It's still top level.
It's not top level because they are not the top of their position. No, they're not. The striker is not.
Players,
the right wing is not.
7 Brazilians played the Champions League last year.
Roy, I told to this live that you don't need to be the best player in the world to achieve a Champions League
First of all, no. Okay.
No, you don't need to be that.
No, I agree with that.
So it does not mean that you are the best in that position. It just happened that that team was playing really well and you are not.
Boy, how many Italians?
Yeah, don't even go there because Roy thinks we are the best national team in the world.
Somebody like a Casemiro, right? Somebody like Casemiro, he average. He's not the best in the DF position.
I know we are.
He's not the best. No, he's not the best at his DM position.
Despite having 4 Champions Leagues,
he's not the best at
Nathan,
he's not the best at recovering the ball. I'm sorry, man. You can say whatever you want.
Did we not watch the same Real Madrid?
Dude, when I say he's not the best at this position, does not mean you are average. There's not just the best and 2,000 players that are average.
So why is he on Madrid? Why is he on the best team of the decade then?
Does not mean that you are the best, man. You can put another player. You can put Yaya Touré there, and Madrid can win as much as they want with
Touré
Casemiro.
Was one of the best players in his position. That's why he played on those teams, bro. What are you saying?
I'm saying that.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that
so
you can put.
where do you rate Brazil now? Top what? 10th in the world?
Considering
11th?
the amount of people that play football, Brazil is really low.
Where? Give me a
10th,
number.
10th nation.
So who's above them? By the way, they're number one FIFA considered team right now. By the way. But anyway,
Belgium was there, man, a few months ago. So I don't give a shit about that, Roy. Keep going.
Belgium is
no
two.
one cares
Belgium is
about
number
that.
two.
Okay, but like, so who you put above Brazil? So you say they're 10th. What team do you put that currently, based on squad?
Clint, 1 second here, because you guys are, you like to move things around.
You gotta get caught, my boy.
I'll make it simple to you. Proportion of players that play in that country and amount of talent that you bring out. So, fucking France, there is. Let's make an example. 5 million people play football in France. Actively, are professional football players and youth and everything, and they bring that amount of talent. Brazil, 25, 30 million people play football, and they bring that amount of talent. So that's my consideration. Considering the amount of you that play football and how much talent you bring in the football world, Brazil is not on top. I'm sorry, it's not, because they are bringing these players that Brazil is bringing up. 10 years before, in another generation, they would not be called up for the national team.
I think that's with a lot of teams too.
If Fred or Paquetá or whatever, Ray Charlison, these players, they have another nationality, French nationality. They're not getting called up from the national.
We could say that for a lot of teams. We can say
we can say that for
we
for
can
Italy.
even say that for the English squad. This English squad that they start in the past.
You can say that for England. You can say that for England as well. But England is not 300 million people. England is a 60 million people population.
So now we use the population excuse.
But you have to use that, because what we are saying, who's bringing more talent in proportion? How many people play football? Because if there is a nation with 1 billion people and they bring a lot of talent, they have a lot of people that play football. So it does not mean anything. So I can tell you that France is top one. Belgium is up there. I will put Netherlands. They bring a lot of talent.
Or maybe
even if they're
know about that. Let's even do this. Let's go back to 2002, which I'm pretty sure all of us watched the World Cup.
No, don't go 2002. No, I don't want to go there, because I'm not analyzing 2002. I'm not analyzing 2002. No, Clint, I want to talk now.
Guys,
I want to talk now.
According to studies, Clint, I will, but let me just say this, and then I'll be quiet. According to studies, I'm looking right now, Brazil is number 1, Argentina number 2, France number 3. Okay.
Let me say this.
What? Based on what, Roy? What is this study? Did you read all the study?
Let me say this.
Based on what?
Quantitative contribution.
Let me say, no. Listen, let me say this. When Brazil won the World Cup in 2002, that you keep referring back of, how many Brazilians that were not starting 11 were like top level and they were playing that position? If it wasn't after that World Cup, let's wait. Who was playing in the biggest club at that time on that starting 11? I'll tell you, only 2 of them. It was probably Rivaldo and Ronaldo. Ronaldinho was still at PSG. People didn't even get the dream move yet. You look at the whole defense with Lucha and all these guys. They were not playing on the top of the Euro.
No, don't say that. That's not true.
That's not true. I mean, serious.
I'll tell you the formation. I remember that formation.
Go ahead. 3-5-2. I remember the formation.
Dida was playing.
Let's start with the goalie. Let's start with Marcos. Marcos was in goal. What was Marcos playing?
Marcos was in the goal. No, it was the Tafarel was in
goal. Look it up. Somebody has Google. Look it up. Marcos was the number 1 goalie for Brazil. He played the final. Look it up right now. Tell me if I'm wrong.
2002. In 2002.
Yes. Let's see. Who
Okay, Clint. But why you're making a point?
No,
sorry.
Don't tell me okay. No.
But Clint, what the fuck? Clint, 1 second, man.
No, go to the defense now. No, the defense. You have Edmilson.
Cafu, and Roberto Carlos.
Okay. What was Cafu playing?
Cafu was playing for Roma.
Okay.
Top team at that time.
Okay. Now, what about
and Roberto Carlos for Real Madrid?
What about Edmilson or Roque Jr.? What was Edmilson playing?
Roque Jr. was playing for AC Milan.
Okay, was he a good player?
Yeah, he won the Champions League a year after.
Okay, yeah, he went after, but was he top player though?
Was not the best defender in the world. Yeah.
Okay, let's look at the midfield.
Midfield was
Gilberto Silva,
Emerson,
Kleberson?
Gilberto Silva,
Kleberson. Kleberson used to be starting a lot.
Kleberson. They were all top three. One Arsenal, one Bayern Munich or Bayer Leverkusen, and the other one, Emerson, was at Juventus or Roma, winning Scudettos.
Emerson didn't play when.
No, Emerson played. Emerson played. Emerson played. I've seen him play a lot.
Somebody
Yeah,
pulled it up. He did not play the final. He wasn't with Brazil.
okay, but he played the other games, Clint. Come on, man. These were part of the
They
team
did
that
not.
won the
Look
World
it up.
Cup.
Somebody look it up, bro.
Oh my God! Somebody look it up, man. Emerson was playing all the games.
He was
man.
not playing. Emerson did not play World Cup 2002, bro.
Like,
Dude,
do you admit that saying 10 is a little bit exaggerated?
A player that was dominating Serie A was in the bench in that Brazil, man. Just
See,
imagine how strong
the
was
point
that
I'm trying to
Brazil.
prove to you is
The point that you're trying to prove
use
me
the
that
old
I was a
Brazilian-
banging team.
No. Watch this. The only reason I'm asking you all this is you try to use this old Brazil as a comparable, saying that like compared to before. What I'm trying to tell you is like the Brazil that went on to win that 2000 World Cup wasn't even as outstanding.
No, he was good, man. He was good. He was good. He was good. He was good. Ronaldo was the best striker in the world at that time. Was what was
coming back
Messi,
from an
Ronaldo.
injury. There was doubts.
But that does not matter, man. He was a better player than anyone else, man. Ronaldo with 2 injuries, with 2 fucked knees, was better than prime
Ronaldo
Neymar, man.
and we all agree with that. But you try to like
Rivaldo, Ballon d'Or was one of the best number 10 at that time.
Okay.
Ronaldinho was one of the best upper-coming
Ronaldinho,
youngster.
he was
yes,
good,
he
but
was.
what
he
was
went for
Ronaldinho
20
playing?
million.
What was Ronaldinho playing? What was
PSG,
Ronaldinho playing?
PSG, but does not matter. He was an incredible talent, man,
No,
and we saw that.
Look, you're eating
we
your
saw
own words.
that.
Because you even said out of your mouth that, oh, who's better in that position? Who's better in such a with this new Brazilian?
Paquetá is never gonna be Ronaldinho, man.
We never said they're gonna be that, but like I said, you can't discriminate. Like that's not talent that we have.
No,
right
I'm
now.
not discriminating. I'm telling you facts, man. That trio,
You're not telling
Ronaldinho.
no facts, bro. Like you just wrong.
Dude,
Like,
dude. Ronaldinho, Rivaldo, and Ronaldo.
this Brazil
three.
stacks. I'm sorry.
They were all
Brazil
3
team is
Ballon
stacked.
d'Ors, man. They were all 3 Ballon d'Ors. All of 3 of them.
Ronaldinho was not Ballon d'Or yet.
But he became. He was such a big talent that he became a Ballon d'Or.
No, but
Some of the Brazilians are going to become big talent. So you're dissing Vinicius.
No one. Listen. Apart from Vinicius, no one has a chance in that Brazilian team to win the Ballon d'Or. No one.
You don't think Rodrigo can?
No, he cannot win it. I'm sorry.
Neymar can.
No, Neymar cannot win the Ballon d'Or anymore.
Why not?
Neymar can still
what about
win
to
the
win the
Ballon
World
d'Or.
Cup?
He's not going to win the World Cup. Neymar is not going to win the World Cup.
Okay. Since he said it was satisfaction, I'll just try to prove a point. But I'll see.
That was a strong. What is this, Roy? The amount of players they export. I know, man. There is 100 players from Brazil that play in that base. There is Brazilians that play in Russia. There is the Brazilians that play in 3rd division, in 2nd division, in all Europe. I know they export a lot of players, man. They know all the 3rd, 2nd, 4th division in Europe. Messias is one of them as well.
I mean,
does not mean that they are the best.
Qualitative contribution. It says qualitative contribution according to results and statistics.
I don't care. I don't care, man. They're not producing anymore than the talent they used to produce.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, yes.
But their talent's still better than the talent now.
In 2002, they produced an exceptional crop of talent. It's super exceptional. Right now, it's not as exceptional, but it's still the highest order of the highest order.
No, it's not
and
the
to say
highest order.
Otherwise is
it's not the highest order. Where is Argentina, by the way? Can I see Argentina? Where is it? Yeah, England is 5th. Do you guys believe in that?
No.
Or Serbia 6th. Do you guys believe in that?
Yes, I believe in Serbia 6.
Nah, come on, guys. You guys, you like numbers. You like somebody that did these statistics, and you like numbers. 2,700 players. 2,700. Do you understand that they exported 2,700 players and they got right just 3 of them? Do you understand?
Like you're being disingenuous.
Okay, I'm being disingenuous. Okay.
The thing is right there, bro. They're showing you the things. Like, how is it hard?
I didn't say. Listen, my whole point is not who is exporting most talent. I'm saying the quality. The quality is not there anymore. I'm sorry. I need to go, guys.
It's not there anymore. It's gone. It's gone forever.
It's
Larry,
not.
your
They have
problem
to-
is you're comparing them to guys like Ronaldinho and shit like that. There isn't a single player in today's time that is comparable to Ronaldinho.
Nathan,
Or
I'm
Ronaldo
not.
phenomenal. Yes, you are. You're comparing them to a much
Paquetá,
easier
Nathan,
generation.
Paquetá is not good. Ray Charlison is not good. Gabriel Jesus is not exceptional. Anthony is not exceptional. I'm sorry, man. Philippe Coutinho is finished. Roberto Firmino is a good player. He's not exceptional.
But that can be said for all the other teams.
Gabriel Martinelli is an incredible talent.
Liar. I
From
agree
there,
with you.
The other names,
but-
when I read the other names, I don't even know who they play, where they are, and what they're doing.
Like, I agree with you that in the past, they had better generation. In '82, they had their best generation was the '82 one, by the way, according to Brazilians. But they're still in the top. You have to put them in the top 5 if you want to be critical. If you want to criticize them.
No, proportion of population and how much their output can be, they are producing really average players, in my opinion.
That's
I
your
can
opinion,
say
but
literally.
that's not what
I
facts.
can say. Listen.
Okay, but like,
Look at. I'm watching right
So
now.
give
I
me a
can
team.
say.
Like,
No. But I have to talk. For fuck's sake, I cannot talk more than 20 seconds.
You talk more than anybody.
Christ,
we've been
man.
letting you talk,
But
bro.
because
Stop
you guys
that.
interrupt me
You
every
talk more
15
than
seconds.
anybody. You talk
No,
more
But
than
you
we've been
guys
letting you
anybody.
interrupt me.
Stop that.
I
We've been
cannot
letting you
finish a
talk.
concept. I cannot finish a concept. You guys interrupt me every
No,
second,
but talk.
man.
Okay,
I'm
talk.
trying to
talk,
do a list
talk.
of players that I don't like of Brazil. I can name to you that they are not good. I'll give you a list. It's easier for me to give you a list of top players of
I'm
Brazil.
going to share. SSB came and he said he wanted to prove us wrong because he's with you tonight. He's on your
Okay.
team.
Listen
So
to me.
he has a study. I'll share the study.
Anyway, Neymar, Vinicius Junior, Thiago Silva, Alisson. That's it. These are the players that I rate that I think they can start in any team in the world. Ederson, but Alisson, I think Ederson is not even such an incredible goalkeeper. He's a good one, but he's not incredible.
According to his study that your friend SSB found, he put France second, France first, but Brazil is second. We're not 10th. So we're still up there, right?
What is that World Cup squad's birthplace? That's interesting. What is that birthplace thing?
Birthplace meaning that you got, like, let's say for Senegal, most of, or even the Ivory Coast, a lot of players are born in France, but they play for other national teams. So France, somehow they grew up in France, they might not play for them. Because let's say at the World Cup 2018, like SSB put in the thing, those 216 players that were all born in France, a lot of them.
Okay.
Yeah. Here's how you could have phrased that. I would agree with you. Brazil still produce talent, but maybe not at the level of you just dismiss them. They're not. And well, I'm just comparing from today's time because, like I said,
I want to make a bet.
Let's look at Germany. Let's look at let's even look at France. Yeah, France won the World Cup and they have like top talent. But you're not gonna tell me some of these players on that team are better than France from like back in the day, you know? Other than Mbappe, after Mbappe, you can't tell me nobody else.
I want to make a bet. That before in our lifetime, Brazil is going to produce a generation like the 82 or the 2002 generation.
They will. I mean,
Liar.
They breathe, they live that.
Yeah.
Even for France didn't produce another Zidane. They didn't produce another Henry. They didn't produce. They had top when they won. But they still won the thing. Do we dismiss them that they don't produce talent? Because when you talk about
true.
quality, let's compare quality compared to like.
But no
France,
one,
when France were at the
Clint.
peak.
But I'm sorry, this conversation started. No one dismissing Brazil, man.
No,
No one.
No, but you put them in the 10th in the world.
Sorry, guys,
You
but
put them
saying that
10th.
Brazil it doesn't produce enough talent they should produce, it's not dismissing them.
But you put them 10th. That's where you're disingenuous.
But if no, I'm not disingenuous, man, because Brazil is not dominating anymore on World Cups, on a game side, on a type of football, and on a talent side as well. Because in the last 15 years, the biggest two talents were Messi and Ronaldo.
Listen, for me, Italy is the best team.
And
period.
Suarez was an amazing talent, bigger than Neymar. Lewandowski was an amazing talent, bigger than Neymar. We are seeing that Mbappe, in my opinion, is bigger than Neymar.
Lewandowski's
talent.
not better than Neymar.
From talent, bro, from a talent perspective.
Yeah, talent on
Lewandowski?
making your team win, man. That football, dude. I'm not talking about street football. I'm talking
Did
about
you see
football.
Neymar in
Dropping the ball,
Barcelona,
scoring goals.
Oh,
Yeah, I
but
seen
we're
him,
not
man.
talking
It's,
about street football, from
I'm
talent.
seeing
From talent, you think
Spain
somebody's hurt?
produced
If Lewandowski
more
went to
talent.
PSG, he wouldn't win any Champions Leagues either. Okay, let's Neymar. He made that stupid decision because of money, but we saw what Neymar does on a real Champions League team. Like it's not. You don't joke around. Come on.
Roy, dude, man, you guys are a joke.
What's he at the World
Seriously,
Cup?
you guys
Hey,
are a
what's he at the
joke.
World Cup?
Iniesta was a bigger talent.
What's he at the World Cup?
Iniesta,
I
Xavi.
agree with Iniesta and Xavi. Sure. Yeah, they're bigger talents.
I'll say, what's he at the World Cup? What's he at the World Cup where Brazil goes?
Brazil is. What is the biggest striker Brazil had in the last 10 years? The biggest striker Brazil had in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I can't think of one.
But if you
Because
want to be
that's-
objective, like, let's put them fifth maximum, not 10th.
I'm not gonna put them fifth because there is small countries, tiny countries that are building a lot of talent. Countries that there is 300,000 people playing football,
But
and they're
they're not
bringing
gonna be
insane
better-
talent.
But they're not
They're not gonna be better
represented
than-
in every
I mean,
top
if you
tournament.
if you consider Portugal, man, the amount of talent Portugal brings every year, every 5 years,
Okay, and
is,
then what have
is
they really done in
embarrassing
international tournaments?
So why-
compared to
why-
Brazil.
why-
It's
done in international
embarrassing.
tournaments? What have they really done in international tournament compared to Brazil?
But in the last 10 years, they have done the same level of Brazil. Yes,
Level
they've done
what?
at the same level of Brazil.
Brazil,
But-
Portugal got out at what stage last World Cup?
But Portugal won a Euro. Brazil won a
They
Copa
they
America.
won 3 Copa Americas in a row, right? Or 2?
Yes, but you
So
understand
what are
that
you saying?
Portugal has to
Do
compete
you
with a
put
lot
Italy
of
above Brazil?
no, I don't put Italy anymore.
Okay, so now
because
I can.
Italy is
Now I
really
can see.
behind. Brazil, Italy is really behind.
No, Italy's above everybody, man. What are you talking about?
Italy is really behind. And another thing, Clint, when I consider a country that is building talent, I consider even the kid from Africa that goes there at the age of 15 in Netherlands, or that goes at the age of 12 in Netherlands and becomes a talent. I consider that as well. There is a lot of players.
When you think about Anthony, the Rafinha, these new modes, you might not respect it for where it comes from. But Brazilians, they've always been that. So the thing about, I think what you're mistaken, and I don't know, maybe I'm tripping, is like Brazil, from what I look like in history, this is the first time ever that I'm seeing that all of them play at a top level club. From Brazil, like the World Cup, even when you look at 98, you know, because those are the things I can really remember in 2000, 2002. A lot of their players, when they come around, because Kaká was on that 2002 team, they're all play in Brazil. They got talent.
That's not true.
Really no
Clint,
name.
Clint,
This is the first
Clint,
Brazil
Clint,
where, like,
it's
all
not true.
of them, they're
It's not
coming, they're Champions League winners.
Clint, in the 98, 2002, a lot of those Brazilian players that were in the first team played in the best teams in Europe.
There was a period, Clint. There was a period you went to Brazil and you get a kid at the age of 18, and you tell that kid, "Let's come and play in Europe." Yeah, I see. I cannot finish. I cannot finish talking. It's impossible
when you
for
guys
me.
say, Roy, when you guys say that, you know, they're playing and the best team, even 2000, they were playing the best team in Europe.
2002, they were all playing in the best
watch
teams
this.
in Europe.
Which I agree, but it wasn't all of them, as they want to make. When you look at the whole bench, what I'm trying to say is,
Most
knowing
of them,
these
yeah.
teams, it's not like as now. Right now, you can really pinpoint these players and be like, oh, he plays here. The amount of Champions League winning. You look at the defense of Brazil. You look at the goalie. With Brazil,
I think it was much better in 2002. It was better in 2002.
Clint, you get a kid from Brazil. 20 years ago, you get a kid from Brazil, and he wins 20 years ago. Ronaldo was unplayable. He was coming at the age of 16 in Netherlands, and he was winning the fucking league.
But they also don't understand the times have evolved.
Vinicius Jr.
Guys, we got a super
years
sticker. Thank you,
Wow,
Christian,
that's
for the super sticker. Really appreciate you, my man.
That's insane.
Thank
you, Christian. So the problem
let
is,
me give a video for Christian. What should we give him? Let's give him this one, Jerry.
when
Thank
a
you,
kid was coming from Brazil, man, and playing for Man United or Milan, they were not failing, man. They were just coming and succeeding or playing really well.
They're not
Above.
failing right now either.
Are they
Dude,
failing right
Paquetá
now?
was a joke, man. Paquetá is like coming from a fucking a country that no one knows how to play football when he came in Italy, man. He was like an embarrassment.
I made it.
Vinicius Junior, it took him 3 years to adapt to the La Liga.
It didn't take him 3 years.
Yes, it
First of all, his
took
first
him
year
three.
when he was first of all when
I'm
Real
going.
Madrid first
I'm
bought
going.
him.
I'm going.
When Real Madrid first bought
No,
him,
you can't go.
He did.
I'm going.
It's your life.
When
If you
Real
go, you have
Madrid
to close it. If you go, you have to close it.
I'm closing it. I'm
when
closing
Real
Well,
it.
you've finished the conversation.
They
No,
loaned
I'm
him.
closing
They
it, man.
loaned him.
I need to go.
They loaned him. They didn't buy him and straight away he went and played with Real Madrid. You don't even know what happened.
All right, we need to do a part 2 of this, man. We need to do a part 2 of this conversation. We need to.
Like today, your takes were just outrageous.
No. It's
Like, we need to do a
you
part
guys
2
don't
of
like
this.
the reality.
You
guys
wanted.
don't like the
You
reality.
started. You knew what you were doing today, man.
You guys don't like reality. I'm sorry. You guys need to handle reality
I
better.
don't think you like facts. That's what you don't like.
Dude, have you seen that? I'm watching the players right now. I have it in front of me, man.
That's
Alex
nice to know.
Telles. With these players, man, these are. Oh my God!
It's
You will
just because
see
you
Brazil.
don't like.
You will see Brazil, man.
I watch Brazil quite often.
Okay, I don't think Brazil. I don't know if Brazil's going to win the World Cup. Probably they're not. But it's still. They still produce top talent.
But man, do you have to? It's a 300 million population. That the only sport is
cares?
football.
No, they're 180. They're 180. Don't jack it. They're 180 million. They're not.
180.
They're 180 million.
Okay. Sorry for lying, everyone.
It's
Just
not
for
about
this.
lying. It's
What about Real Madrid?
before you say something, fact check yourself before you say it.
Dude,
Otherwise, you're gonna get called out.
212 million is Brazil. Sorry, I said 300 million.
Okay, I'll take it back. But I know it's around 180. My fault.
United States is 329 million. Sorry. Argentina is 45 million.
I don't know where you're looking. I think we're through 40.
Argentina is 45 million. Well done to Argentina. Argentina actually, for the population they have, they produce an insane amount of talent.
Same as Brazil.
No, Brazil, dude. Oh my God, man. You know what? Maybe I have different standards. I don't think Brazil is producing talents recently.
No, they're not.
I'm
But
sorry.
The best
Zero
Brazilians
talents.
are playing on the best teams in the world.
No, I'm sorry,
I
man.
don't know what else you want.
And Nathan, I'll tell
Zero
you what.
talent.
I'll tell you what. Thiago Silva is a different generation. It's a generation of Brazil that they were producing a lot of talents. I'm talking about these youngsters, recent youngsters.
They
you know,
are
Rafinha,
I'm
Ray
interested. Do you watch
Charlison, Lucas.
I know the answer to
Paquetá,
this. Do you watch the Brazilian
Anthony.
league? Do you watch the Brazilian league?
No, I don't watch the Brazilian.
So
league.
how could you possibly say that they're not producing talents when you have
Because
zero
I see
clue?
I
No,
see
you
what
don't
is
see.
arriving.
You
I
don't
see what is
you don't
arriving.
see.
Like
You
I
don't see
agree,
because you don't watch
it's
the
not
league,
the
man.
best like it was because, but you can't say it's 10th or not in the top 10. That's ridiculous, man.
Okay, put it at 7th. Do you want to put a 7th?
A 7th is being also a little bit ridiculous.
I'll put, in my opinion, in terms of talents, I'll put not in order of importance, just before Brazil,
So
whatever you can
so
pick them.
why is
Yeah,
it that
if
Real
I
Madrid
can,
and
if-
Barcelona?
If I can
why do
say it.
Real Madrid and Barcelona always go to Spain or to Brazil before other countries? If what you're saying is true,
Does not mean anything to me, man.
yes,
I
it
don't
does.
know.
Who do you
because
put
those
in front
are-
of
Because
Brazil?
Real Madrid's the best team in the world, and they go to Brazil. So if that's not the case, they should be going somewhere else. But they go to Brazil first. Why is that?
Okay.
They should
Okay.
be going to Italy, actually. Anyway, go
Okay.
ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
Nathan.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Nathan.
Go ahead, Larry. Let me.
I mean, I just want you to answer the simple question, bro. If you can't do it, just tell me you can't do it.
Okay, the simple question is this one: the Real Madrid that won 3 Champions League in a row.
So you're not going to
The-
answer. You're going to go.
No,
with
I'm
something else.
answering you. I'm answering you. The Real Madrid that won 3 Champions League in a row had just one Brazilian in the team.
Larry, you say a lot of stuff
That's
about
not true.
fact checking.
That's
True,
not true.
We're
Okay,
going
two
to
Brazil-
fact check this. We're going to
Two
fact check
Brazilians.
this.
2 Brazilians.
We're going to fact check this.
They have-
Was
they have-
Casemiro and Marcelo. 2 Brazilians.
What year was this? What year was this?
The formation. I can tell you the formation.
No. Tell me the year because I'm going to Google this,
I don't know,
I'm gonna
man.
look-
When they won the first one?
Do you guys know when it was? I don't know when it was.
2016? With Juventus, they won the first one. They
Okay,
started the
okay.
3 in a row.
Okay.
Was that one, no? Or they won one before? I don't know.
I'm going to go to my friend Google now, okay?
They had
'Cause,
Casemiro and Marcelo. Because on the right wing was Bale, in the middle was Benzema, left wing was Ronaldo, Modric, Kroos, Casemiro, Marcelo, Varane, who was the other defender? Ramos, Carvajal, and goalkeeper was Navas. So they had 2 Brazilians. And I don't know, in the bench, maybe they had like some more. I don't know that. But they had a lot of other players in the bench. And in that period of their history, when they were recruiting, they were getting a lot of players from Europe. I'll tell you one, Roy. Croatia creates a lot of talent, considering the nation. Belgium, Netherlands, Spain, France, Germany creates a lot of talent.
in that final, there were 6 Brazilians
Portugal.
total.
No, not the final, man. The Real Madrid team. The Real Madrid team.
That Real Madrid had 3 Brazilians. In
And two were playing, and one was in the bench.
Danilo.
Danilo, who is Danilo? Sorry, can you help me?
The guy that plays in Juve.
He was with Real Madrid at that time.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, he's played Real Madrid, Man City. Jesus Christ, he's been thrown away. So, I name you. The countries I think produce more talent than Brazil in proportion of the population. How many
Right
players?
now.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I wanna hear this.
Croatia, Netherlands, Belgium, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany.
Italy.
I don't think Italy produces. Argentina, I think, seeing the population of Argentina right now, I think Argentina produces a lot of talent, considering there is just 45 million people.
So if Croatia were to play Brazil right now, you think Croatia would beat Brazil?
Dude, if Croatia will play Brazil, just us thinking they can actually have a chance against Brazil, that means they're producing insane talent. Because
come on,
30 years ago, Croatia had 0 chance. There was not a country. by
But
the
you
way.
can say the same thing about Italy. You can say the same thing about Chile. You can say the same thing about lots of clubs, about even Colombia. You can say the same thing, man.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Fucking Croatia went to the World Cup final, man. The last World Cup.
Well, like
You
once in
understand?
their lifetime.
Well, but they've been a country for 30 years. I'm older than the Croatia as a country. I'm older than the country of Croatia. And they've been structuring their football, their leagues and everything in the last 25 years. And they bring talent like Modric, Perisic,
Alright, don't
Brozovic.
let's not use that how old is Croatia as a country. Like all of a sudden in 1992, people dropped from the sky. They came from somewhere, obviously. So there was some type of DNA that got
Yeah,
passed down that was
but
easy to
still,
emulate.
you have to reform a country.
Yeah.
You need to get to divide
let's not
yourself
do
from
that.
other people. It's still a big achievement to produce so many
No, for
talent
sure. I
in
mean,
such a small
I
country.
like Croatia. No, look.
Even
all these
Belgium,
teams
the
that you're
generation,
using,
the last generations Belgium had, is
what I'm
insane
saying.
for the country.
At the end of the day, right? I agree with you, Portugal and all that. Yeah, they're top team, but let's not. This is new in that modern time. Brazil still has its piece to say.
It's
Yeah,
still a
but
top
the
club.
top
Man. It's
players.
still a top country, man.
But
Like,
it's not
what
better
are you
than
talking
these countries I mentioned on producing talents. I think these countries
If they
produce
weren't
more
better
talent.
than that, then they should not lose. Then they should lose to these countries when they play them.
But oh my God, Nathan.
They should
But
lose
there
to them. They should lose to them.
But there is,
Still a
but you
tough
win with numbers, man.
The
You win
problem,
with
Larry,
numbers.
is that when you start arguments, you start with exaggerated remarks, and then this happens.
But
Like it's still a
dude,
top country, man.
the remark was that Brazil is not anymore on the top.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
not
they
true.
are.
They
Yes,
are.
they are.
That was my
because
remark
a
in
lot
the
of them
beginning.
players-
It's not
a lot of
anymore
them
in the
players-
top.
Yeah.
A lot of them
Maybe
players are top
more
players.
countries have joined them in the top, but they're still in the top.
A lot of
It's-
them players
it's
are
like-
top players, and they won in South America because they got top talent. Those same Argentinians,
But because
and all that, they won these Copa Americas. Yes or no?
Clint, Clint, with the amount of people that play football in Brazil, they should do
So
better
that's an
on
excuse now. I
No,
thought
it's
that.
not an excuse,
It's
man.
fine.
That
It's
is an
not.
excuse.
It's not an excuse, man, because Belgium is producing a lot of talent, or at the level of Brazil.
If they're at the
If
level of Brazil, then they should be winning.
well, but Brazil has won nothing like Belgium, man, in the last years.
Brazil has at least won a tournament in some way, shape,
They
or
won a
form.
lot. They
Belgium
won
has not.
Olympics. They won.
But oh my God! But
By the
If
way,
they're
Belgium.
better, then they need the trophies need to
But
follow.
I'll
If the
tell you.
trophies don't follow, then they're
But
wrong.
if I explained you that who is competing on better talents, it plays the same competition of Belgium, the Euros, because Croatia, Germany, Spain, Portugal, Netherlands. I mentioned all these guys, and Italy as well is at a good level, not at the level of Brazil, not at the level of Belgium in terms of proportion of how much
But
talent you bring up.
but you say that, but Italy is constantly beating Belgium.
Exactly, because they have a because they have
Yeah,
a
but
bigger.
if you place Belgium
But
over
Nathan,
Brazil,
Nathan,
if
but
you
have you
place Belgium
considered?
over Brazil, you have to place Italy over
But have you
Belgium.
considered tactical knowledge, cultural knowledge, how to prepare a big national team
How about
to
just
win a
talent?
trophy? No, it's not just talent, bro. You know better than me. It's not just talent. You have to
I
prepare.
saw way more talent every time we play against Belgium.
It's not. It's not. You don't win.
The
You don't
boys
win
in
a
blue.
major.
I was hearing that England has all these amazing players. I saw Italy's third team destroy England's
Okay,
18.
why? Okay, why Italy is not in the World Cup?
Because they're stupid.
Shit happens.
Exactly. So it is not just about talent. Sometimes there is other things that interfere on winning a trophy.
Yeah,
That's it.
That's true.
But Portugal has more talent than Italy. Probably Italy is gonna still win more trophies than Portugal because they have a different way of handling this situation and these games and this tournament. There is tactical reasons.
More World Cups than
But
everybody else.
Nathan, I didn't, Nathan, dude, but I never questioned the national team of Brazil is gonna win or never gonna win anything. I told you that the amount of talent that Brazil is producing is not at the level they used to be, and it's not even top 5 or top 7. I told you, other national team.
Say that? The Brazilian talent that you're naming is still the best players that were on Brazil at that time. So you can only name about. No, you know what? You can't even really name 10 Brazilians who were at the level of Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. You got like maybe 5, maybe 6, but not all of them were at that level. You see what I'm saying?
Nathan, Brazil has not. Oh, Jesus Christ! Nathan, the last biggest strikers Brazil has produced is, or you consider Ronaldo or Adriano. After that, Brazil had 15 years of nothing as a striker position. 15 years. Do you understand? For a country like Brazil, for 15 years not having a world-class striker, that means that the system, the school of producing talent, there is an issue there.
So how come Origi can't win a spot against Firmino?
Why Origi should win a spot against Firmino? Who says that Origi should win a spot against Firmino?
You said Origi is going to score 20 goals.
What does that mean with all the?
But he's sitting on the bench because Firmino is in front of him.
And Firmino is a better player than Origi.
I don't think Firmino is a world-class striker.
But he's a better player than Origi. But he's not a world-class striker. Brazil for the last 15 years never had a world-class striker.
How many world-class strikers are there? How many? Because you're making it seem like all the other countries have a world-class striker. So please tell me. Okay. All the world-class strikers right now.
Can I tell you? Because you always say that, but as soon as I start, you stop me. As soon as I start,
just make sure you say some real players.
Go say it.
Portugal had Ronaldo. Is it okay, Ronaldo?
Yeah, go ahead.
Italy has Raspadori.
Whatever.
keep going there.
Raspadori is world class.
Spain had David Villa, Fernando Torres, and the last World Cup, who was Fernando Torres, the one who last World Cup. And now they have how's he called, that guy?
Morata.
No, Morata is not. Yeah, he's a good striker, but now they are strikers.
They don't have any
striker
world class
Brazil.
strikers.
They
They
don't
don't
have.
have.
They have done
Yeah, they
Ferran
don't.
Torres. But they had until they won like 6-7 years ago. They had one.
Those are not world class strikers. And Fernando Torres was
Yeah,
barely
he was.
world
He
class
was.
at
He was.
Liverpool. He was
Yeah,
world class when he was at Atletico Madrid,
he
not
was good. He
Liverpool.
was good.
David
At
Villa, I can
Liverpool,
say yes. I'll say
he was
yes to
good.
Let Lai finish.
David,
Let Lai
He
finish
accomplished
with his
nothing
list.
at Liverpool.
Don't
okay.
interrupt him. Let Lai finish with his list. Keep going.
Yeah, go ahead. Go finish. Go ahead, finish. David Villa.
France,
David Villa so far.
France had Titi Henry, Anelka, and now they have Mbappe. Giroud was
Wait.
good as well. Giroud, for example, is a
That's
player
not
that
fair.
if
Go
you
back.
want.
No, that's not fair. Don't use Henry. Henry is an older generation. You can't
Henry,
Exactly.
no. But Henry was at the period of Ronaldo, the Brazilian one. So
right.
after
So you
Henry,
can't use that.
So
Because
after
but you
Henry,
can't.
watch. Because if you use Henry, then for Brazil, I tell you to use Ronaldo.
no. Okay, but after Henry came, Mbappe came over.
Okay.
So they brought
Benzema,
Mbappe.
okay. Go ahead.
And there's Benzema. Sorry, I just forgot Benzema. But let's Benzema as well. Thank you for reminding that. Germany had. I don't think they had a world-class striker. I think they had the Klose was the last one that was really good. So after that, they were
But
okay. Nothing.
Klose is also from the
Müller.
older generation.
Yeah, older generation. I'm not saying new one. Maybe
Let's
Müller,
do
but
England.
Müller is not a striker, so I don't consider him
What about
a
England?
world-class. England, striker, no, they didn't have a world-class striker. Harry Kane is good, but not. Listen, Harry Kane, I don't consider him world-class striker, but Brazil didn't have a better player than Harry Kane as a striker in the last 10 years, and that is really bad. That's the problem of Brazil. That's not an issue. Italy, we can think about Italy. Italy, the last generation Italy, they didn't have anyone that was decent or good at the level of Bobo Vieri or Totti, even Inzaghi. They didn't have anyone. Gilardino was the last decent striker they had.
No.
Luca Toni was previous generation, was a good striker. I wouldn't consider world class, but still a good striker that would have made the difference in big competitions. Italy doesn't have that. That shows you there is a problem here with your generation and your talent and producing talent. I'm not even talking about bringing a world-class striker like Lewandowski. If Brazil could have managed to have a striker at the level of Lukaku, at the level of Harry Kane, so okay striker, not incredible, or at the level of Klose, at the level of you name it, man, Benzema. But Brazil didn't have that.
Then I ask you this question though. But how many of these teams named, right, were able to produce within the past 15 years, you say, somebody as talented as Neymar, as talented as he is. Let's put aside he made a move to PSG just as a player, the way he plays.
As an overall talent, talent, I can tell you, Spain had Iniesta.
Ooh, give me a player on that level.
Iniesta.
Neymar, same generation.
Yeah, Iniesta is the same generation.
No,
Neymar is not the same generation as Neymar.
Forward. Yeah. Give me a player that was similar on Neymar.
Is it Fabregas the same generation of Neymar?
No.
Why? He's 33 years old.
And Fabregas is talented than Neymar? Come on, bro.
Well, same talent, man. He's a talented flair player that played with big club and won everything.
Then Neymar?
But man, now we cannot. It's subjective now. What we talking about? It's subjective.
No, that's not that. I asked.
Mbappe doesn't have the talent of Neymar, but he scores more goals than Neymar.
As a talent, the way Neymar, the skill set as a player. Let's put the PSG, the entity aside. You give me a comparable as a Neymar within the past 15 years.
Okay, is it Modric at the level of Neymar in some of talent?
They're not from the same generation, though.
Dude, but what is the same generation of Neymar? Because he's 30 years old, man. Modric is 37.
Yeah, so 92 players down the road. So you're gonna tell me an Mbappe, like somebody there in the 90s? Absolutely.
He's a Eden Hazard at the level of a Neymar.
I'm asking you. You tell me.
No.
Yeah, prime Hazard. He's not a level of Neymar.
No.
Better than Neymar?
No.
Not better,
No,
the level,
absolutely.
the same as
No.
a talent, Neymar.
No.
So why the fuck Neymar has ghosted the European football and won nothing in the last 6-7 years?
Because he chose money.
So we're talking about raw talent here. Adel Tarabt was better talent than Neymar. If we're talking about raw talent,
No.
yes, he was more better dribbler than Neymar.
Neymar is the best.
We can talk. I can tell you.
Neymar at the top was in the top 3 players in the world, bro. What are you smoking?
He was
It's not
playing for
Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Bro. This is what
I want to have
Listen,
respect.
I don't care, bro. He
but
was the top 3 player in the world, bro. What are you talking about?
Clint was asking me raw talent, man, because at
Yes,
this
raw
top
talent.
man, there was point that other players were at top 3 and they're not at the level of Neymar.
Bro, all the top 3.
But Kevin De Bruyne, there was a point that was top 3 in the world.
Kevin De Bruyne sucks.
I'm gonna be honest though. I think Neymar, as much as people can say his decline amongst the Brazilian window past 30 years, I think he's one in terms of longevity. I think the kid really survived, and he's still top level, still a top class player. But a lot of Brazilians after year 5, the kid's been here for how long now? Like, I think he was able to upkeep his talent levels, to the top. Like, he hasn't, yes, he declined based on Neymar's standards, but he's still a good player. And we're not just going to decline, but I think Brazil, Neymar is like that generational talent. He just needs to win something now. And I feel like if Neymar goes on to win this World Cup, we don't have
guys, I need to go. I really need to go.
Wait, before you go, because
I need to go.
No, you have to close it. I don't. No, you have to close it. But before you go,
it's late. I need to sleep. And I'm working tomorrow, man.
Last thing. Antonio wants to just have 2 words about Italy because we're playing tomorrow. Antonio, what did you want to say? And then let's close.
Antonio, can you close it for me, please?
No, man, I can't.
What do you mean?
What did you want to say about Italy?
I want to ask you, where does Italy rank in your opinion?
Number 1.
No, it's not, man.
For me, it is.
Italy has not produced a decent defender in the last 10 years, man.
Wrong.
Okay.
So you don't think Calabria is decent?
Not yet. He needs to prove that.
Not. Hold on. I'm not saying world class or elite level at the moment, but you don't think he's at least decent? But Calabria is one of the best right backs in Europe, but you're calling him not even decent? Really?
Dude, Calabria is. I love him, but I don't think he's at the level of the world is expecting.
Can you name better right backs right now?
I really need to sleep, man. I really need to sleep.
All right, listen. Before we close, just 2 words about the Nations League. Croatia has gone to the semifinals, and the other team is Netherlands. Tomorrow, if Italy win, they go to the semifinals, and then it's going to be up to Portugal or Spain. So there you go.
Anyways, good talk. Good stuff. No hard feelings. We'll come back to this again.
I just want Larry to apologize to the football community for saying what he said about Real Madrid, for what he said about Brazil.
Real Madrid in '95 was not a relevant club.
Yes, that's why I want you to apologize.
According to only in Europe, but not everywhere.
Liar, are you crazy?
Now, Antonio, you missed the whole
Are you
thing,
like
bro.
actually insane? Real Madrid have like 10 like 5, 6, 7 UCLs by then.
You missed the whole thing, Antonio. You missed the whole thing. There was just been ridiculous.
And what was the third one? He had another third take. That what was the third take. That was just outrageous.
Oh yeah, the U.S. needs relegation if you want to grow your football.
Was that it? I think it was another one. It was a really outrageous.
I fuck with liars. Stand on your word. That's good. Keep it like that.
By the way, about Real Madrid, my brothers agrees as well. In 1995, he said
Your
Real
brother's
Madrid
an
was not
Inter fan.
relevant.
We can't take him serious. Come on.
I don't care, man. I asked him, and he's like, "You're right, man." But Real Madrid, no football player wanted to play for Real Madrid at that period. Everyone wanted to play in Europe.
You're confusing.
He says that.
Yes, but just like you, he's confusing what the player wants with fan popularity.
But fan popularity, man, is always gonna be Real Madrid, Milan, Bayern Munich, all of them. We're
But
talking
that's
about
what we're
relevant.
saying. But that's
But
what we're
no,
saying,
man.
though.
See, Nathan, you don't listen to me, dude. You don't
Nah,
listen
you
to
don't
me.
listen to
That's why.
you don't listen
That's
to
why
yourself.
you must, Nathan. You most of the time disagree with me because you don't listen when I talk.
Yeah, you're
That's
right.
the thing.
You're right. You're right.
When I say Real
You're
Madrid
right.
in 1995 was not a relevant club, I don't care about the supporter who is watching Real Madrid. I'm talking about the football industry and football players. They didn't want to go and play for Real Madrid. They wanted to go and play for Parma, Fiorentina, Lazio, Milan, Juventus, Inter, Roma. All the best football
That's
players at Barcelona.
outrageous, Laird.
It's
What you're saying is
outrageous, but it's the
outrageous.
reality, Roy. It's the
That's not the
reality.
truth. That's
Yeah,
your
it's not the
truth. But
truth.
that's your truth.
So,
It's your truth. That's fine if it's your truth. But the rest
Sure,
of the
they
world's going to disagree.
To
so
say
why
that
they
they were
pick?
not relevant is just outrageous.
Why they didn't go and play for Real Madrid, but they went and go and play for other clubs, man?
Well,
Why did their
Real
first
Madrid in
choice?
'95 got other players. They got good
No, they
players,
could
man.
not the best one. The best one were not going to Real Madrid. They didn't care about going to Real Madrid. Actually, they were going to Barcelona more than Real Madrid. Barcelona was more relevant than Real Madrid. We're playing Champions League finals. We're winning La Ligas a lot, and they were
Man, I
convincing
showed you
biggest
the
players.
1995 roster earlier. It was a fucking
Yeah.
good roster, man.
No,
What
it
are you talking
was
about?
no one is saying it's a bad roster. It was not a great roster and was not winning anything in Europe. And for 30 years they didn't win anything in
All
Europe.
they had to do get a few. They changed their roster 2 or 3 players, and then they won the Champions League in '98.
No, no, not
so,
to, no, no. They spent 500 million. They bought the best players of the best 5 clubs at
But
that
why
time.
did they spend
Yes,
500 million there? Why?
because they were not relevant until that point. They were not relevant. They
They
needed
were
to
not
become relevant,
They're
and
not
they
relevant. No.
spent 500
Maybe
million.
they
Yeah.
just said. Maybe they just said because we have this huge history behind us and because we are one of the most popular
Well,
clubs, if not
Roy,
the most popular club,
Roy,
let's do something to get results.
they remember 30 years later because for 30 years they won nothing.
Why did FIFA give them the best club of the 20th century?
Dude,
Why?
I'm talking about 1995. FIFA didn't give that prize in 1995. They
So,
give
so
it now.
1995 is the
A
only
lot
year
of
that counts in football.
no, no.
Of
Until
course it
that
does.
point,
Of course
but
it
Roy,
does.
but my point is that one, man, you can take whatever you want, man. And my point is that until 1995, in that moment of history of football, Real Madrid was not a relevant club, man. Now,
No,
if you
no.
want to tell me,
Up until that
I'm
point?
sorry. No, no,
Okay, so
yeah, on that
up
point,
until that
after,
point.
no, no, on
Up
that
until
point,
that point. In that
dude,
point. In that point.
at that point, after 30 years not winning nothing in Europe and Barcelona dominating the domestic league, Real Madrid in that moment was not a relevant club, and no big football player wanted to go and join Real Madrid.
Wait, guys.
Are you hearing this?
Wait, actually, hold on. I have some clarity on this.
I'm going. See you guys.
So wait, basically,
No, you can't go. You gotta close it. It's your live.
Wait. Can't say something loud. I want to say, if you look at just that year, 1995, Real Madrid was a little bit quiet.
Iran. What
But-
Iran?
But if he uses the words all the way up until, then that's wrong because Real Madrid won like 5 UCLs in like the 50s and 60s, and then they won it again in 1998, and then they just sort of dominated again.
In 1995, Real Madrid was the team with the most UCLs with 6.
Yeah, but I think what he was trying to say was in that year, which is a different like story. But he was, I don't know, you guys, everyone always changes their arguments like in the middle, so.
Iran. I can't believe Iran. So weak.
Look, Antonio, you can't. We knew exactly what Lai wanted to say. The thing is, Lai will start exaggerating a lot of these things, and then when we're like, dude, like be specific, then he'll try to switch his word or fall back, and he doesn't want to go all the way through. Like he made it seem that Real Madrid was some fucking weird club. Like, bro, no, it was still a big club. Like, yeah, when you say they're not relevant, it's like you think they're dirt. No, bro. Real Madrid still is gonna be Real Madrid. The name was still the name.
Like Leeds was irrelevant. Leeds was
And then
irrelevant
I asked
when
him,
they
and
went
here's
away.
what I asked him. And here's what I asked him as a comp. I'm okay, what about Bayern? Bayern didn't play no fucking final in the 90s. Were they still a small club? And then he proceeded to say yes. But I'm like, how? But you just said it was big. But cause I'm like, you can't really do that.
Dialysis 3 days a week. I will not.
You know? You can't really like, and that's all I'm saying, you feel me? Like, that's all we really saying. Because it came down, here's how the conversation started. What's a I'm like, Madrid, it's a well-ranked club, sustainable. He's like, oh,
Iran.
how? He's like, how? He's like, how is this sustainable? He's like, no, because they got injected 500 million percent of the training ground. I'm like, okay. Even if they had that injection, I'm like, other teams got cash injection, but to be sustainable at that long period, he said, oh, any team that gets that amount of money, they'll be able to do what Madrid did. So I'm like, dude, that's not fair. You still gotta give them credit. They still were still doing whatever they were able to do. Let's even look at Barcelona. When they started making, they didn't know what to do with all that money when they started getting in. When they're on the top of the world, they started signing these crazy contracts with Bartomeu. I'm like, right there. He's like, oh, I can't really do that. Then I'm okay. Let's even go back to Milan. Like, how did Milan? When we came back, did we not get injection? Maybe not as big as Madrid, but we have time and place. But we got the injection. Or the Man United. Man United gets a lot of money in funding. What do they do with it? Then he tried to separate the whole sports stuff, and so I'm like, he's like, oh, on the sports perspective, they're garbage. Commercial, they good. I'm like, dude, we're talking about well-ran, sustainable. You're getting cash injection or not, they've been well-ran, meaning they survived through more like the different eras. That's what I'm saying. That's how I went on a tangent, and it became this like 6-hour debate. So that's where I started.
Guys, Laird, first of all, run away, so there's no big W for Laird. But, yeah. There's no big W for Laird. He ran away. So he doesn't get a big W. He needs to finish his conversations and arguments before he gets a big W.
Yeah, the thing is, and I don't even really go at Laird like that, you know. It's like, you know, this is a new, but I'm like, today, I'm like, hey, you can't say outrageous stuff now. I ain't gonna let you hear.
He had 3 outrageous takes today, and he got called out for them. That's all that happened. That's it.
And look, the problem is that when, and this goes for everybody too, whenever you're speaking, don't speak for like other nations as a whole. Like, if you want to speak from like the European perspective, that's cool, but don't go and start speaking and calling other countries irrelevant and this and that just because they don't have the money to watch them.
Nobody
or
had TVs.
Yeah, nobody had. Larry said that they didn't have TVs in Mexico and South America, so they couldn't contribute to the fan base of Real Madrid and just crazy things like that, man. Like
I am listening to right now a quote of Arrigo Sacchi saying, "Biggest win was against Real Madrid because of how big that team was," and I'm listening to it right now as we speak. I don't know what Laird is smoking. I don't know what he's putting up his nose. I don't know, but it's today was out of this world.
Yeah.
We got him out of here. We're making run. I'm gonna go at him the what's up. I'm gonna lie. We need a part 2. I fuck with Laird, man.
Yeah. No, of course. It's all
the thing I like is like he'll stand on his fucking way. He will not want to revert back and leave when he's wrong.
Yeah, Kratos never gives up. Never gives in.
And you know what's crazy? Look, you know what I like about the live? Like, the thing was crazy. Even when the thing just started, it starts all civil, and you know it's gonna go south. But you know that one moment, the debates are gonna start going crazy.
Because it started civilized. You know, it started civilized.
But I knew it wouldn't end like that because everybody agreeing with each other. It's like, oh yeah, to add to that, and then it takes that one comment, and it's like, all right, bro, now you out of pocket.
Yeah, and it's like he starts civil, and then his tone goes up, and then he starts to think a little bit faster. That's it. It's over. It's war.
Hey, you know what's funny is, bro, us three, we're Americans, bro. We live for war, so it's like the perfect thing, like the perfect storm.
Yeah, it's fun. It's all fun. But we definitely need to. SSB, I don't know what he's up to today. He's going crazy too. I don't know what's up with this guy. He's a Liverpool fan, by the way. SSB, Canadian, and a Liverpool fan.
Major L.
Today, major L for SSB.
Anyway, guys, well, I'm gonna be out. I've been here too long.
Yeah. All right, guys. Let's close it, and we'll see you during the week.
All right, bet.
Tomorrow it's Italy-Hungary. Italy, Hungary.
Oh, I'm actually off tomorrow. Thank God.
All right, let's do the watch along, man. We'll do a watch along.
Yes, please.
All right, let's do an
Forza
open
Milan.
watch along. Forza Milan, guys. Peace out. See you later.
See ya.